Chapter 2649, Making the First Move, 1. Don't worry. Zhang Yi reached out and tapped his temple lightly. I've installed a powerful, ruthless firewall in my mind. To make me abandon my will to survive, you'd have to breach that firewall first. And that task? Right now, I only trust you to handle it. Beautiful ripples shimmered in Yang Xinxin's dark pupils. Being trusted so unconditionally by Zhang Yi filled her with extraordinary happiness. Images from 8 years ago at Tianqing College surfaced in her mind. What had she thought when she first met Zhang Yi back then? Most likely, she'd wondered if this man was truly reliable. If he turned out to be a despicable scoundrel, she'd find a way to eliminate him. When exactly had they begun to trust each other unconditionally? Yang Xinxin couldn't pinpoint the moment. Perhaps it was simply family affection, nurtured gradually, silently, without fanfare. Beyond his daily training regimen to enhance his combat prowess and prepare for potential challenges upon returning to Earth, Zhang Yi also made time for strategic planning. It was a nightly ritual. After everyone finished training and ate dinner, they gathered in the operations room beside the bridge. Several holographic screens unfolded, projecting a map of Earth's planet into the air. The battle lines were marked upon it. The defensive perimeter of the Huaxu Kingdom's 6 major regions appeared contracted, its edges bearing an irregular notch as if sliced away by a sword. Beyond the gaps lay the spheres of influence for the Wolf Fang clan, Ironclad tribe, Titan clan, and Celestial clan. Further still, across the sea, stood the Marshland nation, built upon the ruins of the former Neon Kingdom. This was a true map of civilizations, a new era's chart. Surrounded by major powers, all eyes were fixed on the Huaxu Kingdom, slowly encroaching upon its territory. Zhang Yi and the others reviewed this map daily, ensuring they didn't grow complacent. Once we return, we can't just run around putting out fires like before. Yang Xinxin traced her words in the air with a light pen. Our resources are limited, and confronting all ancient civilizations simultaneously isn't wise. Though we have more resources now, converting them takes time. Seated in a circle on the sofa, they gazed through the massive porthole windows at the universe dotted with stars in the darkness. The group began chattering excitedly. Uncle Yu slapped his thigh, his face flushed with battle fervor. These alien races have gone too far. The Grand Assembly of all races agreed to terms, yet barely 2 years after we departed, they launched an attack. We must fight, a decisive battle to strike them hard. Strike first to prevent 100 blows. Fatty Su frowned, his voice low and grave. But with so many ancient races harboring ill will toward us, can we truly handle them all? The question was starkly realistic. At this stage, even with Zhang Yi's return, they could only suppress one ancient civilization while simultaneously countering 2 others. But relying solely on their own strength to handle 5 adversaries was simply impossible. Zhang Yi turned to Yang Xinxin. Xinxin, do you have any suggestions? Yang Xinxin's voice was calm. My suggestion is a 3-step approach. First, build high walls. Second, stockpile large reserves of food. Third, establish our authority by first taking down the weaker races among them. She elaborated on her thoughts. We've returned from Mars with vast resources and technology. Right now, we need time to develop ourselves, so blindly starting a war is absolutely not a wise move. Therefore, the first point is to build high walls, that is, strengthen our defenses. So the first thing we should develop is defensive technology. Zhang Yi clapped his hands. This resonates deeply with me. Applying the energy barrier technology obtained from the engineers to the Huaxu Kingdom's major cities, holding firm without venturing out, will prevent losses from alien invasions. Yang Xinxin continued. Second, amass a large stockpile of food reserves. This is straightforward. After isolating ourselves from alien races, we rapidly advance our technology to enhance our overall strength. If we study the technologies of the engineers in the Sand Raider civilization, even if we only grasp 20 to 30% of them, our national power will surge 100-fold at the very least. What we lack is merely time. As for the third point, it's quite straightforward. She smiled faintly. Upon returning, we must find some weak bones to crack. Let them know that the Huashu kingdom is not to be trifled with. As for which weak target to choose. Her finger traced the projection, landing on an island across the ocean. We'll start with the Zipan kingdom. Yang Xinxin's tone remained cool and detached. Her choice of target was well calculated. The race inhabiting the Zipan kingdom was the Transformer Rats, the fifth-generation Sumer tribe, evolved from rodents. Their ties to the Ironclad tribe, Titan clan, Wolf Fang clan, and Celestial clan were not particularly close. They had always lived beneath the sea. Most crucially, Zhang Yi and his group had clashed with the Zipan kingdom long ago, knowing their strength was far from formidable. Judging by the divine Nest Sun God, one of the three pillar gods, the most powerful being within the Zipan kingdom couldn't possibly exceed the knight rank. Thus, using them to establish dominance was the optimal choice. After hearing this, none of the others raised any objections. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, we'll proceed according to Xinxin's plan. After all, this time, these tribes had initiated hostilities against Huashu kingdom. Zhang Yi's retaliation, annihilating their entire race, would not violate the agreements made at the Grand Conference of all races. A month-long interstellar return journey sounded lengthy. Yet it swiftly passed amid training, research, planning, and occasional playful brawls. At last, the familiar blue planet came into view ahead of the dreamer. Through the observation window, Earth's cloud layers swirled like white cotton, while golden light edged the continents. Those were the lights of human civilization. Zhang Yi watched silently. The long-suppressed feeling in his chest finally transformed into an indescribable surge of urgency. Big boss. Fatty Su stood behind him, his hand instinctively resting on Zhang Yi's shoulder as he spoke with deep emotion. We're finally home. Yes. Zhang Yi exhaled softly. This time, we will reshape the entire landscape of Earth. The sixth generation is about to climb higher up the food chain. On the communication console, indicator lights began to illuminate one by one. Responses poured in from high-ranking officials across the 6 major regions, from Donghai and Tianhai City, from Deng Shintong, and from countless others. After the initial line delay, the flood of replies finally began. The text hadn't even unfolded on the screen yet. But Zhang Yi could already picture the expressions on the other end. Surprise, ecstasy, resentment. And that sense of relief after 2 years of pent-up tension finally easing. But above all, it was anticipation. Chapter 2650, Making the First Move, 2. He didn't rush to read them. Instead, he reached out and pressed the Dreamer's fleet channel. Everyone. His voice echoed throughout the ship. Welcome back. Prepare for landing on Earth. The war is about to begin. This time, it's our turn to strike first. The skies over the Huashu kingdom hadn't been particularly bright these past 2 years. Along the borders of the 6 major regions, the red alert lights never truly went out. The Wolf Fang clan prowled the mountain ridges, the Ironclad tribe crushed forward across the plains, while the Titan clan's towers rose one after another on the distant horizon, like stone giants slowly advancing. The Celestial clan dwelled within the atmosphere. Their colossal forms could manipulate the weather and constantly monitored everything unfolding upon the Earth. Over the East Sea and the Tianhai City, the battle banners of the marshland nation flickered in and out of view through the sea mist, weighing down the entire expanse like a cauldron poised to boil over at any moment. Huashu kingdom felt like a soft persimmon being squeezed from all sides. They dared not launch a full-scale war, seemingly still holding back. After all, with the return of the tens of thousands of races, their enemies were not only the human race but also other races watching with predatory eyes. Thus, they merely circled Huashu kingdom, testing its resolve and causing annoyance, while waiting for a truly critical moment, confirmation that Zhang Yi and his companions had perished in the starry sky, never to return. This stalemate persisted for over a year. During this period, the 6 major regions of the Huashu kingdom lost vast swathes of peripheral territory and resource points, with casualties exceeding 10,000. These losses were immense, for over half of the fallen were soldiers from the 6 major regions' supernatural special forces units. Until suddenly, those 2 words came through the communication link from deep space. "I'm back." The sender was unmistakably Zhang Yi. Those words injected a powerful shot of adrenaline into the entire Huashu kingdom. Hotu stared at the impossibly brief message for a full 10 seconds before slowly exhaling. She felt as though a mountain that had long weighed upon her back had suddenly lifted by half. 2 years had passed, and she too had ascended to knight rank. Now, taking Zhang Yi's place, she had become the greatest deterrent to all races. Though not as versatile as Zhang Yi, anyone whose bodily tissue fell into her hands would be instantly annihilated. Even knight-level powerhouses from other races held her in fear. After all, mutants were merely exceptionally powerful humans, not truly invincible. They all had weaknesses, and no one dared risk their life recklessly. In the command hall of the Xinjiang region, a heavy silence hung in the air. The officers bustling before the battle map, the staff officers who had grown from naive rookies to stern professionals over the past 2 years, all eyes were fixed on the line of text displayed on the large screen, as if confirming it wasn't merely some data glitch. Ah! Immediately, the pent-up cheers erupted. Wonderful! That noble one. He's not dead. Ha ha, the hope of our Huashu kingdom has returned. Wonderful! Wonderful! Heaven be praised! Our ancestors be praised! Damn it! 2 whole years. We've been bottled up for 2 years. What kind of hell have we endured? When Lord Chaos returns, I'll stomp those bastards' skulls into dust. Someone slammed a fist onto the table with a dull thud. Some threw their heads back in laughter, others cursed with bloodshot eyes, vowing to make those ancient civilization fools wait and see. Hotu stood silently before the battle map, meticulously redrawing each defensive line. She knew the situation hadn't improved much. Even if Chaos returned, he couldn't wage war against all 5 surrounding ancient civilizations simultaneously. But from this moment onward, the Huashu kingdom was no longer a defenseless outpost without a backbone. Almost simultaneously, the East Sea region raised its combat readiness alert to the highest level. Clouds hung low over Tianhai City. The sea breeze carried a bone-chilling dampness from the distance, bearing a salty, almost putrid stench that made every nerve along the coast tense further. Deng Shintong stood atop Tianhai City's temporary command tower, holding a pair of specialized binoculars. Beyond their lenses lay a pale mist. This was no ordinary sea fog. Within the mist, invisible threads writhed, moving slowly according to some ancient, uncanny order. It was the barrier power of the Zipan kingdom. Compared to 2 years prior, the force they unleashed this time was greater, more ruthless, more like a formal swing of a military sword than a casual test. Among these ancient civilizations, none harbored a deeper grudge against the Huashu kingdom than the Zipan kingdom. After all, one of their 3 pillar gods had perished at Zhang Yi's hands. As a neon territory extending from the continental plate, within 1,000,000 years, it could be dragged beneath the continental shelf and submerged beneath the sea. Therefore, both the neon people and the transformer rats dwelling beneath them yearned to land on the continental plate. Now, of course, they would not let such a golden opportunity slip away to land once more. The sea surface grew dim beneath the barrier's shroud. Waves crashed against the breakwater, devoid of their usual bright white foam, only a heavy, gray mist remained. Radar signals distorted into a dead zone, sonar echoes returned as chaotic hums, like countless ghosts huddled beneath the sea, whispering in hushed tones. "They're here." Deng Shintong lowered his binoculars, his throat parched. He reached for the sword at his waist, Griffith, the blade that had accompanied him through years of battle. His silver hair remained as luminous as ever, his features still handsome, though his eyes had grown far deeper than in years past, their sockets slightly sunken. For the past 2 years, he had overseen Tianhai City. Zhang Yi had never shortchanged him, granting him the resources he deserved and the meditation techniques of the Lunar clan. Now, Deng Shintong had broken through to the Archmage level, his ability index soaring to 32,000 points. Behind him, the elite of the Volt Shadow Troop had assembled. Black battle armor hugged their forms, cloaks of invisibility drawn tight. Energy engravings along their weapons glowed one by one, appearing exceptionally sharp in the dim, overcast light. Bai Li Changqing, Lu Dehai, Wu Di, Xing Tian, and Xiao Honglian stood alongside him. Bai Li Changqing wore heavy armor, plate upon plate, appearing cumbersome yet housing the latest high-mobility internal structure. The tortoiseshell-like heavy shield on his back could, with a single vibration, erect an energy barrier nearly as formidable as a city wall. Wu Di's robes billowed in the sea breeze, his spear slung across his back. The shaft, pure black in appearance, was actually woven from rare materials capable of withstanding the terrifying strain unleashed when he channeled his psychic power at full force. Bai Li Changqing's ability index had reached 27,000 points, but the most astonishing figure was Wu Di. His ability index surpassed Bai Li's, soaring to 29,000 points, making him the second strongest member of the Volt Shadow Troop. Just as Bian Junhua had once declared, within the Black Robe Investigation Squad, Wu Di possessed the greatest natural talent. With Zhang Yi bestowing the spirit of sacrifice, enabling him to formally break through into the Epsilon realm, his strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Chapter 2651, Deng Shintong Defends the City, 1. Over the past 2 years, Wu Di had piled the corpses of sea monsters he'd slain in the East Sea high enough to form a small mountain. Yet today, even he couldn't guarantee he could protect everything in this battle. For this time, the Zepin Kingdom's main force wasn't composed of ordinary demonic troops. It was led by the Isabu. From the depths of the sea, a colder, more sinister aura quietly rose to the surface. The mist was slowly pushed aside by some immense force, revealing the vague outline behind it. It was a terrifying sea beast over 300 meters long. Its form resembled an exaggerated shark, its dorsal fin towering like a mountain ridge. Its body was covered in thick, black scales, each one as if sharpened by a sword, its edges razor-sharp. Between the scales flickered an eerie, blue ghostly light. Behind it, 3 massive tails swayed slowly through the water. Each tail ended in a curved bone spike, its surface coated in a dark purple poisonous mist that left eerie trails across the sea with every sweep. Isabu. The title of the strongest warrior from the Zepin Kingdom appeared in Eastern Sea battle reports over the past 2 years, surpassed only by the ancient names of those truly seated upon divine thrones. It was a walking catastrophe. Legends told of it smashing an entire island with a single tail strike, of conjuring colossal whirlpools deep in the ocean capable of swallowing entire fleets. The people of the Zepin Kingdom revered it as a demigod, permitting it to lead patrols across the battlefield. This time, it had come in person. The sea churned violently around its form. The broad silhouette of the Sea Lord flickered in and out of view amidst the cresting waves, like shadowy figures bearing enormous water vats, slowly rising from the deep. The Sea Lord dragged its wet, long tresses, its slender fingertips skimming the surface to raise strings of foam. Within the bubbles floated pallid faces and twisted human forms, emitting muffled laughter. Beyond them, countless ominous creatures, fish-bodied with human faces, formed ranks deep within the sea mist, resembling a 100-demon night parade emerging from an ancient scroll. Behind them lay the fleet of the Zepin Kingdom. Ships of bizarre design advanced slowly through the sea mist. Their hulls were forged from a blend of ancient timber and black iron. Paper lanterns hung from their gunnels, swaying in the wind. Distorted symbols adorned the lampshades, their light dimmed by gloom yet tinged with an unsettling red. It was a genuine fleet of sea spirits. Deng Shintong. The giant sea serpent halted behind the mist, its massive form half-submerged. 3 tails lazed through the water as 2 ghostly blue flames in its eyes fixed upon the direction of Tianhai City. Waves lifted its body, and its voice carried on the wind pressure, a low growl filtered through seawater, echoing across the entire sea. "You're blocking my path again. This time, can you really stop me?" Deng Shintong raised his megaphone and gave a light cough. "Whether I can stop you or not, we'll have to try to find out." His smile carried a hint of roguishness, yet his gaze was icy cold. The Zepin Kingdom has grown quite arrogant lately. Do you think Chaos's absence from the Huashu Kingdom gives you the audacity to court death? Isabu's eyes narrowed for an instant. Chaos is dead. Your refusal to acknowledge it won't change that. The divine Nest Sun God fell at your hands. The Zeepan Kingdom remembers. Today, we shall use this very city of yours to offer a sacrifice to the fallen deity. At the mention of divine Nest Sun God, every demonic creature upon the sea bowed its head in unison. The crimson glow within the paper lanterns surged an inch brighter, thickening the sea mist until even the skyline of Tianhai City blurred. As one of the three pillar gods of the Zeepan Kingdom, the divine Nest Sun God had once defied the Creator's laws to attempt Zhang Yi's annihilation. Only to be obliterated later by misjudging the power of those laws, the nation's deepest wound. Thus, they had long plotted this revenge. Now, 2 years have passed, and Zhang Yi still hasn't returned. They concluded he must have perished in the perilous cosmos. After all, a night-level powerhouse was but a speck of dust in the vast universe, incapable of withstanding even a simple cosmic storm. Deng Shintong's fingers tightened slightly around the megaphone. He knew this was no bluff. After that battle 2 years ago, the Zeepan Kingdom's hatred for Earthstar had been etched into their very bones. Chaos was the slayer of their ancient god, the enemy they gnashed their teeth at, desperate to tear apart. Their attack on Huashu Kingdom itself carried the weight of vengeance. Deng Shintong drew in a deep breath of sea air, the fire within his chest flaring slightly brighter. Suddenly, he smiled. A genuine smile. Then you might be disappointed. Chaos isn't dead. Just now, he sent us a message. He said. He's back. The words sent ripples of agitation through Tianhai City's defenses. Soldiers of the Volt Shadow Troop stiffened at their battle stations, many breathing hotter in an instant. Many among them had witnessed the man who split the entire battlefield in two with a single sword strike. Those 4 words ignited like a rekindled spark, spreading like wildfire from one end of the defense line to the other. Isabu emitted a low, derisive snort. You're lying. It slowly raised one tail, the poison-tipped bone hook at its tip tracing a faint arc through the air. Do you know what's most laughable about you humans? Even when cornered to the brink of death, you still cling to such pathetic lies to comfort yourselves. If Chaos were alive, he would have returned long ago. He hasn't returned. Then it means he and his companions have been buried in some corner of the cosmos. You couldn't defend Huashu Kingdom, and you certainly can't defend this city. Today, we'll make you witness this city sink beneath the sea. It lashed its tail. The sea surface collapsed with a thunderous roar. Centered on it, vast swathes of water surged upward, forming a wall dozens of meters high, like a walking tsunami being manipulated at will. Within the wall, countless tiny whirlpools churned violently, each possessing enough torque to tear apart warships. Isabu gave a gentle flick. The wall of water, bearing apocalyptic pressure, slammed down toward Tianhai City. Black Tortoise, aid me! Deng Shintong roared in a low voice. Off the coast of Tianhai City, the massive shell of the Black Tortoise rose and fell like a colossal aircraft carrier. When the forces of the Zeepan Kingdom attacked, he had been the first to lead his troops to reinforce the city. Leave it to me. The Black Tortoise's deep voice echoed along the shore. An energy array rapidly unfolded within its belly, and the massive tortoiseshell shield on its back shot upward. In the next instant, a colossal, invisible barrier rose before the city's coastal waters. The water wall collided with the barrier. The heavens and earth shook. The entire Tianhai City felt as if it had been lifted and slammed back down, a deafening roar filling every ear. Chapter 2652, Deng Shintong defends the city, 2. You think you can stop me? You're not worthy. Isabu's voice dripped with scorn. They had long since assessed the strength of these elite warriors from Huashu Kingdom. Otherwise, how could they have dared to invade directly? With his ability index soaring to 43,000 points, he stood unrivaled across the entire Jiangnan region. As long as Hota didn't intervene, who could stop him from devouring Tianhai City? Roaring Tide. The shockwave swept across the sea surface, slamming violently into the energy wall constructed by Black Tortoise. The barrier buckled into a massive arc, seeming on the verge of shattering. The Black Tortoise grunted, blood gushing instantly from his nostrils and mouth, staining the sea before him crimson. The Black Tortoise, renowned for his defense, had failed to withstand a single strike. "It's not over." Isabu's voice surged like the tide once more. All three of its tails lashed upward simultaneously, crashing heavily onto the sea. Three massive whirlpools instantly formed, their centers pulling seawater downward with terrifying force, creating three terrifying vortexes plunging straight into the deep sea. The edges of the whirlpools rapidly expanded, snatching countless warships and dragging them into the depths as if twisting them like toys. Deng Shindong's gaze sharpened as he watched everything unfold. Around the coastline, beams of light flared from defensive towers. Before Zhang Yi departed, he had withdrawn most of his forces for the safety of the Mars landing, yet he had left behind some contingency measures. These energy defense barriers, for instance, could temporarily withstand the assault of enemies at the level of the Black Bishop. However, their resistance would only last for a limited time. "Damn it, let's fight them head-on," Wu Di growled, drawing his psionic rifle from his back. His long hair glowed nearly silver under the intense telekinesis, his eyes flashing white as powerful psychic energy coalesced upon the gun barrel. With a pull of the trigger, it erupted forth. The instant the shot fired, the entire sea surface dimmed. A razor-thin silver beam traced an arc through the air, piercing straight toward Isabu's eye. Isabu tilted its head slightly. The two ghostly blue flames in its eyes abruptly contracted into a single point, and a piercing shriek exploded through the air. The psychic bullet was gently deflected by some invisible force just half a foot from its eye, grazing its cheek as it flew past and plunged into the distant sea surface, cleaving a deep trench through the entire wave crest. "Pitiful," Isabu murmured. "You mere mortals, so-called strong ones, are nothing but insects destined to drown in the depths." Its tail lashed out, coalescing the suppressed water wall into countless blades that furiously slashed at the Black Tortoise's barrier. Cracks rapidly spread across the barrier. Blood trickled from the corners of the Black Tortoise's mouth, his arms trembling slightly beneath his armor. "Can you still hold it?" Deng Shintong asked in a low voice. "I must hold it, even if I can't." Black Tortoise gritted his teeth. "If this barrier falls, the city behind it will be flooded instantly." The sea priest stepped out from behind the wave crest, advancing step by step. Its form was colossal, as if bearing the entire sea upon its back. With each step, the sea level surged higher. It raised one hand. Countless water columns erupted from the depths, like inverted water jars, crashing violently against the barrier held aloft by the Black Tortoise. The Runu scattered into a swirling mass. Their long hair, trailing seawater, climbed onto the warships caught in the vortex's edge. With a gentle flick of their slender fingers, they pulled soldiers one by one into the water. The Volt Shadow Troop struck instantly. They leapt like dark shadows between warships and city defenses, treading the water's surface as if solid ground. Swords flashed through the sea mist, slashing through the long hair, dragging men down. Hauling soldiers swept into the water back onto the decks. Bai Li Changqing wielded crossbow bolts as his weapon, only specially forged bolts could withstand the force of his iron fist. He swiftly drew and released arrows from a hard bow requiring thousands of gene of strength to string. One bolt after another pierced the heads of sea monsters, pinning them atop the crests of waves. But the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Isabu swayed its tail slightly in the rear, its three massive whirlpools expanding ever wider. Warships sucked and initially struggled with their engines and defensive arrays, only to be crushed like meat in a grinder. A state-of-the-art destroyer, along with its entire defensive shield, was swallowed into the vortex's center before everyone's eyes. In that instant, all sound across the sea seemed swallowed, leaving only the muffled, indistinct roar of metal being torn apart in the deep. "Tianhai City. We can't hold it," someone murmured from behind. The voice was thick with pessimism and despair. They hadn't managed to wait for Zhang Yi's return after all. Deng Shintong heard it. He watched the successive layers of defenses being crushed, torn apart, and swallowed before him, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. He knew this assessment wasn't wrong. Facing the combined forces of the Isabu fleet and the entire navy of the Zipan kingdom, they truly couldn't hold. Even he himself, even Black Tortoise and Bai Li Changqing, were merely delaying the city's inevitable submersion. Yet he still smiled. "We must hold, even if we cannot," he declared. "We hold until chaos returns. I promised him I would defend this city. How could I break my word? Even if I fall in battle, I will return this city to him intact." The Black Tortoise coughed up blood, his smile even more grim than Deng Shintong's. "The fears will fall in battle before he returns. He will return." Deng Shintong's gaze never left the sea ahead. The moment those 4 words appeared on his terminal, he hadn't even paused to take a sip of water before leading his men straight to the city walls. He didn't know Zhang Yi's exact location now. He only knew that man always kept his word. Isabu seemed to have grown tired of its game. Its 3 tails lifted high simultaneously, the venomous barbs at their tips glowing with an even more eerie purple light. "Enough. The game is over. Let this city sink to the ocean floor." The tails slammed down. All 3 venomous barbs pierced the sea surface. Rooted in the spines, an utterly terrifying energy instantly radiated outward. The entire sea surface convulsed as if violently twisted from below. The water spun wildly, 3 whirlpools rapidly merging into one. A colossal abyss, spanning the entire coastal waters of Tianhai City, was taking shape. The barrier held up by the Black Tortoise emitted a dense crackling sound under this force, like a piece of glass being relentlessly pounded. Deng Shintong clenched the communicator in his hand, about to order full retreat, when suddenly the light around him dimmed for an instant. It wasn't the sea fog thickening. Something higher had intervened in this battlefield in that split second. Everyone's hearts clenched simultaneously. The sky seemed torn apart from the middle by an invisible hand. A slender fissure appeared within the clouds, so fine it was nearly imperceptible, yet it brought a suffocating sense of pressure. The crack rapidly elongated. From the skies above Tianhai City, it stretched all the way to the distant horizon of the open sea. It was as if someone had taken an extremely sharp sword and sliced a line right through the center of the entire sky. Chapter 2653, Death by 1,000 Cuts, 1. In the next instant, a faint light flickered at the center of the fissure. That point of light rapidly expanded, coalescing into the outline of a human figure. A white battle robe enveloped his entire body, elegant and magnificent, its lines seamless and clinging tightly to his form. He stood mid-air, radiant with brilliance, as if a deity had descended upon the world. It was a figure familiar to all, one that stirred the entire human camp to tears of excitement. Though no surface supported his feet, he seemed to stand upon some invisible dimensional plane, suspended silently directly above the battlefield. The void immortal robe spread gently across his form, like a thin veil of stardust, cradling him within a near-silent void. Gone was the familiar image of his body encased in heavy, pitch-black armor. His former self had resembled a demon king, but now, clad in the white emperor battle suit, he resembled a divine being. This creation, forged from Liu Karen's cutting-edge technology, strictly speaking, a super battle suit combining the technological prowess of the Yihen tribe and the Sand Raider civilization, was now worn by Zhang Yi. Lighter, more flexible, more powerful. Zhang Yi had returned. In that instant, the entire defense line of Tianhai City seemed to exhale in unison. Black Tortoise, propping up the protective barrier, glanced up and forced out a single sentence. "You bastard. You bastard." Overwhelmed by emotion, he found himself at a loss for words, reduced to muttering incoherently. For the first time, Deng Shintong's eyes held genuine, relaxed laughter. He wiped the seawater and blood from his face, then looked up at the figure clad in the white emperor battle suit. Zhang Yi gazed down at the sea. His gaze swept over the warships torn apart by whirlpools, over the soldiers desperately battling demons atop the waves, finally settling on the colossal sea beast in the distance. Isabu also lifted its head. It watched the man in the sky. The ghostly blue flames in its eyes abruptly contracted, revealing its first genuine look of solemnity. It recognized that aura, of course. The moment the divine Nest Sun God perished, the traces of Chaos's power left upon the battlefield had been etched deep into its soul. Chaos. You're still alive. Unconsciously, Isabu's voice trembled. They knew full well just how formidable Zhang Yi's strength was. At the great assembly of all races, he had single-handedly defeated 4 night-level opponents. His fame had reverberated across the world ever since. Had he not vanished for 2 years, the Zeepan kingdom would surely have remained quietly confined to its tiny patch of land on the Neon Islands, never daring to make a move. Isabu lifted his head to gaze upon that radiant figure, and a profound dread welled up within him. Run! At this very moment, he and every single person aboard the entire Zeepan kingdom fleet shared the same thought. Zhang Yi did not respond. He merely looked down upon the entire Zeepan kingdom fleet. The coldness in his eyes cut deeper than the bone-chilling winter winds of the East Sea. From his gaze, the 3 great generals, Isabu, Yumabozu, and Nurana, read only one word: death. Bare, unadulterated killing intent. Zhang Yi suddenly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Isn't it better to live? Why come here to die? Isabu growled low, its dorsal fins spiking upright as its tail lashed violently through the water, churning up towering waves. They had heard the legends of Zhang Yi. They knew escape was futile before a top-tier space ability user. Thus, they chose to fight to the death. You killed our god. Today, in this place, we will kill you. Even if they couldn't kill Zhang Yi, they would exhaust every ounce of strength to cripple him. That was the resolve burning within Isabu and his comrades. Boom! 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 The entire fleet of the Zeepan kingdom spread across the sea surface, terrifying auras surging skyward in their intent to cripple Zhang Yi. Yet Zhang Yi merely raised his right hand lightly. In that instant, the void immortal robe rippled faintly beside him, and the edge of the formless void realm manifested a circle of extremely fine light patterns in the air. This was no mere energy ripple. It was the very threads of space itself, trembling faintly. His battles and observations within the Martian world, against the Sand Raider civilization, the Boundless Sphere, the Heavenly Connection Tower, and Atom, had deepened his understanding of the universe's fundamental fabric. He no longer merely swung his sword through space. He began to reach out and touch the strings that composed it. Dimensional String Severance. This ability, forged in the netherworld through his mastery of everything under heaven and the infinite sword domain, was now amplified by the knowledge left behind by the Martian civilization. It was more powerful than ever before. It wasn't the mere accumulation of a single elemental force. It was a complete deconstruction of the dimensional structure of the entire battlefield. His right hand's fingers curled slightly. It was as if he had grasped something delicate yet supremely resilient within the void. Everyone witnessed that moment. In the sky, upon the sea, even within the air above the city, threads of light appeared, each impossibly fine. Initially, these threads stretched only a few centimeters, as thin as spider silk. But in the next instant, they extended wildly. Each thread carried an indescribable sharpness, piercing the sea surface from every direction. They extended horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, weaving into a terrifyingly dense three-dimensional grid. These were the strings of dimension, forcibly plucked from his grasp. Originally, these strings lay dormant within the world's fabric, quietly supporting space and matter. Now, they were drawn out, like a fully strung instrument. Zhang Yi's fingertips gave a light pluck. A silent vibration rippled through the entire expanse. In that instant, every warship of the Zeepan kingdom, every demon army frozen in the sea mist, even the surging waves themselves, seemed paused as if by an invisible hand. Isabu instinctively sensed extreme peril. It desperately tried to plunge into the depths, its tail lashing wildly, sending the entire sea into a frenzied churning. But it was too late. The dimensional strings unraveled completely in that moment. The structural lines of space were forcibly rewritten. Every ray of light suddenly became an inch brighter. From the sky to the sea, from wave crests to ship hulls, from the midsections of the demons to the weapons in their hands, each line represented an unstoppable cut. There were no roars, no explosions. With an utterly calm precision, they completed the disintegration of every hostile target on this battlefield. Tens of thousands of monsters from the Zeepan kingdom, hundreds of warships, froze in an instant. The next second, their bodies, their hulls, their banners, the bizarre wooden talisman paper lanterns powering their barriers, all were neatly sliced into countless tiny fragments. It was as if someone wielded a sword of ultimate precision, slicing thousands upon thousands of lines across an immense canvas in a single stroke, reducing every detail to powder. Chapter 2654, Death by 1,000 Cuts, 2. Wave crests were sliced into thin sheets of water, briefly unfurling in the air to reflect countless shards of light before collapsing back into the sea. Dozens of beams pierced the colossal form of the giant Isabus simultaneously. Its dorsal fin, its scales, its 3 long tails, and the venomous bone spines at their tips, all were severed in an instant, reduced to a chaotic pile of shattered armor. It tried to roar in fury. But as its jaws opened, the lower mandible slipped silently from its place. The ghostly blue flame in its eyes suddenly contracted, shrinking to a single point that exploded within its shattered skull. A shower of eerie light flickered briefly in the air before being gently absorbed by the void immortal robe. The warship silently blossomed upon the sea's surface. Fragments scattered with an almost eerie precision, like flakes of black snow drifting into the ocean. The demons standing on the deck didn't even have time to scream before they were sliced into tiny tissue fragments, plummeting into the sea along with the shattered deck. The 100 demon night parade vanished in unison. Only some shapeless ghostly shadows lingered on the sea surface, like smudged ink, quickly scattered by the wind. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. For a brief moment, all sound vanished from the ears of everyone in Tianhai City. They witnessed a net woven from light and the sky flare to brilliance in an instant, only to extinguish completely the very next. As if nothing had ever happened. Only the distant sea, once teeming with warships and monstrous creatures, now lay utterly empty. Only the sea water continued churning from inertia, slowly subsiding. No corpses surfaced. No wreckage drifted. After dimensional string severance, those enemies were stripped even of the status of being residue. The Black Taurus's arms, which had been supporting the barrier, finally relaxed. The defense wall, already riddled with cracks, disintegrated into countless specks of light the moment the pressure was released, scattering back into the sea like a shower. He gasped for breath, sweat and blood mingling to blur his vision. He looked up to see only the figure in the white emperor battle suit against the sky, back to the sun, standing like a sword thrust between heaven and earth. Deng Shintong tilted his head back, forcing out a single, terse phrase. 2 years apart, and you have grown stronger. Bai Li Changqing lowered his great bow, exhaling a long, pent-up breath of stale air. Every member of the Volt Shadow Troop simultaneously relaxed muscles stretched to their absolute limit. Many collapsed directly onto the deck, letting the sea breeze wash over their faces. They knew. From the moment Zhang Yi uttered "I'm back," this battlefield of Huashu Kingdom was no longer the soft target ancient civilizations could manipulate at will. And this was only the beginning. Just as the remnant image of Nirvana, sunk to the ocean floor, was about to dissipate completely, an invisible force suddenly descended from the heavens. The sea water dipped slightly under its pull, as if someone had grabbed a handful from above, forcibly yanking out a fragment of demonic essence and spiritual light from its depths. The formless void realm unfolded without a sound. Zhang Yi raised his hand, his fingertip lightly touching the space. The severed fragment stretched out like silk being pulled from a cocoon. In the next instant, a slender figure broke free from the deep-sea shadows, seized by the throat and hoisted into the air. Seawater cascaded off her body in sheets, scattering into a fine mist in the air. Her hair clung wetly to her face, her eyes still frozen in the savage glare of her murderous frenzy. The next moment, his fingers clamped down on her windpipe, trapping all her strength within her body, leaving only instinctive struggles. Death's agony never came. After witnessing her companions crushed to dust by Zhang Yi in an instant, she was still alive. Not because she was particularly formidable, but because Zhang Yi had deliberately spared her. If he was to attack the Zipan kingdom, he needed a brain. Zhang Yi glanced down at her. 38,000 points of ability index. She's a high-level combatant. Barely of any use. His voice was calm, as if appraising a piece of loot picked up by chance. This remark left Black Tortoise, Deng Shintong, and the others listening with awkward expressions. They had spent years and countless resources to reach the White Bishop level, yet in Zhang Yi's eyes, they were no better than ants. The sea wind howled between them. Far out on the ocean, the wreckage of Zipan Kingdom's warships continued to sink. The mingled sense of blood and salt spread a faint aura of death across the waters. A familiar aura emerged from Zhang Yi's shadow. Yang Xinxin's figure materialized before him. She lifted her gaze to the wet-haired girl clutched in his hand, her eyebrows arching slightly. Zhang Yi glanced sideways at her, his eyes lingering on her face for a moment before he spoke indifferently. Take her. Scour every last bit of information from her mind. Yang Xinxin blinked and nodded slowly. Understood. She raised her hand, her fingers curling lightly in the air. An almost invisible arc tightened between her fingers, like an invisible bowstring. Now, she could unleash Cupid's arrow at will, no longer needing to summon the complete fallen angel puppet. A faint pink glow quickly gathered at her fingertips. Delicate and soft, yet it added a viscous, oppressive weight to the sea surface. Cupid's arrow slowly took shape. Transparent in form, its core churned with countless fragments of emotion, shifting between tender caresses, searing possessiveness, and plunging into the darkness of jealousy and despair. Look at me. Yang Xinxin stepped forward, positioning herself directly before Runu. She seized hold of Nurana's icy chin, forcing her head upward until their gazes locked. Nurana tried to look away, but the formless void realm had sealed off every escape route. She could only be held captive by those piercing, luminous pupils. Zipan Kingdom. The number and strength of your elite warriors. The level of your civilization's development. The scale of your military forces. Every scheme you've devised against Huashu Kingdom. Spill it all, every detail, to me. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a soft yet sharp intensity. Before her words faded, her fingers relaxed. A pink arrow, trailing a faint, dim glow, sank silently into Ru's forehead. Her body convulsed violently. Terror and bewilderment washed over her pallid face. The icy blue light in her eyes was replaced by a pink heart, her pupils slowly losing focus. She seemed hollowed out from within. The sea breeze whipped her long hair. Her consciousness was forcibly dragged by Cupid's arrow into an illusion built of love and hatred. Her memories remained unchanged, yet deep within her subconscious, Yang Xinxin was now worshipped as a deity demanding absolute devotion. This included her own memories, the secrets of the Zipan Kingdom, and every shred of loyalty she once held dear. A torrent of memories surged along the path of Cupid's arrow, flooding directly into Yang Xinxin's mind. Chapter 2655, I'm Back, 1. The underground dark shrine, the lingering phantoms of the three-pillar gods, neon human souls struggling upon the altar, rows of crimson Torii gates, a barrier woven from hemp ropes. These memories flooded into Yang Xinxin's mind. Jaman, the indigenous culture of neon, originated from the Zipan kingdom of the Transformer rats. They revered ropes, using them as the foundation of their writing. The neon people's ancient belief that ropes could form seals stemmed from this very origin. Yang Xinxin took a deep breath and slowly withdrew her hand. Pink light completely swallowed the last trace of blue from the Nurana's eyes. Her entire body went limp, suspended mid-air by the formless void realm, like a rag doll drained of its soul. Her memories have been fully extracted. We now have a grasp of the basic situation in the Zipan kingdom. Yang Xinxin wiped the sweat from her brow and looked up at Zhang Yi, a hint of pride in her eyes. Store her away for now. He reached out with a wave of his hand. The Nirana was sent into the shadow space. We might need this pawn later. He lifted his gaze toward the distant skies above Tianhai City. The city's outline appeared especially fragmented after the war, its broken towers jutting like shattered bones into the sea breeze, evoking a suffocating sense of pain. The scars of Tianhai City's 2-year bloodbath were stark and jarring. Vast expanses of rubble stretched across the coastal defense zone. Ruined walls and shattered masonry resembled torn open wounds, with makeshift alloy shanties squeezed between them. Winding trenches and fortifications constricted the entire city like a rope ready to snap at any moment. Many once grand skyscrapers had been blown apart, leaving only their broken skeletons piercing the sea breeze. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh deeply. Destruction is easy, but building is hard. It took so long to construct Tianhai City, yet each act of destruction comes so effortlessly. It's time to upgrade and reinforce it. Truthfully, he had already planned to demolish and rebuild Tianhai City, so he felt no lingering attachment. Their figures flickered, leaving long trails of afterimages as they broke through the clouds and descended toward Tianhai City. Above Tianhai City, the air defense array, tightly wound to its limit, simultaneously exhaled in relief the moment he descended. Supreme Excellency! Supreme Excellency! Cheers for Zhang Yi roared like a tidal wave. At this moment, their dependence and reverence for him deepened. Tears welled in every eye, a profound sense of joy at surviving the ordeal washing over them. Deng Shintong was the first to rush forward. His sunken eye sockets and haggard expression were offset by eyes that now burned with an almost frightening intensity. He looked up just as the White Emperor battle suit descended from the sky. Damn it! The curse escaped his lips, but the next second, he was already grinning wildly as he sprinted toward Zhang Yi. I told you this bastard wouldn't die. When others said you vanished on Mars, I said they were all full of crap. A scourge like chaos? How could heaven bear to take him away? Deng Shintong reached Zhang Yi, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him hard twice, trying to confirm this guy was real. Zhang Yi's lips curved upward. Of course. How could I die so easily? Others may not know me, but you do. I'm the hardest man to kill. You bastard. Why did you vanish for 2 whole years? Deng Shintong slammed his fist hard into Zhang Yi's shoulder, as if venting 2 years of pent-up frustration. Cleaning up your messes, guarding your home, do you have any idea what we went through these past 2 years? We couldn't sleep soundly a single night, constantly worrying about enemy attacks. And you? You just up and leave for 2 whole years. On the sea, a massive shadow slowly approached. The black tortoise emerged from the sea in turtle form, its shell crisscrossed with cracks. He'd forcibly welded them shut with his own power, making the shell rougher yet more solid. Chaos. The black tortoise's voice rolled through the sea breeze. Congratulations on your bountiful return. 2 years away from Earth, circling the cosmos. Knowing your temperament, you wouldn't leave until you'd turned Mars upside down. You must have gathered quite the treasure trove. His words carried a hint of teasing, yet after the banter came an unseen sigh. But these past 2 years. Huashu Kingdom has endured a tremendous burden. Deng Shintong lowered his eyelids. In any case, it's good you're back. He wore a combat jacket, its hem still stained with undried blood. His stride was steady, yet the fatigue of sleepless nights was evident. Bai Li Changqing and Wu Di followed closely behind. Bai Li Changqing carried his longbow, its string still half-drawn. Wu Di's energy core on his chest plate flickered with light, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yi, a gaze of reverence for a formidable opponent. They halted before Zhang Yi, too overwhelmed to speak for a long moment. Bai Li Changqing opened his mouth, as if to first curse, "You bastard, you had us worried sick," but in the end, it only became a soft murmur, "I'm just glad you're back." Zhang Yi met their bloodshot eyes with a quiet nod. "You've all worked hard. 2 years had brought too much." He knew each of them had mountains of words to share, yet in this moment, all their thoughts coalesced into this single comforting phrase. To Deng Shintong's ears, this simple statement carried more weight than any grand declaration. Talking about hardship isn't appropriate. Deng Shintong rubbed his eyes and forced a smile. At least we're still alive. As long as we're alive, there's always a chance to wait for your return. Black Tortoise slowly shifted its massive form in the sea, drawing closer to the coastline of Tianhai City. Chaos, the troubles in Tianhai City haven't lessened in the 2 years you were gone. Just with the Zipan Kingdom alone, we've had dozens of conflicts, big and small. If you'd arrived any later today, I'd have had to evacuate everyone. Zhang Yi had a plan B. Should crisis strike here, they would relocate. Zhang Yi glanced up and surveyed the city. This place has taken quite a beating. Well then, let's start rebuilding. He spoke casually. His voice wasn't loud, yet it drowned out all surrounding noise. The next second, he waved his hand. The gate of 3,000 realms slowly unfolded, radiating out from Tianhai City. The entire city, along with a vast expanse of the sea, was drawn into Zhang Yi's sphere of control. The first colossal object was forcibly pulled out of dimensional space by him. It was a massive, disc-shaped base. Nearly a kilometer in diameter and dozens of meters thick, it was composed entirely of some silver-gray metal. Its surface was covered in intricate, dark patterns, while its internal structure was so complex it was impossible to discern with the naked eye. The moment the pedestal appeared, every detector in Tianhai City screamed simultaneously. Unknown energy reaction. Spatial structure disturbance. High-dimensional interference coefficient exceeded. Deng Shintong looked up at the disk blocking vast swathes of the sky, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy crap! You just hauled an entire city back from Mars? Chapter 2656, I'm back, too. A thunderous roar reverberated along the entire coastline. The colossal metal base landed precisely atop the most shattered coastal defense zone of Tianhai City. The collapsed sea wall, upon contact with the base's edge, was instantly enveloped by a spreading silver-white light membrane. Simultaneously, both the wall and the base underwent subtle deformation. Cracks vanished as the shattered breakwater structure seemed to merge into a higher-order entity, rearranged into a new form. A ring of new city walls extended from the pedestal's edge, forming a solid barrier encircling Tianhai City's outskirts, a silver-gray coastal Great Wall. This defensive structure was composed entirely of concrete manufactured using Sand Raider civilization technology. With it, Tianhai City would henceforth become one of the world's strongest fortresses. Even attacks of night-level power could not shatter it in a single blow. The towering walls gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Their surfaces bore no superfluous ornamentation, only concentric rings of energy etchings, stripped down to the ultimate simplicity. The Black Tortoise gazed at the immense, soaring silver-gray walls, his expression suddenly turning grave. This material. He tapped the edge of the base with his massive turtle claw, feeling its near-absolute solidity. His pupils abruptly contracted. Though he hadn't struck hard, the rock-hard texture gave him the distinct impression that even a full-power strike might struggle to break it. This material. Even my full-strength strike would barely leave a shallow scratch. Without sustained bombardment, it's impenetrable. Chaos, what exactly did you bring back from Mars? Zhang Yi nodded. This is a treasure I discovered from the advanced Sand Raider civilization, on Mars. Using it to defend Tianhai City is essentially a dimensional leap in warfare. He didn't pause his actions. Across the entire Martian world, he'd retrieved nearly every structure that could be packed up. Energy towers, industrial bases, massive factories. All were intact, undamaged, ready for immediate deployment. He hadn't wasted even the civilian residences. After all, no one lived there anyway, they were just sitting idle. The second, the third. One by one, structures from the Martian world were dragged out of dimensional space. Like gigantic building blocks, they fell from the sky, landing precisely over the gaps torn open by war in Tianhai City. The abandoned buildings were instantly replaced. The visual spectacle was breathtaking. Everyone stared in awe as an even grander city rose before their eyes. Some structures spiraled skyward like towering spires, others resembled colossal metallic trees with branches laden with glowing orbs, while others were composed of countless suspended cubes, each rotating slowly. Upon landing, they unfolded autonomously, docking seamlessly with the freshly laid foundations. Waves of energy radiated outward, perfectly integrating with the city's underground networks and existing infrastructure. Defensive towers sprang up along the coastline. Their compact structures bore a ring of suspended tracks at the top, where dozens of silver light blades whirled. Any unknown energy approaching within their detection range would be instantly sliced into fragments. At the city's heart, an even taller energy tower pierced the clouds. Within its core, faint starlight cascaded down from higher dimensions, flowing along engraved patterns before feeding into subterranean energy conduits, as if grafting a new circulatory system onto the entire Tianhai city. Amidst stunned gazes, dilapidated residential districts gradually gave way to Martian architecture. New streets were paved with metal plates and a black elastic material. This material could rapidly recover its original shape after withstanding powerful impacts, preventing secondary damage from ground fractures during combat. After these structures took root, Tianhai City's spatial framework underwent a subtle shift. It remained along the coastline of the East Sea region, yet it was no longer a fragile plate torn by tsunamis and alien forces. It had become a thick, resilient steel plate. Anyone attempting to attack now would find their teeth shattered to splinters without a strong bite. Deng Shintong stared in disbelief. "You've brought back an entire civilization's heritage?" He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Those Sand Raiders' ancestors must be fuming in their graves. Black Tortoise watched beside him, eyes gleaming with envy, murmuring in admiration. "Damn, I thought you'd just pick up some mineral resources when you went out. Now I see you've dismantled their entire city like Lego blocks, brought them back to rebuild them yourself." Black Tortoise stared at the towers that had just landed and were still automatically calibrating, the turtle shell on his back slowly unfurling. With these structures in place, at least for the short term, Tianhai City won't have to fear harassment from the Zeepan Kingdom's forces. Zhang Yi had completely rebuilt the city. Only a fraction of the original Tianhai City remained. Most of it had been replaced by Martian architecture. In less than 10 minutes, Tianhai City had been transformed beyond recognition. "These structures come from a higher-level civilization," he stated calmly. "Though that civilization perished billions of years ago, for present-day Huashu Kingdom, they are more than sufficient. They can withstand the full assault of night-tier mutants. Henceforth, even if Tianhai City becomes a battlefield, it will no longer crumble at the slightest touch." No sooner had he finished speaking than many personnel responsible for logistics and defense planning within Tianhai City felt their eyes sting. They understood better than anyone what this signified. It meant this city was finally no longer a makeshift fortress cobbled together from flesh and crude steel. Instead, it would become a true bastion, one forged through repeated trials of war, yet forever intact. Deng Shintong exhaled deeply, the weariness on his face seeming to vanish like wind-blown dust. "All right, with this move, you've made up for 2 years of losses in one fell swoop. Next, we need to figure out how to collect what's owed to us, bit by bit, from those ancient civilizations." He shifted gears, instantly regaining the sharpness of a commander. "What's your next move? Should we first gather the high-ranking officials from the 6 major regions for a meeting? How should we distribute the gains from Mars? We should let the 6 major regions get a share of the spoils. They've had a tough couple of years. And regarding the ancient civilizations, we need a unified strategy to deal with them." Zhang Yi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he signaled to the members of the Volt Shadow Troop, "Let's head back first, then we can discuss this in detail." The Tianhai Fortress stood tall at the very heart of the city. Zhang Yi smiled at the group and said, "Everyone, relax. Take a moment to unwind." Deng Shintong and the others, their muscles still taut, only began to unwind slightly upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Surrounded by over 100,000 civilians and soldiers, Zhang Yi and his group made their way into Tianhai Fortress. Only upon entering that utopian fortress, a place of perpetual warmth and beauty, did Deng Shintong and the others truly relax, breathing deeply. Chapter 2657, Counterattack, 1. Zhang Yi sat unhurriedly in the center of the living room, sinking into the plush, snow-white leather sofa whose softness relaxed his entire body. Others gradually took seats around him, pulling up small stools when space ran short. Yang Xia and Zhou Jaime went to prepare hot drinks and snacks. Black Tortoise's spirit form hovered mid-air as all eyes fixed on Zhang Yi, brimming with unspoken questions. But Zhang Yi kept his gaze lowered, not meeting theirs, so everyone held their tongues for the moment. Once Yang Xia and the others brought in the hot drinks and snacks, they were distributed and sipped. As the tense atmosphere eased, Zhang Yi finally spoke. As you all witnessed, I encountered some extraordinary events on Mars. There exists an ancient civilization there, and I've acquired their technology and resources. Zhang Yi didn't elaborate on specifics, nor did he need to share them publicly. After all, Black Tortoise, an outsider, was still present. Black Tortoise's spirit form gazed at Zhang Yi, understanding he wouldn't reveal much in his presence. He simply asked, now that you've returned, what are your plans? Revenge where revenge is due. I do enjoy picking on the weak. But, Zhang Yi's gaze shifted to Yang Xinqin. First, tell us about Nirana. What did you uncover from her mind? Yang Xinqin had been using her psychic powers to organize the newly acquired memories. At his words, she lifted her head, her gaze sharpening. The military strength of the Zipan Kingdom is more formidable than we previously estimated. She spoke slowly. Among the three pillar gods, the divine nest sun god has already fallen by your hand, brother Zhang Yi. The remaining two, Ain Nominakanushi and Takama Masubi, possess ability indexes around 58,000 and 56,000 respectively. Both are standard night tier powerhouses. Nirana witnessed them in action from afar. That kind of power. She paused, a flicker of awe from her recollection passing through her eyes. If they fought side by side in a head-on clash, they wouldn't be any weaker than the top-tier forces of the Wulwan Empire. In fact, on their own turf, they might even surpass them. The overall national strength of the Zipan Kingdom is comparable to the Wulwan Empire, but they hold the advantage in the number of powerful warriors. Fatty Su rubbed his chin and exclaimed, that really is a problem. Uncle Yu's eyes widened. Trouble my ass. They're the ones who started this mess. They messed with us, don't tell me we just let it slide? If you ask me, we should just go in and wipe them out. He made a fierce gesture. We can't let anyone treat us like soft targets. This time it's self-defense. Wiping them out would be perfectly justified. With our current strength, two white knight-level powerhouses aren't too much of a challenge anyway. Although Zhang Yi's ability index was only 56,000 points, combined with his cheat-like abilities and exceptional talent, his actual combat power had already reached the level of a Black Knight. Thus, Uncle Yu was now brimming with fighting spirit, convinced they could sweep through the Zipan Kingdom as effortlessly as they had annihilated the Zhurong clan. Liang Yu nodded in agreement beside him. Exactly, Zhang Yi. We've just returned and decimated their mutant forces. Our momentum is at its peak. Let's launch a full-scale assault and purge the entire East Sea region. Then ordinary folk fishing at sea won't have to fear harassment. How splendid would that be? The ocean holds vast resources and safeguards Huashu Kingdom's eastern maritime gateway. This territory must never be relinquished. Bai Li Changqing tightened his bow's grip, his voice steady. Tactically speaking, the Zipan Kingdom has suffered devastating losses this time. Their entire main force, just deployed, was wiped out in one fell swoop by you. They won't be able to rebuild an offensive of the same level anytime soon. Counterattacking now will catch them completely off guard. At the very least, we can push their front lines back into deeper waters. Securing a buffer zone along the East Sea coast. The group exchanged views rapidly, dissecting the tactical advantages with precision. Zhang Yi listened without immediate agreement. His gaze drifted past the crowd, lingering on the coastline that had just settled. Xinqin, what's your take on this? Zhang Yi sipped his hot coffee, inviting Yang Xinxin's perspective. Hearing her use the word tricky meant this wouldn't be straightforward. Clearly, the Zipin Kingdom had more than just 2 white knights as its foundation. What you've said all makes sense. Yang Xinxin spoke slowly, her cool gaze radiating absolute composure. But the Zipin Kingdom wouldn't have dared to act now without considering what our return would mean. In Nurana's memories, there were several internal debates among them. One faction advocated continued restraint, keeping their main forces hidden beneath the islands and using harassment tactics to gradually wear down Huashu Kingdom's coastal forces. The other faction argued that with my prolonged absence in Huashu Kingdom surrounded by other ancient civilizations, facing pressure on multiple fronts, now was the time to strike directly. This time, the latter faction prevailed. Yang Xinxin continued. Their confidence to act stems from 2 factors. First, they've already deployed countermeasures against Brother Zhang Yi across the Neon Islands. Cupid's arrow ability is no longer a secret among the Zipin Kingdom's high command. They prepared defenses in advance, so certain secrets remain inaccessible even to someone of Nurana's level. A rash attack would surely lead them into an unknown trap. Zhang Yi nodded in deep agreement. Though this was the era of mutants, one must never assume that a high ability index equated to invincibility. Most of his powers were already public knowledge. Apart from the new abilities he had grasped on Mars, his mastery over time, space, and the netherworld had long been exposed at the Interspecies Negotiation Conference. For mutants, combat effectiveness plummeted instantly when their abilities were countered. Take his initial battle against 13 armed battle maidens. Their space shock disrupted their abilities, even restricting their use of dimensional gates. Zhang Yi's swift conquest of the Zhurong nation relied on information asymmetry. But the Zipin Kingdom would undoubtedly be prepared from the outset. With double their strength, attack, with tenfold, encircle. Launching an attack against a prepared enemy requires at least double their strength. Even then, victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one. That doesn't align with Zhang Yi's combat philosophy. Yang Xinxin continued. Second, Zipin Kingdom's assault on Tianhai City isn't a solo operation. For ancient civilizations lurk around Huashu Kingdom, waiting for their chance. If we fail to subdue the Zipin Kingdom swiftly, we'll be caught in a pincer movement by 5 ancient civilizations. Then, once the other ancient civilizations smell blood, they'll join the fray. That's the war they truly crave. Chapter 2658, Counterattack, 2. Hearing this, Uncle Yu also frowned. So you're saying charging in might not be a route, it could be walking straight into their trap. Deng Shintong silently lowered his head. He'd considered this possibility too. The ancient civilizations Zhang Yi had previously eliminated were all meticulously prepared in advance, either exploiting information gaps or launching surprise attacks. Only when the enemy was unprepared could they be swiftly defeated by a calculated strike against the unprepared. But against a civilization fully alert, prepared for battle, and specifically plotting against them? Forget victory, Zhang Yi and his team might even face danger themselves. Yang Xinxin nodded. So rushing in now wouldn't give us an advantage. We'd just be helping them complete their plan. Since Mars has already secured sufficient resources, Huashu Kingdom won't be an easy target to crush anytime soon. Then we needn't rush to show our hand to anyone. First, we stabilize our own position. If they want to gamble, let them stew in the anxiety of waiting for our attack for a while longer. Let them stew until they start questioning their very existence. When we're fully prepared, it won't be too late to strike. Yang Xinxin's words struck a chord deep within Zhang Yi. As a comrade in arms through years of battle, she understood Zhang Yi's approach perfectly. Even with vastly increased strength, new weapons, and abundant resources, Zhang Yi showed no sign of arrogance. The greater his power, the more cautious he became, for the deeper his sense of reverence grew. Deng Shintong listened, then slowly let a faint smile touch his lips. Very well. For us, this is the first time we don't need to rush headlong into proving anything. When you have the confidence, you learn to choose your time and place. He turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "So, when do you plan to convene a meeting with the 6 major regions? How will Mars resources be allocated? How will we avenge the ancient civilization? We can't just leave them all guessing." Zhang Yi glanced at the transformed Tianhai city, then at the distant horizon where sky met sea. "There's no rush. Time is on our side. Today, everyone should rest well. Don't dwell on trivial matters. Next, have Karen begin deconstructing the Sand Raider civilization's technology. Our weapon systems require comprehensive upgrades. Our cities will be remodeled using the Sand Raider civilizations and the Yihen tribe engineers' technologies. Once these foundations are laid, gather the high-ranking officials from the 6 major regions. By then, our meetings won't be about how to defend, they'll be about how to attack. How to make those ancient civilizations, who've always treated us like soft targets, seriously consider the possibility of us devouring them." His gaze lingered over the East Sea. The surface had regained its calm after the recent slaughter. Yet everyone knew what lurked beneath. Zhang Yi glanced at the sea and remarked indifferently, "Leave the Zepan kingdom be for now. Once I've sorted out my current affairs, I'll settle that score. Let them live these next few days. The longer they live, the deeper their fear will grow. When I decide to strike, what I'll give them is 100%, utterly inescapable despair. Cut the weeds at the root, wipe everything clean, that is true vengeance." Sea breezes swept across Tianhai City's newly cast walls. Martian architecture refracted a cold metallic gleam under the sunlight. After 2 years of desperate struggle, this city finally possessed genuine, formidable strength. Everyone understood, from this moment onward, the rhythm of the Huashu kingdom would no longer be dictated by others. The flames of war above Tianhai City had long since died down. Newly erected Martian defense towers stood silently, their engraved patterns pulsing with faint light, enveloping the entire city in a barely perceptible luminous barrier. One of the defining features of super-era technology was speed. Without requiring human labor, the massive fleet of mechanical lifeforms completed the transformation of Tianhai City within a single day. Robust and formidable, the strongest fortress city in the history of the 6th generation of humankind was born. Zhang Yi withdrew his gaze, turning to give Deng Shentong and Black Tortoise a nod. "Everyone, get some rest. The Volt Shadow Troop returns to base. Everyone in Tianhai City, get a good night's sleep and a proper meal." Deng Shentong's dark circles betrayed unease. "We can't lower our guard. What if the enemy attacks while we're resting? Leave the city's defense to them." He raised his hand, pointing toward the distant horizon where sky met sea. In that area, which should have been empty, slender blue light lines quietly materialized. The lines resembled tracks drawn from the void, the site of Zhang Yi's dimensional gate opening. The next second, cold, imposing figures emerged one after another from the gate. Their bodies were more streamlined than the Tsan tribe's older steel soldier models, with overall contours refined and exteriors crafted from dark silver metal. Pale blue energy rings encircled their joints, while their eyes were mere slender bands of light spanning their skulls. Within each body, the cold logic of Mars's mechanical civilization hummed. Sand Raiders, Zhang Yi had brought over 3,000 of these contraptions back from Mars, all fully restored by Lucarin. Yet only 50 were deployed now. Each Sand Raider possessed combat prowess rivaling that of an Epsilon-tier mutant, consuming immense energy. Zhang Yi had to use them sparingly. Even now, having secured the majority of Mars resources, he would not waste a single bit. 50 Sand Raiders were sufficient to guard the entire Tianhai city. They patrolled inside and outside the newly constructed city walls, their steps uniform, their movements precise. Countless tiny surveillance drones detached from their bodies, swarming like gray electronic birds across hundreds of kilometers of airspace surrounding Tianhai City, weaving an even denser surveillance net. Black Tortoise watched the scene, his mouth agape. "These things give me a feeling. That's terrifying." Hearing the word terrifying from the East Sea region's top combatant was no small matter. But Black Tortoise spoke the truth, those Sand Raiders robots made him sense danger. Zhang Yi responded frankly. Individually, these things have combat capabilities roughly equivalent to entry-level Epsilon mutants with an ability index of around 10,000 points. But their combat strength grows exponentially with numbers. Don't misunderstand, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As their numbers increase, their power scales exponentially. They continuously evolve during battle and coordinate flawlessly with each other. Thus, they achieve a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Hearing this, Black Tortoise couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Suddenly, I feel like we're practically cavemen. Chapter 2659, Triumphant Return, 1. Black Tortoise's sentiment was something Zhang Yi could understand. When they first encountered those ancient civilizations, they had felt the same way. Isn't this only natural? Our human civilization, through 6 generations, our generation has only had a history of a few tens of thousands of years. But theirs has developed over hundreds of millions of years. We are merely fortunate to stand on the shoulders of giants and grow. Zhang Yi was clear-headed. His heart secretly rejoiced over acquiring this cutting-edge technology, yet he dared not let it go to his head. The greater the world one sees, the more humble one becomes. Black Tortoise marveled, with this ring of sand raiders deployed around Tianhai City's perimeter. Even 2 additional fleets from the Zipan Kingdom would be left in the dust. Deng Shintong glanced up at the steel defense line, his smile carrying a rare trace of long-lost relief for the first time. All right then. Tonight, we'll do as you say. Tianhai City gets a holiday. Anyone who dares disturb our rest will have to cross this steel moat first. Soon, the order spread throughout the city through the command center's central system. In that moment, everyone heard the same broadcast. Chaos returns. Ceasefire today. Within the city, nerves that had been stretched taut collectively slackened the instant those words echoed. Exhausted soldiers slumped in makeshift shelters, staring blankly for a few seconds after hearing the broadcast before bursting into laughter. Children, long accustomed to midnight awakenings by artillery fire, peered out timidly, scanning the sky to confirm only silent, patrolling silver machines, no snarling sea monsters. Someone couldn't resist lighting fireworks at the street corner. The first burst soared above the newly constructed defense tower, exploding into a dazzling bloom within the shadow cast by the Sand Raiders' structure. Then a second, a third, within minutes, the night sky over Tianhai City was dotted with sparks. Standing atop the tallest energy tower, Zhang Yi watched as peace returned to the city. Hearing laughter drifting from afar, a gentle smile touched his face. He loved this feeling. After watching for a moment, Zhang Yi turned and beckoned to Deng Shintong behind him. Let's go. Time to get down to business. What business? Eating and drinking. After 2 years of restraint, the tens of thousands of soldiers, researchers, and experts in Tianhai City hadn't had a proper meal. They'd often wake from their sleep in terror, fearing for Zhang Yi's safety or Tianhai City's destruction. Now, they could finally savor a proper meal and sleep soundly. Thus, their appetites today were exceptionally hearty. The temporary base of the Volt Shadow Troop had been relocated to a spacious plaza in the city center. The originally cold, rigid metal platforms had been replaced by Zhang Yi with multifunctional plaza modules from the Martian world. The ground possessed a slight elasticity, automatically adjusting its load-bearing capacity according to foot traffic. A vast open space lay at the center, surrounded by multi-tiered steps. The immense energy barrier enveloping the entire Tianhai City blocked out the external cold, maintaining a perfectly comfortable environment with constant temperature, humidity, and oxygen levels. At this moment, the steps were already lined with long tables. The tables weren't made of wood or ordinary alloy, but rather a material capable of automatically regulating temperature. Their surfaces were smooth as mirrors, a light tap would cause utensils to spring up at designated spots. Lu Karen had long rolled up her sleeves and was working up a sweat in a corner of the plaza. Of course, her work wasn't traditional cooking. She was debugging the culinary modules brought back from Mars. A row of 2-meter-tall white cabinets stood in orderly formation, each topped by a suspended light blue display screen. The screens showed various ingredients and dish names. Home-style dishes from Earth's regions, nutritional recipes from the Martian era, and even strange culinary records left behind by the Sand Raider civilization. This thing was originally designed by the Sand Raiders to solve mass catering problems. I just tweaked the parameters. Lou Karen stood with her arms crossed, a look of smug satisfaction on her face. It used to only churn out nutrient paste to sustain life. Now I've added a bit of Earthling human touch to it, ha! Now, if someone orders Kung Pao chicken, it'll actually whip up a real plate of Kung Pao chicken. Order braised pork belly? You get braised pork belly. Fatty Sue sniffed the air, the aroma making his mouth water. But these aren't real vegetables or meat, right? Can it even taste good? Though shaped like chicken, duck, fish, and pork, these were still synthetic foods, making Fatty Sue hesitant. The taste, well. She glanced at Fatty Sue's skeptical expression beside her. Between compressed biscuits and restaurant chefs? Probably closer to the latter. After all, Tianhai City now housed over 100,000 people. Establishing such a massive agricultural base was simply impossible. Li Jian did raise livestock and grow vegetables, but those ingredients were reserved for Zhang Yi and a select few core personnel. Then what are we waiting for? Let's dig in. Fatty Sue's eyes lit up, and he practically lunged forward. Back on the spaceship, he'd been forced to eat protein blocks for a whole month. He was sick of them. The moment his hand hovered over the light screen, it automatically pulled up a recommended menu based on his physical data. Braised pork belly, steamed fish, and rice, 3 bowls minimum. This thing really gets me. He was so moved he nearly shed tears. Uncle Yu wasted no time, slapping his hand down on another light screen. Give me 10 pounds of meat. Any kind will do, the fattier, the better. This month has left my mouth so bland it's disgusting. The screen flickered, displaying a line of text. Recommended to control portion size. Please be mindful of cardiovascular health. Uncle Yu's face darkened as he slammed his fist into the cabinet. I kept my stomach intact instead of converting it into an energy reactor precisely to savor delicious food. Zhang Yi watched from the side for a moment before bursting into laughter. Lou Karen hurriedly interjected, hold on. Let me tweak the parameters. She swiped lightly across the screen, unlocking certain overly rigid health restrictions. With a casual flick, she also opened a privileged access channel for the Volt Shadow Troop. All culinary modules in the plaza shifted into high-load mode. Superheated steam circulated rapidly within, while seasonings, synthetic meat chunks, and authentic vegetables were stir-fried in the sealed chamber with millisecond-precise timing. The aroma quickly filled the air. It was the long-missed scent of home cooking. Not the blandness of nutritional paste, nor the dryness of military rations. It was genuine fragrance. Even the winds of Tianhai City seemed to soften in response. Members of the Volt Shadow Troop, trays in hand, had long since seated themselves in rows along both sides of the long tables. These warriors, who had spent the past 2 years on the front lines, were accustomed to emerging only amidst the darkness and the glow of blood. Now, for the first time, they stood openly in the brightly lit square, no urgent alarm sirens urging them to depart. Happiness radiated from every face. Instead of opening their small canteen, Zhang Yi and his team joined the others, eating heartily and drinking freely. Only the crisp sound of clinking glasses and the satisfying crunch of food filled the air. Chapter 2660, Triumphant Return, 2. Brother. Yang Xinxin approached carrying a large platter of food. The dish was a chaotic jumble of everything imaginable, meat, vegetables, desserts piled haphazardly together, with no discernible logic to the arrangement. You should eat some too. Ever since we left for Mars, I haven't seen you eat a proper meal, just energy supplements. Stop trying to be cool. Humans need to eat. She shoved the plate into his hands before finding a spot to sit, her legs dangling lightly like a student finally on vacation. Lu Karen, Liang Yu, Yang Xia, and Zhou Ker gathered around too. Zhang Yi raised his wine glass and addressed the group. Tonight, we won't discuss the war. Let's forget all the unpleasantness and just relax and enjoy ourselves. Cheers! Cheers! Laughter mingled with the aroma of wine and food, slowly spreading outward from the square. Elsewhere in the city, long-awaited revelry began in its own rhythm. Some set up makeshift barbecue stalls on the streets. Veterans drafted to the front lines shed their shirts and danced the once popular square dances on the newly paved metal streets. 2 years of pent-up shouts and tears evaporated bit by bit that night, carried away by alcohol and fireworks. Midway through his meal, Zhang Yi's smart device began emitting a series of alerts. Encrypted communications from high-ranking officials across other districts. He glanced down. Signal sources formed a dense, lengthy chain. The entire leadership of Huashu's 6 major regions had logged in almost simultaneously. Ho Tu, Zhu Zheng, Li Guangxiao, and others, upon learning of his return, sent messages with palpable urgency. Zhang Yi merely smiled faintly before closing the chat window. After a night of revelry, Tianhai City awoke the next day transformed, shedding the stifling gloom of the past 2 years. When everyone woke to survey this renewed city in daylight, they were like curious children discovering a new toy. The technologies of the Sand Raider civilization required them to start learning from scratch. Fortunately, Tianhai City was brimming with talent. Experts across every field were highly enthusiastic about researching these new technologies. Zhang Yi woke up in the morning, bare-chested, with Yang Xia and Zhou Ker lying quietly beside him. He smiled faintly, dressed, and got out of bed, stretching lazily toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window. He casually skimmed through over 999 messages received yesterday. He couldn't be bothered to read those sent by Ho Tu and others. Since his return, Huashu Kingdom was unlikely to face major disasters. As for the sycophantic flattery in trivial matters, he couldn't be bothered with them either. He had no interest in being an emperor who personally managed every minor detail. However, one greeting message arrived just that morning, and upon seeing it, a smile touched his lips. The message originated from another continent, Colombia. The familiar profile picture, a white Labrador retriever. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then initiated a video call back. Soon, Brian's perpetually mischievous face appeared on the screen. "Hey, bro. Happy New Year. So glad you're still alive. Knew you wouldn't go down that easy." Brian sprawled like a dog on a cluttered sofa, black stockings draped over the backrest and silicone products scattered unconcealed on the floor. Zhang Yi's lips twitched. The bastard's got boundless energy, looks like all that horse semen wasn't wasted. Brian spread his hands, chattering away. "So what the hell did you find on Mars? Some say you died. Others say aliens captured you for experiments. You gotta give me a reliable lead already. My intel business is about to go under." Zhang Yi studied him, sipping his black coffee slowly. "On Mars, I found some scrap metal and took the liberty of rummaging through their entire stash." Brian's eyes lit up. "You found an extraterrestrial civilization?" Zhang Yi replied flatly, "Just refugees who fled Earth, trying to escape their doom, only to plunge into self-destruction. I picked up their leftovers." "Junk? Heh, you're being modest. Anything worthy of your chaos-level presence, something you'd spend 2 years retrieving, could that really be junk?" He flicked his eyebrows, his face flushing with flattery. "So, might I reserve some leftovers? You know that damn old codger Da Vinci loves this sort of thing. Like, say, surplus mechanical technology. We're brothers through thick and thin, right? We help each other out." Zhang Yi smiled without comment. He merely raised a hand in a pause gesture. "We'll discuss that later. Judging by your appearance, you've been doing quite well in Colombia these past 2 years." Brian spread his hands. "Just scraping by in the cracks. The higher-ups struck a cooperation agreement with the civilizations on this continent long ago, so there haven't been any major conflicts. But in the 2 years since you left, I've heard Huashu Kingdom hasn't been having an easy time. The smile on Zhang Yi's lips deepened. That's all in the past. And it won't happen again in the future. Anyway, I'll always be your brother. If you ever need anything, just ask. Brian held up his massive hand, wearing a comical grin, yet his eyes were sincere. When you're ready to share more about Mars, make sure to let me know first. We in Columbia are also eager to see what a higher dimensional world looks like. Zhang Yi nodded. Rest assured. If I ever consider partners, you'll be my first choice. The communication ended. Zhang Yi stretched lazily, gazing at the coastline stretching like a straight line in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Soon, the entire world will see what I've brought back from Mars. Far across the ocean in another direction, the night over the Neon Islands wore a different hue. The Zeepan Kingdom. Above the archipelago, thick clouds were torn apart by streaks of blue-white lightning, revealing the faintly shimmering outline of a temple. It wasn't an ancient wooden structure, but a vast complex of buildings resembling a modern urban metropolis. Railways of light crisscrossed between the skyscrapers, with dedicated air vehicles shuttling through the sky. At the pinnacle of it all, the Takamagara Temple hung silently in the sky. Viewed from below, it resembled an inverted city. Layers upon layers of temple pavilions hung upside down against the night sky. Wind chimes adorned with electronic patterns hung from the eaves, each bell contained a sensor chip. A single gentle ring sent invisible ripples pulsing through space. The central main hall soared to immense heights, its roof a vast transparent dome. Above the dome lay a virtual starry sky. These were not real stars, but energy projections formed by all targets monitored by the Zeepan Kingdom. Chapter 2661, Direct Assault on the Marshlands, 1. At this moment, in the center of the starry sky, the entire cluster of light points representing Isabu's fleet had completely extinguished. Within the main hall, a slender figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. He wore a white kimono-style battle garment, over which draped a simplified black priestly robe embroidered with abstract cloud and wave patterns. His face was obscured by a faint golden light screen, revealing only the faint outline of profound features. He was Ain no Minakanushi, one of the three great deities of the Neon mythology. Half a step behind him stood another figure, equally veiled in light. This one bore the name Takama Masubi. Beneath their feet lay a vast optical screen. The screen repeatedly replayed the data just received. The fleet led by Isabu had deployed its formation in the open seas beyond Tianhai City. Yumabosa's summoned waves, Nirana stirred ghostly fog, and the 100 Demon Knight Parade mobilized. The next instant, the screen was utterly consumed by some unanalyzable high-dimensional rift. All energy curves spiked wildly at that moment, then plummeted to 0. 6.3 seconds. Takama Masubi gazed at the curves, her voice low. From the moment Isabu issued their final tactical command to when we lost all contact with them, it took merely 6.3 seconds. Even we could not annihilate them all in such a short span. Ain no Minakanushi gazed at the repeatedly enlarged footage. This was Isabu's final vision. Between sea and sky, a figure clad in white divine armor stood suspended, a long sword held at a slight angle. No tracking device could lock onto the trajectory of his strike. He made no movement at all, merely pressed a finger lightly against the void, as if plucking a string. And with that, everything ended. Dimensional string severance. In the current world domain, aside from powerful civilizations like the Dragon clans, among the strong of other civilizations, one who could master space power at such a level would absolutely be considered top tier. Chaos. Ain no Minakanushi, the heavenly sovereign, murmured this name softly. As the sound passed through the light screen, there was an instant icy fluctuation. He has returned from Mars. We anticipated this possibility, but never imagined his power would surpass that of 2 years ago by such a margin. As he spoke, the fingers tucked within his wide sleeves clenched until they cracked. Is this the favor bestowed upon the contemporary generation? Though the Creator's rules for the world are shifting, the 6th generation remains favored until the 7th emerges. Kagago did not grant the 6th generation billions of years to mature, but as compensation, he bestowed upon them accelerated growth. Consider this, for the Transformer rats, advancing from an awakened ability user to a night-level existence requires at least a century, even under optimal conditions. Takamasubi raised his eyes. What troubles you? Are our traps insufficient? Or are you beginning to doubt that 2 night-level beings plus the Abyss Altar might not be enough to keep him permanently bound to Takamagara? No Minakanushi fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking her head. The traps are sufficient. The spatial folding layer beneath Takamagara has undergone 3 verification tests. We have thoroughly analyzed his abilities. The moment he dares set foot on the mainland of the Zeepan Kingdom, we have the confidence to activate triple containment within a second, stripping him from the mortal realm and pressing him directly into the altar's deepest layers. That place is a cage forged specifically for his power in time and space. Even if Chaos could tear open the cage temporarily, it would come at a price. Then, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. Takamasubi smiled. That's enough. We're not trying to kill a monster that even the divine Nest Sun God himself couldn't slay. Making him pay a price, showing him that the Zeepan Kingdom isn't some soft-shelled turtle to be bullied at will, that alone achieves our purpose. At the very least, he must understand, the Zeepan Kingdom is never a place for him to run wild. He paused, a hint of sharpness edging his tone. Isabu and the others died too easily, but their deaths were worthwhile. They tested the first wave of conditions after Chaos's return for us. We can recalibrate the trap parameters based on this data. Next time we meet, he won't have it so easy. No Minakanushi nodded slowly. From what we know of this man, he holds grudges. Now that he's returned from the cosmos, his power has surged. He'll likely come knocking soon. Moreover, he'll certainly probe for intelligence on the Zeepan Kingdom through that rules category woman by his side, leading him to form false conclusions. What I want is his carelessness. He raised his hand and tapped lightly in the air. The entire Zeepan Kingdom's defense system immediately elevated to a higher level. Centered on the Neon Islands, faint golden barriers slowly rose from the sea surface. These barriers were unobtrusive. Barely visible to the naked eye, they only refracted a faint light at the edge of the atmosphere. They formed colossal torii gates, while the Jaman ropes connected the entire island and surrounding waters into one immense barrier. The Zeepan Kingdom entered a state of total alert. They ceased dispatching long-range harassment units. All military forces were withdrawn, channeling their efforts entirely into the spatial folding trap surrounding Takamagara. They awaited only one visitor, Chaos. On the first day, Chaos did not come. On the second day, Chaos still did not come. On the 10th day, Chaos still had not come. The 2 deities atop Takamagara grew restless. They murmured to each other, "This doesn't add up. Based on our understanding of Chaos, he wouldn't swallow this humiliation. But why isn't he coming?" The 2 exchanged glances, an inexplicable tension gripping their hearts. They had prepared meticulously, concentrating all their combat strength, waiting only for Zhang Yi to lead his army onto their territory so they could strike back. Yet outside the Neon Island territories, who among them could confidently face Zhang Yi in combat? Even united, the 2 might not stand a chance against him. Thus, they dared not send scouts to Huashu Kingdom for intelligence. A growing sense of restlessness began to stir within the higher echelons of the Transformer rats. Strike while the iron is hot, strike again, and it weakens, strike a third time, and it fails. Their fighting spirit was being slowly eroded, plunging them into the same agony Tianhai City had endured 2 years prior, utter uncertainty about when the situation would worsen. Yet there was no solution. After all, the initiative now lay entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. And what was Zhang Yi doing at this moment? Naturally, he was fortifying his defenses, stockpiling resources, and then targeting the softest targets. After resting for just 1 day, he led a contingent of the Volt Shadow Troop and began his campaign. He intended to circle the entire Huashu Kingdom, starting from Tianhai City. Wielding the demon sword Divine Refinement and clad in the White Emperor battle suit, he commenced his inspection of the realm. It is time to erect a mound of skulls and establish our authority over all races. Chapter 2662, Direct Assault on the Marshland, 2. The morning wilderness was weighed down by thick, low-hanging mist. Damp winds swept over withered grass blades, while distant black stone pillars loomed indistinctly. A patrol squad of members of the Wolf Fawn clan trudged through muddy water among them, their metal armor clinking softly with each step, producing a low, muffled clang. These Wolf Fawn clan warriors dragged rough ammunition boxes behind them, their waists strapped with shriveled leather pouches. Dark red liquid seeped from the pouches intermittently, releasing a foul, bloody stench. One Wolf Fawn clan warrior sniffed sharply. The bone spurs in his nostrils twitched slightly, a hint of rapture flashing in his eyes. The taste of human flesh. It really brings back memories. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs, exclaiming with satisfaction. That batch of Washu Kingdom mutants we captured a few days back? Their meat was top-notch. The commander said they were elite warriors. Their bodies were saturated with residual energy, their protein content dozens of times higher than beef. Too bad we devoured them too quickly. Didn't get to savor it properly. Several warriors nearby roared with laughter, their shoulder armor quivering with bone spikes, iron rings dangling from their tailbones. We should patrol more often. The Washu Kingdom loves sending elite squads on missions. Catch a few more groups, and our whole tribe could feast for a year. Heard it's total chaos over there now. That strongest one, Chaos, already died in the stars. Bite off as much as we can while we can, it's a steal. Soon enough, we'll wipe this clan off the face of the earth. Laughter spread through the fog, quickly swallowed by the wind. Mid-conversation, an inexplicable chill suddenly crept up their spines. A member of the Wolf Fawn clan abruptly halted, ears pricked. The fog thickened. The outline of the black stone pillars that had been visible ahead vanished without a sound. In their place stood a figure. The mist was forcibly pushed aside by the broad silhouette of his shoulders, forming an arc that slowly dispersed outward from his feet, as if the entire world had shrunk to fit only that towering form. Uncle Yu strode out of the thick fog, shouldering a massive alloy staff forged from metal. His form was like an iron tower, muscles bulging beneath his battle armor. The staff's tip dragged along the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake. He stared at the Wolf Fawn clan warriors ahead, then suddenly grinned, revealing a satisfied smile. Found them. My prey! The Wolf Fawn clan warriors froze for a split second before instinctively snarling in rage. Fangs bared, claw blades extended, their howls exploded through the mist. The next instant, the fog was swept aside by a violent wave from the alloy staff. No one saw how Uncle Yu moved. All they saw was the staff swinging effortlessly in his single hand, sweeping sideways as casually as swatting away a few bothersome flies. The earth groaned, the air itself forced into visible ripples. The Wolf Fawn clan warriors didn't even have time to react before that terrifying force struck them. Their armor instantly buckled, bones shattered, flesh pulverized into a formless, crimson-black paste by the shockwave. An entire row of figures was swept away by the single blow, tumbling over 10 meters across the muddy ground before collapsing into a horrifying heap of motionless wreckage. Hundreds of members of the Wolf Fawn clan, including a commander with a high ability index rating, were all smashed into mincemeat by Uncle Yu's single blow. Not even a wail escaped them. The silence lasted only half a second. Several more figures simultaneously stepped out of the mist. Fatty Sue slung his 9-toothed rake over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow as he eyed the pool of wolf blood. Tisk, Uncle, you were a bit too hasty there. I hadn't even had a chance to act yet. Fatty Sue remarked. Liang Yu, cradling the dragon's roar sword, spoke calmly. This was just an ordinary hunting party of the Wolf Fawn clan. Their strength wasn't particularly weak, it's just that our own power has grown now. Her gaze fixed on Uncle Yu's armor, tinged with a hint of envy. For what Uncle Yu wore was the very set Zhang Yi had recently retired, a high-grade piece modified from the armor of Ichigard, the king of the Zhang Yuan tribe. With this armor and sufficient energy, Uncle Yu's combat power could reach multiple times his current level. Deep within the mist, a shadowy figure shrouded in starlight silently coiled inward. Zhang Yi stepped out from the folded edge of the formless void realm. A faint layer of the void immortal robe spread across his body, while etheric ripples expanded beneath his feet. Amidst the pile of remains swept away by Uncle Yu's club, a Wolf Fang clan officer, his armor noticeably thicker, lay with both legs shattered, his chest caved in, yet still clinging to life. He wasn't dead because Uncle Yu had missed his mark, but because a tongue was needed to extract intelligence about the Wolf Fang clan base. He clutched the blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelieving terror. "Human! How dare you?" His words trailed off as space shuddered. An invisible force lifted him off the ground, dragging him like an invisible hand seized his nape, hauling him before Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi gripped his throat with one hand, truly like hauling a dead dog, rendering him utterly immobile. Yang Xinxin stepped slowly out of the shadows, her black hair rippling softly in the mist. She raised her hand, a tiny point of light coalescing into an arrow shape at her fingertip, silently piercing the Wolf Fang clan officer's forehead. Cupid's arrow. His memories were forcibly ripped open in an instant. 2 years of the Wolf Fang clan's bloody slaughter of humans played out before her eyes. Images of Huashu Kingdom's people hunted like prey, of human flesh being dried into jerky, of bones meticulously dissected and categorized, scenes flashed through her mind at breakneck speed. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with churning disgust and fury. She drew a deep breath and slowly withdrew her finger. Found it. One of their gathering points lies 327 kilometers underground to the north. The entrance is disguised as an abandoned mine shaft, leading to an entire underground city. The tribe numbers roughly 50,000. And, she glanced at the Wolf Fang clan officer, her voice turning icy. They've begun feeding on human flesh. The mist seemed to grow colder. Uncle Yu clenched the alloy rod in his hand so tightly his knuckles turned white, rage blazing in his eyes. The smile vanished completely from Fatty Sue's face, replaced by a distinct shadow. Zhang Yi closed his eyes briefly. Within his void immortal robe, certain cold, hard emotions seemed to tighten silently. "Let's go." He uttered only 2 words. The formless void realm unfolded beneath his feet. Spatial engravings pushed outward in concentric circles, forming an invisible tunnel that plunged from the wilderness deep underground. The Volt Shadow Troops and Mechanical Legion moved like guided streams of light, silently sweeping through the mist and vanishing into the distance. The underground city of the Wolf Fang clan lay beneath thick rock layers. From high above, one would see only a seemingly abandoned mining area, derelict carts overturned, conveyor belts rusted and broken, wind stirring only dust. Beneath the surface, however, a small city operated quietly, its civilization roughly equivalent to that of early 21st century humanity. Chapter 2663, Storming the Wolf Fang Clan, 1. The development of a civilization does not always move forward, setbacks are a common occurrence. Among ancient civilizations, only a very small number of elite races could maintain a sufficiently high level of civilization. For example, the Dragon Clan and the Lunar People. However, most other races may have once possessed civilizations capable of venturing into the stars, but by the end of their eras, the vast majority of their populations and civilizations had been destroyed. Later, constrained by the Creator's laws, they were unable to expand their populations and had to endure daily threats from tectonic shifts and competition with other races. Consequently, the civilizations of many surviving ancient races experienced significant decline. The most obvious example of a civilization that suffered a generational gap is the Nash race, inhabitants of the underground Demon Kingdom in the southwest region. The Wolf Fang clan is much the same. Their level of civilization was not particularly advanced. However, the primary reason was not merely a civilizational gap, but rather their proactive abandonment of such technology out of fear of being overthrown by artificial intelligence. Nearly all advanced civilizations understand that as the universe evolves toward its ultimate stage, it inevitably approaches the ethereal realm. Civilizations that relied excessively on mechanical development have almost all been eliminated throughout history. The Tsan tribe failed by taking a deviant path. The Sand Raider civilization was directly enslaved by the mechanical AI they themselves created. Therefore, whether to develop a primitive civilization and pursue an ultimate cultivation system, or to pursue a mechanical civilization and bear immense risks, no one can say for certain which choice is the right one. This is a city of the Wolf Fang clan. After the world unfolded, the Wolf Fang clan occupied a vast territory in the northwestern region of Huashu Kingdom, with a land area rivaling that of Huashu Kingdom itself. Rough steel structures extend downward in concentric circles along the rock face, illuminated by flickering incandescent lights. In the narrow streets, young members of the Wolf Fang clan chase and play, while mature females in the form of she-wolves hold their hands, stepping aside for the transport vehicles rushing past. The air carried a distinct, meaty scent. It was not the smell of ordinary livestock. It carried a scent all too familiar to humans, one that anyone who frequently visits funeral homes would certainly recognize. In the city center, several massive drying racks stood tall, their iron hooks neatly lined with strings of shriveled meat strips. The shape of those meat strips was somewhat off. Some still retained the outline of a complete arm, others had leg bones not fully removed, their skin long since stripped away, leaving only the texture of muscle, parched and taut under the dim yellow light. On the cutting board nearby, a member of the Wolf Fang clan skillfully used his tools to dissect a fresh human corpse. Shoulder blades, ribs, leg bones, every piece of meat was meticulously categorized. They had given these parts new names. The labels were almost identical to those on a pork rack. Only the subject had been replaced with humans. A Wolf Fang clan woman, her hands stained with blood, was coating the processed human meat with a special sauce, preparing it for drying. A young Wolf Fang clan boy stared longingly at the fresh chunks of meat, swallowing hard. "Mom, I want to eat. It smells so good, it smells amazing." The woman raised her hand and smacked him right on the forehead. "Stop drooling. That's for the army in the upper city. If you want to eat, tell your father to go catch a few more from the Earthlings' territory. For now, you can only smell it." The young werewolf clutched his head, retreated to a corner looking dejected, and continued to inhale the faint, tantalizing scent of meat. They were used to all of this. Until the sky suddenly darkened. Over the dungeon's perpetually dim lighting, a layer of shadow that didn't belong here slowly spread. It wasn't that the lights had gone out. Rather, light from a higher dimension had been forcibly drawn away, causing even the texture of the entire space to undergo a subtle shift. The Wolf Fang clan members on the street all looked up simultaneously. In the next instant, a white figure appeared above their heads. The ethereal ripples of the void immoral robe unfurled gently beneath the low ceiling, as if peeling a layer of skin from the very fabric of the city's existence. An invisible wave radiated outward from Zhang Yi, spreading in all directions to form a vast net that enveloped the entire area. All signals between the outside world and the dungeon were instantly severed. For Liu Karen, this was merely a matter of routine. Immediately afterward, a dimensional gate burst open in midair, stretching for several kilometers, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast appearing in the sky. One after another, silver-gray mechanical life forms tumbled from this giant mouth like dumplings into boiling water. Boom! The heavy machinery crashed to the ground. Their heavy footsteps pounded against the iron-plated ground, producing a steady, rhythmic rumble. Every Sand Raider robot targeted the streets and alleys, coldly locking onto every possible escape route. Liu Karen stood on a high platform, her fingertips gliding swiftly across the projection screen. An invisible signal jamming net descended from the city's rooftop, sealing the entire underground city within a closed signal shell. Communications severed. All external channels shut down. Space coordinates locked. Her voice reached Zhang Yi's team and every member of the Volt Shadow Guard through the internal channel. "Now, let the hunt begin." In an instant, everything unfolded, and the entire Wolf Fang clan city plunged into massive chaos. The Wolf Fang clan military command center was already in utter disarray. The alarm bells rang out one after another, and lights flashed erratically. Several Epsilon-class Wolf-Fawn clan mutants stood before a massive tactical Sandoval, barely able to believe the scene unfolding before them. On the surveillance feeds, street after street was filled with a silver-gray tide of machines, while human figures streaked through the air, effortlessly breaching one supposedly concealed defensive line after another. The mechanical lifeforms knew this city like the back of their hands, swiftly seizing every strategic vantage point. They had sealed off the entire city without killing a single member of the Wolf-Fawn clan, locking it down with such cold, clinical precision, yet the sensation was even more chilling and terrifying. Impossible. How did they find this place? The code wasn't compromised, our camouflage was flawless, and all surface passages were sealed. Unless there's a traitor among us who leaked the intelligence. Before the words had even finished, the ceiling of the command room trembled slightly. A faint black line slowly split open along the ceiling beam. It was as if someone were holding an invisible sword, casually slicing a slit from the outside in. Then, the fissure expanded silently. An indescribably terrifying force surged through the room along that black line in an instant, causing the bodies of the Epsilon-level Wolf-Fawn clan mutants to freeze simultaneously. They didn't even have time to look up. Dimensional string severance. Zhang Yi merely cast a glance in this direction. The fabric of space twisted slightly with his gaze, and those towering members of the Wolf-Fawn clan were forcibly torn from the dimensional threads. Their arms and legs were sliced off one by one as if by an invisible sword, their power completely sealed in an instant. Chapter 2664, Storming the Wolf-Fawn Clan, 2. Ah! Screams rang out across the entire city. Most of the Wolf-Fawn clan civilian population had never witnessed such a scene before. They screamed in panic and confusion. One after another, mechanical life forms hovered silently around the city, gazing coldly down upon the wolf cubs within. Some Wolf-Fawn clan warriors couldn't bear it any longer and opened fire first, launching attacks with their outdated laser weapons. But those mechanical life forms, the Sand Raiders guard robots repaired and modified by Liu Karen, merely watched them with indifference. Whoosh! 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 The barrage of laser fire rained down like a storm, yet as it neared the Sand Raider robots, it was completely blocked by the energy shields in front of them. Every attack seemed utterly futile. These robots were capable of destroying an entire Sand Raider civilization. And this place was merely a border outpost of the Wolf-Fawn clan, defended by a commander with only a modest ability index. Yet each of these Sand Raiders could hold their own against an Epsilon. What? What on earth do they want? The Wolf-Fawn clan warriors stood frozen in shock. The enemy had ignored all their attacks, content merely to seal off the city. No signals could be transmitted, they now felt like a troop of clowns, struggling in vain. This sense of an impending storm only deepened their panic. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi arrived first at the military headquarters. With a single move, dimensional string severance, he instantly eliminated the city's top few combatants. Their limbs were torn apart at the speed of light, and even their skulls were pierced through. Yet they did not die. They simply could no longer stand. A specific region of their brains had been destroyed. They wouldn't die, but their consciousness would be thrown into chaos, rendering them unable to properly activate their supernatural abilities. Their limbless torsos slammed heavily onto the ground, emitting a dull thud. Their minds remained relatively lucid, yet their bodies had become mere writhing husks. Now, they had been reduced to beasts. You are. The alpha of this city stared in terror at the figure clad in white battle armor in the sky. Fear engulfed his entire body. The strongest of the sixth generation of humans, Chaos. He knew this man. Ever since that battle on the Aosho continent 2 years ago, every member of the Wolf-Fawn clan had remembered this man. And now, he had returned from the stars to kill. Members of the Volt Shadow Troop surged in from all directions, swiftly and efficiently sealing off the command center. They dragged away the leader, whose limbs had been severed, and tossed him into the central square. Zhang Yi watched all this with a cold, indifferent gaze, then swept his arm in a sweeping gesture, issuing the order to advance. Thus, the Volt Shadow Troop and the mechanized forces, which had surrounded the entire city, began marching toward the city center. The entire city quickly fell into an eerie silence. The Wolf Fang clan members fled in panic, only to discover that at the end of every street stood a cold, motionless mechanical soldier, its muzzle emitting an energy beam that sent shivers down their spines. No one was allowed to charge. Anyone who attempted violent resistance was instantly and precisely knocked unconscious. That's right, merely knocked unconscious. They did not kill a single Wolf Fang clan member. Even when encountering a Wolf Fang clan mutant of some strength, they would at most sever an arm or a leg, sparing their lives, then drag them along like dead dogs. Members of the Volt Shadow Guard emerged from every corner, gradually herding them toward the city center. The Wolf Fang clan mutants soon realized that these people weren't out to exterminate them. They were conducting a roundup. But even though they understood the enemy's objective, they were powerless in the face of overwhelming might. Every Wolf Fang clan warrior, whether fighting desperately within the city or cowering in underground warehouses, was tracked down without exception and herded like sheep toward the very center of the city. The central square was vast. Originally a place where the Wolf Fang clan held rituals and conducted trade, it had now become a holding pen for prisoners. Over 50,000 members of the Wolf Fang clan were herded in wave after wave, crammed together into a dense, teeming mass. Some wore battle armor, others ordinary clothes, appearing harmless. There were also young Wolf Fang cubs, as well as women and elders responsible for logistics. They pressed against one another, their eyes filled with the same terror. They had no idea what fate awaited them, but whenever their gaze inadvertently fell upon certain areas, where human flesh was being processed into jerky, the panic in their hearts would surge. On one side of the square, the Epsilon-class warriors who had had their limbs severed were cast aside at the edge of a platform, resembling twisted wooden stakes. Yet their eyes remained blood-red, staring intently at the white figure standing before the crowd in the center of the arena. The White Emperor battle suit was exquisite, items crafted by women were always magnificent, and when worn by a handsome man like Zhang Yi, it made him look like a god. He had only moved once, so far, he had done nothing. However, once he saw that the Wolf Fang clan members had nearly all arrived, he turned to Uncle Yu for confirmation. Are all the Wolf Fang clan members here? Make sure no one is left out, even the cubs in their cradles must be brought here. Uncle Yu nodded. Zhang Yi, you can trust me to handle this. We've searched every inch of the ground, nothing alive could escape our eyes. Only then did Zhang Yi nod in satisfaction. He produced several comfortable sofas and motioned for Zhou Qi, Yang Xinxin, and the others to sit down. Up to this point, he still hadn't so much as glanced at the more than 50,000 members of the Wolf Fang clan. The more he acted this way, the more terrified the Wolf Fang clan became. Some parents clutched their children tightly, while a few fearless Wolf Fang clan members stepped forward and shouted at Zhang Yi. You're the chaos of Huashu Kingdom, aren't you? I know you're here for revenge. Take it out on us, don't lay a finger on the elderly, women, or children. Zhang Yi remained unmoved. Why would a human pay any heed to the barking of beasts? Now that all the wolves are gathered, let's build a fire. Zhang Yi pulled his collar tighter. Damn it, global temperatures should be slowly recovering by now, but it's already winter. It's really cold out here in the northwest. Oh, the Wolf Fang clan is so backward, they don't even have central heating. Lu Karen reminded him, they've got plenty of fur, it keeps them nice and warm. Zhang Yi nodded, suddenly realizing, right, you're right. He looked at the fur on the Wolf Fang clan members, deep in thought. Let's build a fire. He snapped his fingers, and immediately a large number of mechanical life forms sprang into action. Soon they had gathered a large amount of wood, coal, and fuel from throughout the city, piling it high in the center of the square. When it was lit, a massive bonfire appeared right in the heart of the city. The wood was stacked extremely high, the flames blazed fiercely, and waves of heat radiated outward in concentric circles, drying out the fur on the Wolf Fang clan members' faces. Chapter 2665, Barbecue Feast, 1. Zhang Yi, Yang Xinxin, Zhou Qir, and the others sat at a comfortable distance in front of the bonfire, close enough to enjoy the warmth without getting too hot, yet far enough to avoid the heat. The temperature was just right. Dressed in their elegant battle armor and seated on soft, comfortable sofas with drinks by their sides, they looked as relaxed as if they were on vacation. Yet the enormous, roaring bonfire caused a massive number of members of the Wolf Fang clan to scream in terror. Were they about to be roasted alive? This didn't feel like the behavior of intelligent beings, it was more like that of lowly cattle or sheep. Their eyes betrayed utter terror. More and more cries of anguish filled the air, and an increasing number of men in their prime of the Wolf Fang clan hurled curses at Zhang Yi or begged for death. But Zhang Yi remained unmoved. Zhang Yi simply sat on the sofa, with the towering flames to his left. He seemed to be immersed in a tranquil, warm yellow glow. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thoroughly enjoying the warmth and comfort of the moment. "It's so warm." As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the entire square. The racks where human flesh was being dried, the human corpses that had just been partially dismembered, the terror frozen in those hollow eye sockets. If one were to buy a pig's head or a sheep's head at a butcher's shop, perhaps it wouldn't cause much discomfort. But seeing the corpses of fellow humans being treated this way, seeing those hollow eyes, was bound to turn one's stomach. Yet amidst this bloody scene, there was a strange sense of order. One image after another imprinted itself on his retina. His eyes sank deeper and deeper. "Does human flesh taste good?" He tilted his head, gazing at the Wolf Fang clan members, and suddenly blurted out this question. His voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed eerily across the entire square, clear as day to every Wolf Fang clan member's ear. The Wolf Fang clan shuddered as one. No one dared to answer. Someone couldn't help but glance to the side. There stood the drying racks where they usually hung strips of dried human meat. Now, pieces of dried meat were being roughly torn from the racks and tossed to the ground. Beside the blood-stained cutting boards, several human corpses that hadn't yet been processed lay turned over on the cold, hard iron surfaces. Zhang Yi asked again, his tone calm. "I'm asking you. Is it tasty?" This time, a hint of a smile curved his eyes. But every member of the Wolf Fang clan knew that wasn't a gentle smile. There was no warmth in it. Only a cold curiosity, as if you were examining some kind of test specimen. The Wolf Fang clan finally broke down. Some knelt on the ground, their foreheads slamming heavily against the cold, hard metal floor, making a bang sound. They wailed and begged for mercy in voices on the verge of breaking. "Spare us. We were only following orders, human flesh were rations allocated from above. We know we were wrong, we'll never capture anyone from the Huashu kingdom again. Please, at least spare the old and the children." Cries rose and fell, merging into a terrified hum. Zhang Yi watched all this, his smile growing slightly gentler. He raised his hand and gave a slight wave. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not really angry. After all, anger is a human emotion. There's no need to feel such things toward beasts." The Wolf Fang clan members froze. Some even thought he had truly taken pity on them, crying even louder and kowtowing until their foreheads were scraped raw. The members of the Volt Shadow Troop, however, all lowered their heads, hiding the coldness in their eyes. They knew Zhang Yi's temperament all too well. The more critical the situation, the less likely he was to simply let these Wolf Fang clan members off the hook. Zhang Yi leaned lazily back in his chair, his tone calm, as if recounting a story that had nothing to do with him. "I used to be mistaken about one thing. I thought everyone was human. Just born in different eras, with varying levels of civilization. But ultimately, there are things we share, like reverence for life, and a baseline of decency toward our own kind. But now it seems the word human is just a name we've given ourselves. You call yourselves the Wolf Fang clan. In your minds, we're called prey. Perhaps you treat us like monkeys. In our stories, you're called bloodthirsty jackals. We've given each other different names. And that alone proves one thing. We are not the same kind of beings." The firelight cast a faint, dusky red glow across his profile. The members of the Wolf-Fawn clan unconsciously held their breath. Zhang Yi toyed with a small pebble between his fingers, as if he'd picked it up from the ground on a whim. Since we're not the same species, eating my kind is no moral offense to you. Just as we eat chicken, duck, fish, and meat, you wouldn't consider it cruel. Then, naturally, we'll feel no psychological burden about devouring you. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, survival of the fittest. That's the logic your clan loves most, isn't it? The faces of the Wolf-Fawn clan members turned deathly pale in an instant. Those few Epsilon-class powerhouses, their bodies cut into mangled stumps, strained with all their might to twist free from their bonds, letting out faint roars. Chaos, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you have any dignity left as a powerful warrior? Kill us instead. These ordinary members of the Wolf-Fawn clan, killing them serves no purpose. Leave them alone. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. He merely turned his head and smiled at Zhou Qi beside him. You've worked hard. As a doctor, your surgical skills are the best. They'll remember this vividly. Zhou Qi nodded, her eyes shedding some of their usual innocence and taking on a cold, sharp edge. Understood. I'll make it quick and clean. She slowly stood up and pulled out a row of sharp ceramic scalpels from the first aid kit, while Liang Yu kindly handed her a few cleavers and boning knives. A metal platform had already been set up ahead. Several mechanical beings walked over, dragged a female out from among the 50,000-plus members of the Wolf-Fawn clan, and hauled her toward the operating table. Or rather, the butchering block. Ah. Please, don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a nursing infant. You beasts. Let her go. Let her go. Take it out on me. Ah. Only now did the Wolf-Fawn clan realize what Zhang Yi and his group intended to do. It wasn't mere extermination, nor even the burning alive they feared, but rather, cooking them alive. Even someone as kind-hearted as Zhou Qi could feel no pity for them after seeing those dried meat jerky. A female wolf was secured to the cutting board. Zhou Qi raised a sharp ceramic scalpel and made a steady, precise, and gentle cut. That's right, a gentle cut. The specially crafted ceramic scalpel was sharp enough to slice through flesh without much force. Moreover, she had to ensure she didn't sever any major arteries, so the ingredients on the cutting board wouldn't die, and the meat would remain fresh. A piercing scream erupted instantly. The sound of the skin tearing was as crisp and satisfying as the tearing of silk, a clear, sharp crackle. Chapter 2666, Barbecue Feast, 2. Curses and terrified wails filled the square. Zhang Yi closed his eyes. To him, the scream sounded absolutely beautiful. When you slaughtered my people, they must have felt this desperate too, right? Now, do you understand that feeling? What goes around comes around. Don't worry, I'm a very kind person, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make sure your deaths are meaningful, not a single bit will go to waste. Zhou Qi's cutting skills were exquisite, and members of the Volt Shadow Troop stood nearby, holding large serving trays, waiting. As soon as a piece of meat was cut here, it was immediately placed beside the fire to cook. Fresh flesh sizzled under the intense heat, and fat dripped into the flames, releasing an eerie aroma. Sprinkled with various seasonings, the scent became even more enticing. That aroma bore a resemblance to the scent of human flesh the Wolf-Fawn clan usually prepared. Except this time, what lay on the cutting board was no longer human. It was their own kind. The members of the Volt Shadow Troop wore grim expressions as they silently went about their tasks. They were carrying out a cruel and deliberate act of vengeance. This slow barbecue feast was a trial staged for the Wolf-Fawn clan to witness. They could only stare wide-eyed as the slaughter process they knew so well was replicated exactly upon themselves. Every sizzle of fat splattering, every whiff of flesh being devoured by flames, felt like fine needles piercing their nerves. They screamed, wailed, and struggled frantically, some even tried to bite their tongues to seal their fate. But every time they were on the verge of losing consciousness, a kind medic would rush over to inject them with a drug, yanking them back from the brink of unconsciousness. They were not allowed to escape their fate so easily. Lou Karen stood on the high platform, watching the near-psychotic expressions of the Wolf Fong clan members below, and exhaled softly. This will serve as a tremendous deterrent when we deal with other cannibalistic civilizations in the future. Liang Yu glanced at her. You're already thinking about how to promote this terror-based education program? Lou Karen shrugged. They treated our own kind as food. We must retaliate with equal, or even more brutal, measures. Otherwise, the attacks against the humans of the Huashu Kingdom will never cease. Bai Li Changqing clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, yet there was not a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Some debts, unless settled this way, those bastards will never learn their lesson. Time passed slowly amid the firelight in Wales. On that day, over 50,000 members of the Wolf Fong clan did not die in battle. Nor did they die in simple executions. They died in a fear unlike anything they had ever known. Only when the light in the last member of the Wolf Fong clan's eyes had completely faded, and the bonfire had burned down to ashes, did the dungeon finally fall into complete silence. Zhang Yi slowly stood up. He picked his teeth with a toothpick. The Wolf Fong clan's flesh actually tasted somewhat like dog meat. As expected, even with intelligence, beasts are still beasts. Zhou Qi chuckled. In their eyes, we're just as much beasts as they are. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth, snapping the toothpick in half. They chose war, so I'll give them war. We don't start trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. He looked up at the dim yellow light, then glanced at the iron racks around him that had once been hung with human flesh. The human remains had all been gathered up. Most of these people were warriors from the Huashu Kingdom. Zhang Yi would take them back to their homeland, confirm their identities through DNA testing, and bury them. Is that all there is to it? It doesn't seem like enough of a deterrent. Zhang Yi said calmly. His gaze fell upon the mountain of Wolf Fong clan corpses piled in the center of the square, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Then let's build a tower right here. When all the dust had settled, a conical tower constructed from the skulls of the Wolf Fong clan stood in the center of this underground city. This pyre was precise to the point of being almost cruel. Head upon head, arranged in a tight geometric pattern, it resembled a cold, lifeless design. A massive pyre formed from the heads of over 50,000 members of the Wolf Fong clan. It stood right in the center of the city square. This was the tombstone for their tribe. It was also a warning sign erected for all ancient civilizations. The following 7 days were like a massive nightmare for the ancient civilizations that had once invaded the Huashu Kingdom. Zhang Yi issued no pre-war declaration, he simply led the Volt Shadow Troop and the Mechanical Legion outward along the Huashu Kingdom's borders. Bit by bit, he methodically sought out the ancient civilizations that had clashed with them over the past 2 years to settle the score. Several frontline fortresses of the Ironclad tribe were uprooted overnight. Their massive metal walls, along with their defensive arrays, were torn away by the formless Void Realm, completely erased from the mountain ridges. By dawn, only a fault line, smooth to the point of seeming unreal, remained. The wilderness above the Wolf Fong clan's underground city was carved with a massive sword gash. Viewed from above, it resembled the slit eye of a beast. The Celestial clan's floating island, used for launching and landing warships, was struck directly into the sea. The entire reef was crushed into the deep ocean, vanishing beneath the churning tsunami. The Titan clan's army of stone statues guarding the edge of the subterranean chasm was torn to dust, leaving only a few armless, broken figures still kneeling. As for the few remaining secret outposts of the Zeepan clan in the seas, they turned into utterly lifeless underwater caverns after the black sun briefly appeared. The outcome of every battle was strikingly consistent. Frontline forces were breached, strongholds destroyed, and Epsilon-class warriors precisely hunted down, followed by an equal measure of retribution. Anything taller than a wheel was wiped out, anything shorter was flattened. Over the course of 7 days, a total of 39 Epsilon-class warriors from the 5 major races were eliminated. Their names were silently struck from their respective military rosters. Their bodies, before they could even be recovered, had already been reduced to cold data within the formless Void Realm. and at the edge of the Huashu Kingdom's territory, one new landmark after another was erected. These were 12 mounds of skulls. Each stood in the most sensitive sections of the border, the areas most vulnerable to enemy infiltration. Meticulously stacked from tens of thousands of skulls, their bones and flesh had long been treated with a special energy, frozen in a grayish-white state between decay and preservation. From a distance, they resembled some ancient altar. Up close, those skulls with their hollow eye sockets seemed to be silently mocking all who approached. The metal skulls of the ironclad tribe were stacked in layers, reflecting a cold, hard light in the sun. The wolf heads of the Wolf-Fawn clan were arranged on the outermost layer, their fangs curled upward as if biting their own kind. The skulls of the Celestial clan, which once bore luminous wings, were carefully placed atop the towers, symbolizing how their proud noble lineage had been nailed to the borderline. The Titan clan, being massive in stature, were dismantled with greater precision. Their thick skulls were embedded in the tower bases, as if forced to lay the groundwork for others. The heads of the Zeepan clan were deliberately placed on several mounds near the coast. When the sea breeze blew, the lingering salty stench seemed to carry the arrogance of their former dominion over the tidal waves. Viewed from afar within the borders of the Huashu Kingdom, these 12 mounds of skulls resemble 12 boundary markers, firmly pinning down the frontier and declaring to all, "This is the price paid for encroaching upon the Huashu Kingdom's territory and violating its majesty." Chapter 2667, An Unusual Calm, 1. Many believe this was only the beginning. The Ironclad tribe, the Celestial clan, the Titan clan, the Zeepan clan, and the remaining high-ranking members of the Wolf-Fawn clan were all staring at the footage from the front lines in their respective conference halls. Their eyes were so dark and menacing they seemed ready to drip with venom. By all logic, after such a clear declaration of intent, the next step would be all-out war. The Huashu Kingdom would drive its forces toward the borders of ancient civilizations like madmen, capitalizing on their newly established prestige to settle all the scores from the past 2 years in one fell swoop. However, everyone had miscalculated. On the day the final victory tower was completed, Zhang Yi recalled all his deployed forces and, accompanied by Volt Shadow and the Mechanical Legion, returned to Tianhai City. He has not been seen since. Not only did no armies press against the border, but even symbolic provocations ceased. All that remained along the frontier were those 12 eerie bone towers standing silently, as if deliberately reminding everyone, he had come, he had settled the score, and then, he was gone. This illogical calm was more unsettling than continued warfare. Almost at the same moment, undercurrents began to stir from the deepest recesses of the ancient civilizations. These 5 ancient civilizations had once formed a loose alliance to jointly oppress the Huashu Kingdom. Now, Zhang Yi had settled the score with each of them one by one, making them pay dearly, repaying them many times over. They must certainly harbor resentment, but Zhang Yi's calibration was precise. He inflicted pain without pushing them to the brink of collapse. And now, with Zhang Yi withdrawing his forces, they were torn over whether to fight next. Fight? Zhang Yi's power was clearly far more terrifying now than it had been 2 years ago, and he was surrounded by formidable allies. Ho Tua's abilities also served as a massive deterrent to them. Simply put, with Zhang Yi and Ho Tu working together, as long as their top fighters were wounded or drew blood, Ho Tu could pick them off one by one. They, too, felt a deep sense of dread. When it came to high-level combat power, they had no confidence in a decisive victory. But to not fight would be a humiliation they could hardly swallow. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the 5 ancient civilizations began a secret council. Inside the massive temple towering over Takamagara on the Neon Islands, Ain no Minakanushi turned slowly away from the altar enshrining the ancient divine body. Clothed in a black battle robe, with the relief of the Yada mirror, symbolizing the sovereignty of the land of the marshes, at his feet, a trace of uncontrollable fury still lingered in his eyes and brows from hearing of the destruction of one base after another. If we drag this out any longer, he'll simply dismantle us one by one. He broke the silence in the hall, speaking in a tone so calm it bordered on icy. 3 of the Ironclad tribe's border fortresses have already been attacked, and the Titan clan's Stone Statue Legion has suffered heavy losses. How much longer do you intend to wait? The representative of the ironclad tribe was a powerful knight encased entirely in alloy battle armor, with only a narrow slit where his eyes should be. He had once briefly clashed with Zhang Yi at the interspecies negotiation conference. The pressure from that confrontation remained as vivid today as if it had happened yesterday. He replied in a deep voice, "It's not that we're unwilling to act, but we don't know how many hidden cards the current chaos holds. Since his return from the cosmos, I suspect he has had some extraordinary encounter." No Minakanushi frowned. "It's still the same as before, he is merely a sixth-generation being. No matter how much external power he has gained, he remains, after all, a being of flesh and blood. If our 5 civilizations can truly join forces and play all our trump cards at once, we might just be able to defeat him." The representative of the Celestial clan leaned against a nearby metal pillar, his eyes half closed, his celestial wings folded behind him like 2 folded blades. He spoke slowly. "The problem is, we have absolutely no way of confirming whether he still falls within the category of Earthlings at this moment. During the negotiations among the myriad races, we had a very clear grasp of the limits of his power back then. But this time, after returning from Mars, he sliced through the sea with a single sword stroke, raised a city in a single move, and eliminated 39 of our Epsilon-class experts in just 7 days. Are you confident enough to assert that he hasn't taken another step upward?" They weren't blind. Zhang Yi's current overall combat power had already surpassed the level of a Black Knight. Even if the combined forces of the 5 great civilizations were to join hands, victory would likely be a hard-fought one. The Titan clan's knight representative spoke in a deep voice, like thunder rumbling from the depths of the earth. "As long as he is alive, the Dragon clan will certainly intervene. If we press too hard on the battlefield and force the Dragon clan to intervene personally, who among us could withstand that?" A brief silence fell over the temple. Only the sound of wind chimes tinkling by the altar could be heard from outside. On the side of the Zepan clan, Takama Masubi sat in the shadows of the side hall, his fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest. He appeared serene, yet a bottomless chill lingered in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "That is precisely why we need a true alliance, not just lip service. You've all been too preoccupied with your own schemes, viewing the Huashu Kingdom as a juicy piece of meat where whoever bites first loses out. Yet you've forgotten that the issue now isn't who's fatter than whom, but who will be the first to end up on the chopping block." No Minakanushi turned to the others, his tone growing even more taut than before. "The Huashu Kingdom has never been our only enemy. Beyond the border between the Celestial clan and the Titan clan, other ancient civilizations are eyeing your territory. And those madmen of the Ironclad tribe, secluded in their corner, have always sought to establish a foothold by devouring others. Everyone is scheming against everyone else, no one is willing to expose their own back first, which is why we've dragged this out until today. But don't you find that rather ironic? We spent 2 years probing the Huashu Kingdom, only to end up with 39 Epsilon corpses in 7 days, along with 12 pylons planted along their border." A knight of the Ironclad tribe snorted coldly. "That's easy for you to say. Our front lines are stretched thin, our supply lines have been severed. While we're fighting the Huashu Kingdom to the death on the front lines, other ancient civilizations are gnawing at our heels from behind. Are you lot, that bunch of rats from Zepan, hiding in the sea, laughing even harder? We have no intention of paving the way for others. Since the world unfolded, at least dozens of civilizations have emerged, and they're far from the only ones. The moment they show any signs of decline, someone will be there to devour them. The reason they're all targeting Huashu Kingdom is simply because they believe Zhang Yi died on Mars and want to grab a piece of the spoils. If Zhang Yi hadn't left, they'd never dare to strike at Huashu Kingdom so easily." Takama Masubi smiled and said in a calm voice, "It remains to be seen who will end up playing the fool. As long as chaos lives, the Huashu Kingdom isn't the most dangerous one yet. The real headache is that as long as his existence remains unresolved, no one dares to make a move. You dare not launch a full-scale assault on the Huashu Kingdom now, and the other ancient civilizations won't feel secure enough to play their trump cards either. This delicate balance, put nicely, it's a multilateral deterrent strategy. Put bluntly, it's like everyone pulling each other's legs down into a muddy pit. Chapter 2668, An Unusual Calm, 2. So what exactly are you trying to say? The Celestial Knight raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Do you want to join forces with us to take on Chaos, or do you want to use us as a pawn to test his limits? Of course it's the former. No Minakanushi interrupted the growing tension between them, his tone returning to calm. What matters isn't laying siege to the Huashu kingdom, it's taking out one man. Once Chaos is dead, no matter how powerful the Huashu kingdom is, it will be nothing more than a prize we'll just have to divide up a little later. A knight of the Ironclad tribe said coldly, that sounds nice. The problem is, how do we take him down? A head-on battle is impossible. At the last assembly of the 10,000 races, the four of us surrounded him and we barely managed to force him to use his last resort. Now that he's returned from Mars, his power has surged significantly. If we engage him head-on, we might not be able to withstand his counterattack. That's precisely why we need to plan. Takama Masubi slowly rose to his feet, stepping out of the shadows. The light from the temple above fell upon his divine robe, and the subtle patterns of waves and whirlpools embroidered upon it seemed to ripple faintly. We have time, and we have patience. Chaos's character is clear from the intelligence gathered over the past few years. He appears carefree and unrestrained, but in reality, he places great importance on loyalty and duty. As long as it concerns the Huashu kingdom, or the people close to him, he simply cannot stand idly by. The Celestial Clan Knight narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting we start with the people around him? I'm merely stating a fact. Takama Masubi offered a faint smile. But no matter where we strike, it will require a long period of preparation. We must make him believe everything is under his control. If we rush to lay our plans bare now, it will only backfire. The Knight of the Ironclad tribe clenched his knuckles slightly, then spoke coldly after a long pause. Everything you've said is based on one premise, that we're willing to tie our fates together. If the plan fails, and Chaos doesn't die but instead follows the trail back to us, how do you plan to clean up the mess? That's why this is called strategy, not gambling. No Minakanushi's gaze swept over them like needles. This time, we won't publicly turn on each other like we did 2 years ago. Instead, we'll contain the battlefield to a corner he cannot see. Just when he thinks the situation has stabilized, we'll tighten the noose bit by bit. If you're worried about leaving your territories exposed, then each of you should bring in the ancient civilization you fear most, and get them to stand on our side. That single sentence revealed a great deal. The nations seeking to strike against Huashu Kingdom were by no means limited to just the 5 powers. After all, back then, the formidable supernatural talent Zhang Yi had displayed, along with the Yihen tribe's treasure, Ling's human form, and the intelligence Zhang Yi had obtained from the Tianyu Palace, had drawn the greedy eyes of many. Once we take control of the situation, not only the Huashu Kingdom, but even those civilizations sitting on the sidelines watching the show will have to learn to bow their heads. The air inside the temple grew thick and heavy, even the wind chimes seemed to fall silent. The 4 night-level powerhouses who had once clashed with Zhang Yi at the Great Assembly exchanged glances. The oppressive pressure from that battle reawakened in their memories, only to be gradually pushed back into the depths of their minds. The Celestial Clan representative slowly closed his eyes, as if weighing something. Moments later, he opened them again. The hesitation in his gaze had been overshadowed by a deeper gloom. He murmured, since you've already made up your minds to take this step, let's not waste any more time debating whether to intervene. Tell me, what is the first move? The Knight of the Ironclad tribe offered no further rebuttal, merely stating in a deep voice, we will not entrust all our secrets to you, Zeepin. We reserve the right to retain control over any matters involving critical resources and core combat capabilities. The Titan Clan Knight nodded. But as long as we share the same objective, it matters not who controls the specific methods. What matters is removing that man from the game. No Minakanushi finally let out a faint, satisfied smile, as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. Very good. You need only remember one thing, from this moment on, Chaos will not die immediately before your eyes. He will continue to live, continue to flaunt his might on the battlefield, continue to establish his authority within the Huashu kingdom, and may even become more beloved than he is now. He paused, his tone suddenly dropping a half note, like a cold wind sliding down from the palace ceiling. And what we must do is, as he climbs step by step toward the pinnacle of his destiny, dig a pit for him at that peak in advance. When he finally climbs up there, thinking that standing atop it allows him to look down on everything, we need only give him a gentle push. Not a single detail of this meeting ever leaked to the outside world. But from that moment on, the skies of the ancient world seemed to hang a little lower than before. A layer of invisible shadow now shrouded the lingering gloom of war. It moved with neither haste nor agitation, making no aggressive moves on the front lines. Instead, within the seemingly tranquil daily lives of each civilization, it silently extended countless fine threads, gradually entangling their destinies together. The 12 pyres along the border of the Huashu kingdom still stood tall, gazing silently in all directions day and night. The new border formed by these pyres deterred the major ancient races from invading. Zhang Yi had stopped short of going too far, sparing their dignity. He had lashed them, but not hard enough to break them. Most people viewed these mounds merely as monuments to a bloody counterattack, completely unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon. Only a select few standing at the highest echelons vaguely sensed an indescribable chill slowly seeping out from the shadows of those bone towers piled high with skulls. It crept through invisible cracks, slowly closing in on a coordinate named Zhang Yi. Danger was everywhere. Zhang Yi was already sworn enemies with those 5 ancient civilizations, and he knew it all too well. But did Zhang Yi care? He wasn't the least bit concerned. Because he had long understood one thing: when you are weak, even if you have done nothing wrong, the strong can slaughter you at will. But as long as you are strong enough, then everything you do is right. In this chaotic world, then, it is power alone that determines status and right from wrong. Zhang Yi returned to Tianhai City. In just 7 days, he struck fear into the hearts of all, ensuring that every single person in the entire Huashu kingdom, from top to bottom, submitted to his authority. Then, he began a new phase of his plan. We will upgrade every industry in the entire Huashu kingdom within 6 months. Zhang Yi issued direct orders to the high-ranking officials of the 6 major regions. I will personally dispatch my engineering robot corps to assist you in your work, under the overall command of Chief Engineer Liu Karen. Prioritize the construction of the Universal Great Wall of Huashu. Then comprehensively upgrade and transform the nation's key sectors, including defense, manufacturing, chemicals, and agriculture. 6 months from now, I want to see a brand new, even more powerful Huashu kingdom. Chapter 2669, Upgrading the National Defense System, 1. Is it theoretically possible to carry out a comprehensive technological upgrade of a nation with a population of nearly 100 million in just 6 months? Judging by the Earthlings' current average technological level, it is certainly impossible. Even if the technology were available, the necessary manpower and resources would undoubtedly fall short. However, if humanity were to obtain a labor force far surpassing human capabilities, that would be a different story. After acquiring 80% of the Sand Raider civilization's legacy, Zhang Yi had completely resolved the energy issue. This meant that the over 200,000 mechanical life forms he had obtained from the Tsanyuan tribe could all be deployed for production work. The Sand Raider robots had already replaced them as the primary combat force, so these Tsanyuan tribe mechanical life forms returned to their original function, construction projects. Operating under non-fixed programming, they could work 24 hours a day without interruption, and their error rate was extremely low. Over the next 6 months, time seemed to be on fast forward. After returning from Mars, Zhang Yi gave himself almost no time to catch his breath, immediately setting the entire Huashu kingdom on a path of infrastructure frenzy. Tianhai City was the source of the entire plan. The engineering protocols left behind by the Yihen tribe were fully unlocked, and portions of the Sand Raider civilization's construction and energy technologies were retrieved from Ling's database. Combined with the Tsanyuan tribe's existing systems, the fusion of these 3 technologies propelled the Huashu kingdom's civilizational progress forward by tens of thousands of years compared to other civilizations. Over 200,000 engineering-type mechanical life forms worked day and night without cease. By day they demolished old cities, by night they erected new structures. Cranes, railcars, and automated assembly machines formed a cascading waterfall of steel above Tianhai City. There was, of course, no shortage of materials. The vast quantities of iron-rich ore mined from Mars had already been smelted during those 2 years. Through specialized material ratios and smelting processes, they had forged a new, mass-produced alloy. Zhang Yi had witnessed firsthand the extraordinary strength of structures built with this material. Even during his battles with the 3 guardians of the Sand Raiders, he had failed to completely destroy them. It goes without saying how formidable the cities constructed with these materials would be. From concrete to glass facades, and on to new types of construction rebar, each technology seemed simple on the surface, yet each was the culmination of billions of years of development by the Sand Raider civilization. Cement alone was enough to keep the people of Earth studying for thousands of years. This was the advantage of copying homework, it allowed them to leapfrog ahead. One after another, massive mixers extended pipelines stretching for kilometers, pouring concrete down to solidify into roads and pour the foundations of 100-meter-tall skyscrapers. Overnight, more than a dozen 100-meter-tall skyscrapers sprang up along the coast. The next morning, nearby residents woke up bleary-eyed, pushed open their windows, and their first reaction was often not awe, but a sense of familiarity. How did another one just appear? This was just an empty lot yesterday. Tianhai City really is changing by the day. However, some wore expressions of worry as they watched the mechanical life forms working day and night, muttering to themselves, "It feels like we've all become useless now." The residents of Tianhai City were all the elite of the Huashu Kingdom, not a single one was useless. Most were scientists, researchers, and master craftsmen who had mastered cutting-edge technologies. But gradually, they began to feel a sense of oppression in the face of the mechanical life forms. Because most of their work had already been taken over by the mechanical life forms. Will there come a day when the mechanical life forms advance so far that we'll be replaced? Someone voiced this concern. But everyone was at a loss, unsure whether this development would be good or bad in the long run. They could only be certain of one thing, at the very least, in the short term, this development was definitely beneficial and harmless. Over the past 6 months, the Tianhai Fortress had also undergone a transformative upgrade. The new exterior was no longer simply high-density alloy, but a complete ring of defensive force field devices, the Yihen tribe's force field foundation, combined with the Sand Raider civilization's space shock compensation structure, and enhanced by Liu Karen's own innovative technology. To put it simply, previously, the Tianhai Fortress was a city of steel, capable of withstanding natural disasters with ease, but struggling to withstand the assaults of mutant forces. That is why Tianhai City had been destroyed multiple times in the past. But the Tianhai City of today is built with super-strong steel as its skeleton and a tortoise shell as its shield. Uncle Yu personally conducted several stress tests. Wearing an upgraded version of the Terminator Demon God armor, he stood on the outer perimeter of the Tianhai Fortress, bracing against full-power energy fire as he unleashed shot after shot at the shield. Sparks flew from his chest with each impact, yet the shield merely rippled slightly. According to the simulation data, at full power, this defensive force field can withstand a sustained frontal assault from a Knight-class powerhouse. Yang Xinxin looked at the data and reported to Zhang Yi, for a short period, it can even hold out against a Queen-class attack. Uncle Yu rubbed the spot on his chest plate that had grown hot from the impact and chuckled. To put it simply, it's impenetrable. Truly impenetrable. Tianhai City is truly secure now. This is a super fortress. Zhang Yi stood on the shore, gazing ahead at the massive defensive barrier stretching from the horizon, its edges lost to the eye, like an inverted dome completely enveloping Tianhai City. Not only the surface, but even the underground spaces were equally well fortified. He really liked this feeling of defense. From now on, even if I'm not personally stationed here, Tianhai City won't be trampled upon by anyone. Zhang Yi exhaled deeply, thoroughly satisfied. However, simply being able to withstand attacks isn't enough. With defenses fully in place, offensive capabilities must keep pace. Research into antimatter weapons was put on the agenda during this period. The records left behind by the Sand Raider civilization contained a wealth of foundational theories on antimatter storage and manipulation. Zhang Yi decided to personally oversee the laboratory, translating his own antimatter usage experience gained between the netherworld and the outer universe into mathematical formulas. He locked himself in a room with Liu Karen and the artificial superbrain, working around the clock. In this regard, no one understood it better than he did, for he had already mastered the use of some antimatter power and could even tangibly draw this energy from the netherworld. With a more intuitive demonstration of this power, Liu Karen's progress in developing new weapons accelerated dramatically. The antimatter Star Destroyer cannon, the most basic, entry-level version, was finally completed by them. At its core was a miniature antimatter warhead, sealed within a completely secure chamber. Upon launch, the seal was instantly broken, causing it to come into contact with an equal amount of matter and release terrifying annihilation energy. After reviewing the theoretical calculations, Liu Karen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, remarking, "The Reaper of Love, using simple principles of physics to cause destruction through nuclear fusion reactions is nothing more than a sword and spear compared to antimatter weapons." Chapter 2670, Upgrading the National Defense System, 2. The test firing of the antimatter Star Destroyer cannon was scheduled at a sea-based firing range far from land. To prevent the leakage of core secrets, the entire area had, of course, been placed under a spatial lockdown. Given Zhang Yi's current capabilities, achieving this was no difficult task. A metal island welded together from scrap warships was towed hundreds of kilometers out to sea to serve as the target. The sky was overcast, and the wind and waves were calm. The Dreamer floated quietly on the surface of the sea, its newly installed antimatter Star Destroyer cannon at the bow pointing silently toward the horizon. 10 seconds to go. Energy stable, source encapsulation intact. Launch authorization confirmed. Zhang Yi stood in the flagship's command room, arms crossed, glancing briefly toward the horizon through the side window. Fire! An inconspicuous dark speck shot from the bow, transforming into a massive black four-pointed star that swallowed nearly all the light in space. Within a radius of over 10 nautical miles, the light dimmed instantly, as if night had fallen. The next second, the distant world fell silent for a split second. Then, an incredibly eerie dark glow rose from the metal island. All monitoring instruments went into the red. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the explosion's epicenter, material structures were almost completely obliterated, metal vaporized, and seawater instantly turned into a massive void. It wasn't a destruction of physical structure, nor was it blowing an island to pieces into a shower of debris. Rather, it was a complete and utter erasure of its existence, the annihilation that occurs when antimatter and matter collide, the kind that obliterates even the molecules. In the bridge, it grew so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. Fatty Sue swallowed hard, scratched his head, and muttered, "If this thing lands a direct hit, it could take out a night-level target, right?" Yang Xinshin added, "Provided the opponent stands still and lets us aim carefully." The Star Destroyer cannon fired at an incredibly high rate, but if a mutant had reached the night-level realm, they likely possessed various powerful means of self-preservation. Unless the target is a rules category ability user like Ho-Tu, who lacks strong self-preservation capabilities. Otherwise, trying to kill a night-level opponent head-on with just the Star Destroyer cannon wouldn't be so easy. Zhang Yi smiled and slipped his hands into his pockets. "This is just the beginning, our weapons will only get stronger from here on out. And having this gives us a powerful deterrent." Weapons of this caliber were ultimately mounted on the core turrets of the 3 super warships and the Tianhai fortress. The remaining defensive turrets were equipped only with standard-grade antimatter warheads, intended to counter potential invasions by ancient civilizations. Seeing the preliminary version of the antimatter Star Destroyer cannon already possessed such power, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask Ling, who stood beside him, "What do you think of this level of performance?" "It's nothing special." Ling's reply was equally cold. "It's just a crude imitation, like taking a car as a model and then molding a toy out of clay. At their peak, the Yihen tribe possessed the power to destroy star-class units. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, you can't compare them, after all, you're the pinnacle race of the universe. By the way, I have another question. You once told me that at their peak, the Yihen tribe could mobilize all the resources in the entire universe. Then how did you traverse hundreds of billions, even trillions of light years to reach the outer reaches of the universe? Earth is the source of the universe, leaving Earth means venturing toward its outer edges. Could it be that you've mastered technology that exceeds the speed of light? Ling glanced at Zhang Yi and said calmly, once you reach the Omega level, you'll know how to exceed the speed of light. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Exceeding the speed of light, according to general relativity, meant one could travel through time and space and return to the past. Is this the only path? But... He rubbed his chin, asking in confusion, isn't that a paradox? You see, I want to exceed the speed of light so I can travel through the cosmos and reach even more distant parts of the universe. But if I exceed the speed of light, I'll travel through time. So, have I actually traveled back in time, or have I traveled through space? Ling gave Zhang Yi a casual glance. You're quite the thinker. However, after pondering for a moment, she spoke slowly, the only thing that can transcend time and space is human desire. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. You're getting more and more artsy these days. Have you been watching too much of that show, Tiny Times, lately? Ling rolled her eyes. There are some things I can't explain to you now. You'll understand when the time comes. With that, she closed her eyes and returned directly to Zhang Yi's dimensional space. Zhang Yi shrugged helplessly. However, for him, the journey of interstellar travel was indeed still a long way off. Even after assimilating the technologies of the mechanical civilization and the Sand Raider civilization, it would take at least several decades. To give the simplest example, even if they possessed all the technology now, they still couldn't replicate a single tiny screw from the Yihen tribe. The path of technological development was long and arduous. Meanwhile, over the past 6 months, the combat capabilities of Zhang Yi and those around him had undergone a significant leap forward. Zhang Yi's ability index had not increased at all in the past 6 months, it remained at 0. Just as he had anticipated, the further he progressed, the slower the improvement became. However, this slow progress was intentional. His journey to Mars had made him realize that simply increasing his ability index held little significance. What was needed was deep reflection, a deeper understanding of his own abilities, and the ability to push those abilities to their absolute limit. Ling had told him that, among all the races, the speed of his combat power growth was already on a monstrous level. In just 8 years, he had traversed a path that would take geniuses of other races, even with the full resources of their entire race, at least several decades, and for the immortal races, hundreds or even thousands of years. On one hand, this was the Creator's final act of favor toward the 6th generation. On the other hand, it was the baptism of the 14.8 billion units of spiritual essence from the Yihen tribe that had unlocked the shackles binding his body. What are these shackles? They are the upper limits of a person's natural talent and potential. The same resources can yield results that are worlds apart when applied to different individuals. Take Bai Li Changqing and Deng Shintong, for example. Their ceiling is likely around the level of a bishop. Once they reach this level, providing them with more cultivation resources holds little value. Unless they encounter a special stroke of luck later on, or Zhang Yi forcibly pushes them forward with overwhelming resources, they simply have no way to break through this limitation. However, the speed at which Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin are improving their abilities is extremely rare. This is the true value of the final gift from the Yihen tribe, the baptism of the Sea of Spirit. As for Uncle Yu, Lian Yu, Fatty Su, Deng Shintong, Bai Li Changqing, Wu Di. These old comrades who have fought alongside Zhang Yi from the apocalypse until now have, one by one, undergone comprehensive upgrades during this period. Chapter 2671, A Makeshift Operation, 1. The growth of one's ability index is limited. Without war, and without the ability to plunder the origin of other powerful ability users, it is difficult for their ability index to increase significantly. Therefore, to enhance their overall combat strength, they must rely on external equipment. That is why the armor they wear is the top priority of the entire project. Combining the Yihen tribe's armor design blueprint, the technical details of the Tsan tribe's Terminator Demon God armor, and the Sand Raiders' modular components, these three elements were integrated, with Ling assisting in standardizing the interfaces. The final product is a complete set of high-end combat armor that nearly meets the standards of the Ichigard personal guard. Once everyone donned it, they all experienced the illusion of having suddenly grown 2 centimeters taller. Strength, speed, defense, and energy output were all significantly boosted. Short-term combat power could generally be maintained between 30,000 and 40,000 points, on par with bishop-level power. Apart from extremely high energy consumption, it had no other drawbacks. According to Liu Karen's report, the energy required to run a single new Demon God armor at full capacity for 1 minute was sufficient to power the entire nation for a day. Had Zhang Yi not returned from Mars with such vast resources, he would never have dared to undertake such an upgrade. Otherwise, they would have faced the awkward situation of being able to build it but unable to afford to use it. Fortunately, as Zhang Yi's team grows increasingly powerful, they won't face many battles in the future. But once war breaks out, it will inevitably be a matter of life and death, and at that point, there will be no room to worry about wasting resources. Deng Shintong's armor was white, a specific request he had made to Liu Karen. As a light attribute ability user, the light radiation emitted when he unleashed his abilities was white, making the white armor a perfect match. After receiving the armor, he stared at himself in the mirror for a long time, unable to resist exclaiming, "If I'd had a set of this 8 years ago, I could have taken on the whole world single-handedly." Fatty Sue gave him a casual glance and chuckled, 10 years ago, you wouldn't even have been worthy of wearing this armor." Although they had acquired the new armor, under Zhang Yi's orders, they remained extremely low-key. Outwardly, they continued to disguise themselves in ordinary combat uniforms. Hiding one's true capabilities was still Zhang Yi's standard tactic. Never let anyone know your true strength, only then can you maintain the greatest deterrence. It's enough to bare your fangs only occasionally. Meanwhile, along the borders of the 6 major regions, row upon row of monstrous towers had sprung up over the past 6 months. Each energy tower stood hundreds of meters tall, its surface covered with circular energy rings and antenna arrays, resembling giant tuning forks planted in the earth. They are connected to the central energy tower in Tianhai City. Utilizing the Sand Raider civilization's wireless energy transmission technology, supplemented by the Tsan tribe's field stabilization rings, the Tianhai main tower can transmit stable energy to these border energy towers across thousands of kilometers. Once a state of war is declared, the energy towers along the borders of the 6 major regions will coordinate to deploy a defensive force field. It is a shield that truly envelopes the entire national border. A transparent light screen would illuminate the sky, while a thick energy barrier would form on the ground. Its explosive intensity was sufficient to intercept most waves of monstrous beasts, withstand energy cannon bombardments, and even briefly resist a breakthrough attempt by a powerful figure from an ancient civilization. Of course, the energy source of the entire Huashu kingdom lay in Tianhai City. Even today, Zhang Yi still hasn't relinquished control. He may choose not to interfere with personnel and administrative matters in the 6 major regions, but that doesn't mean he fully trusts their leadership. Only by firmly controlling the military can one hold absolute authority. The Great Wall of the new era has been forged. Emperor Qin Shi Huang probably never imagined that, over 2,000 years later, the Huashu kingdom would still be using the Great Wall to repel foreign invasions. Standing at the base of a newly constructed energy tower, Li Changgong looked up at the structure soaring into the clouds and couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. The nationwide arming program had also reached new heights over the past 6 months. Conventional rifles and cold weapons had all been phased out, replaced by successive generations of energy weapons, railguns, and miniature hover cannons. Every adult citizen was equipped with a basic mechanical exoskeleton, capable of temporarily boosting physical endurance and reaction speed in critical moments. They weren't expected to fight, but rather to be prepared for the unexpected, so that in the event of a disaster, they could flee and hide more effectively. Against this backdrop, mechanized combat units began to be deployed on a massive scale. Neatly formed squadrons of mechanical units appeared in major legions, city defenses, and fortresses. They do not need to eat or sleep, they do not complain or desert. As long as their energy supply remains uninterrupted, they can engage in continuous combat on the battlefield for dozens of hours. Over the past 6 months, the Huashu Kingdom's overall national strength has surged to unprecedented heights. At high-level meetings, the Statistics Department presented report after report, with every curve showing an exaggerated upward trend. Mechanical lifeforms are truly a godsend. Someone even couldn't resist joking, once you get used to them, those flesh and blood soldiers start to seem a bit unreliable. Everyone could see the benefits. But doubts were also quietly emerging. On this day, at the Tianhai Fortress Operations Center, a routine meeting had just concluded. The vast majority of representatives from the 6 major regions had already departed. Only the projections of a few key figures from Tianhai City remained in the conference room. Li Changgong hesitated for a moment but did not immediately shut down his 3D projection. Zhang Yi was reviewing a report on energy tower maintenance at his desk. Sensing his gaze, he looked up and smiled. "What's up? Want to chat with me privately?" "There is indeed an issue." Li Changgong sat at the table, his back straight as a rod, yet his expression carried a rare hint of uncertainty. The number and privileges of the mechanical life forms are constantly increasing. They possess a lifespan approaching eternity. As long as materials are available, they can be repaired. As long as the central core remains, they can be reactivated. For them, self-replication is also extremely simple. Even though we currently hold the reins of control, who can guarantee that one day they won't break free from our grasp? By then, won't we have effectively raised an enemy with our own hands, one we can't even handle ourselves? This was a question many dared not voice aloud, yet it kept circling in their minds. The self-destructive Tsan tribe and the Sand Raider civilization, enslaved by superintelligent entities, flashed one by one through the minds of Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi rubbed the bridge of his nose and snapped the report in his hand shut. "You're asking me?" He looked up at Li Changgong. "Who else should I ask?" Li Changgong paused, taken aback by his response. "Don't glare at me. I'm serious." Zhang Yi crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and slowly narrowed his eyes. "Don't think I'm too smart or too powerful. I'm just an ordinary person who's struggled to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, fighting to keep myself and my family alive until today." Chapter 2672, A Makeshift Operation, 2. This world is one big haphazard operation, everyone's just getting by. Don't think anyone's all that great. I'm just patching things up for Huashu Kingdom in this shattered world, doing my best. How far do you think I can plan ahead? Zhang Yi reached out and picked up a pen from the table, casually sketching a little figure on the paper, then drew a blood transfusion bag. "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a man who was seriously injured and in urgent need of a blood transfusion. But in the blood bank, the only blood bag that matched his type tested positive for the HIV virus. He drew a tiny skull to represent the virus. At this point, do you think he should take the transfusion or not?" Li Changgong furrowed his brow and blurted out, "Of course he should refuse. No way. Who would gamble with their life?" But Zhang Yi drew a nearly broken electrocardiogram on the paper. What if the doctor said his life was hanging by a thread right now? Without a transfusion, he'll die within 10 minutes. With a transfusion, he'll survive, but he'll carry the virus. He put down his pen and looked at Li Changgong. "In this situation, if you were the patient, what would you choose?" The lights in the conference room were steady, and the air conditioning vents hummed softly. Yet the room was so quiet you could hear the rustle of paper. Li Changgong remained silent for a long time. "Well, I guess we'd have to give the blood transfusion first." He clenched his teeth and gave his answer. "Save his life first, then worry about the future." I'd make the same choice. Zhang Yi smiled, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can. The Huashu Kingdom right now is just like that critically injured person. It's getting dark, and we've got a hell of a long way to go. We have no choice but to take paths that may not seem perfect, or even carry risks, to keep moving forward. Whether or not to use mechanical life forms isn't a matter of preference, it's a matter of survival. He shrugged, leaned back in his chair, and his tone lightened. I don't know what the future holds. I don't have the confidence to say I can keep everything under control. This world itself is one giant makeshift operation. It's full of patches and temporary scaffolding. Just patching things together and muddling through is hard enough as it is. All I can do is try my best to keep it from collapsing too quickly. The bottom line is, I have a clear conscience. Li Changgong looked at him and suddenly realized that this guy, whom they always pushed to the front, understood better than anyone else just how precarious the path beneath their feet really was. But what if, one day, they really do lose control? He finally asked the last question. Then we'll just have to fight them again. Zhang Yi spread his hands, smiling earnestly. Anyway, we've already made all the necessary preparations. If we win, we keep moving forward. If we lose, he paused, his gaze falling on the energy tower under construction outside the window. If we lose, we'll just have to accept that our generation failed to hold this makeshift operation together. That's fate. Zhang Yi didn't even know how long he'd live, why should he worry about the future? With that said, Li Changgong didn't press the matter further. Because he knew that the man standing at the forefront had already given a sufficiently honest answer. 6 months passed in silence. During this seemingly calm half-year, the Huashu Kingdom's comprehensive strength underwent a complete overhaul, from its very core to its surface. Yet, under Zhang Yi's orders, the entire Huashu Kingdom maintained an unusually low profile. There were no military parades to flaunt their might, no overwhelming propaganda campaigns, and even the test firing of new weapons was kept as low-key as possible, confined to underground testing grounds. There was only one thing that could not be concealed. That was the defensive force field shrouding the skies above the Huashu Kingdom. From the outside, the entire nation appeared to be enveloped by an extremely thin layer of light. At certain angles, a faint halo would appear, as if the country were encased in an almost invisible eggshell. This defensive force field was maintained around the clock, yet it did not constantly consume vast amounts of energy. This technology originated from the Yihen tribe, a scaled-down version. However, its energy consumption is managed with remarkable precision through a trigger-based mechanism. Only when an attack is detected does energy instantly transfer from the source energy tower in Tianhai City to designated locations to activate the shield. The energy required to maintain its daily operations is equivalent to that of a large nuclear power plant, a negligible expense for Zhang Yi in his current state. Observation stations from the 5 surrounding ancient civilizations immediately detected this change. When high-altitude probes collided with that force field and were bounced back, the test data on the screens left their scientists speechless for a full 10 minutes. Is this a national-level defensive array? When did they extend the defensive force field beyond the national border? Everyone knew what a defensive force field capable of enveloping an entire nation signified. It was no longer a single-point defense, but a stance that said, we won't give you any opportunity for a surprise attack. More importantly, the scale of such an engineering feat demonstrated that the Huashu Kingdom's comprehensive strength, in energy, computing power, materials, and control over spatial nodes, had far surpassed their previous estimates. Ever since that battle, Zhang Yi had established his authority before the world. The aftermath of that battle extended far beyond the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood on the battlefield. It had completely transformed the way the 5 great ancient civilizations viewed the Huashu Kingdom. The once haughty, established powers suddenly adopted a friendly attitude. One olive branch after another, accompanied by smiles, was extended from all directions. Delegations of all kinds arrived in Tianhai City in a steady stream. To deepen our understanding and resolve misunderstandings. We hope to establish a long-term, stable, friendly, and mutually supportive relationship with the Huashu kingdom. The unpleasant incidents of the past were merely misunderstandings caused by poor communication. Now, we sincerely acknowledge the Huashu kingdom's strength. Some even said with a straight face, the current global situation is turbulent and unpredictable. We are all neighbors on this continent, we should stick together and weather the storm. The representative of the Wolf-Fawn clan opened his fangs-filled mouth wide, yet spoke with a beaming smile, full of sincerity. Even the giants of the Titan clan knelt halfway on the ground, displaying their sincerity and humility. These races, once arrogant and tyrannical, who had never given the Huashu kingdom a second glance, had suddenly become amiable and approachable. The encrypted communication channels of various nations were filled with flattering words. Zhang Yi sat in the war room, watching as one diplomatic telegram after another, worded in gentle tones, was displayed before him. A meaningful smile played across his face. Chapter 2673, Reunion with White Dragon, 1. As he leafed through these letters expressing goodwill, he casually circled certain passages. Look! Yang Xinxin, standing beside him, leaned in. This line, we are willing to engage in limited intelligence sharing with your country in certain areas. Why did you circle that? Translated, that basically means, I want to turn swords into jade and silk, so we can all become friends. Zhang Yi smiled and wrote a big ha on the paper. And this one. He tapped another line on a different telegram. We believe your country is a vital force for maintaining regional stability. That sounds pretty smooth, doesn't it? They sure know how to butter you up. But the next line is, in this regard, we hope your country will exercise greater restraint in future conflicts and shoulder more responsibility for overall peace. He shrugged as he spoke, which translates to, they hope that in the future, the Huashu kingdom, and especially you, Zhang Yi, will refrain from using military force against other ancient civilizations. Uncle Yu snorted derisively from the side. To put it bluntly, they're admitting we're not to be messed with, yet they can't bring themselves to swallow their pride. They want to drag us into their charade. Zhang Yi laughed indifferently. Let's play along then. He organized all the telegrams and handed them to Yang Xinxin, who was in charge of foreign affairs. In the reply, the tone should be warm, and the attitude sincere. But keep our stance vague. Use words like understanding, respect, and anticipation more often, and avoid promises and guarantees. They're calling for solidarity to keep warm, so we'll nod along for now. As for whether we'll end up warming ourselves by the fire together or ending up in the same pot, that depends on the situation. What Zhang Yi meant was to maintain a harmonious facade with them, meeting everyone we're supposed to meet, attending every dinner we're expected to attend. Group photos can look perfectly harmonious, and press releases can be written to sound friendly. But everyone knows deep down that this superficial harmony, where we're all happy to be in each other's company, is merely a thin veneer of oil over the current tense situation. The true undercurrents, however, are churning beneath every nation. The Huashu kingdom was quietly growing stronger behind the scenes, while the 5 great ancient civilizations watched cautiously from the sidelines. The entire region was like a tightly drawn bowstring. Should anyone apply even the slightest pressure, the arrow will fly, and no one knows who will be struck. Amid this delicate balance, Zhang Yi once again set out on the path to the Dragon Clan. No matter how the 5 ancient civilizations sought to curry favor, Zhang Yi knew deep down, those who are not of our kind have different intentions. The 5 great civilizations have not abandoned their desire to destroy the Huashu kingdom, they have merely shifted their stance temporarily after witnessing Zhang Yi's power and the transformation of the Huashu kingdom. But what about the future? The current situation resembles the Warring States period. The political landscape is turbulent and unpredictable, and Zhang Yi has no certainty that the Huashu kingdom will always be able to keep the 5 ancient civilizations in check. However, whether he should take the initiative to strike first requires careful consideration of numerous factors. For instance, what are the stances of the major global powers? And furthermore, if it truly came down to a 1 against 5 scenario, what would be the Huashu kingdom's chances of victory, and at what cost? He would not provoke a conflict in the short term, because time is on their side. Within 20 or 30 years at most, Liu Karen would be able to unlock nearly all the technologies of the Sand Raider civilization and the Yihen tribe engineers. Once that happened, the Huashu kingdom would leapfrog into at least the second tier of global technological power. Why not the first tier? Because civilizations in the first tier rely more on the individual prowess of mutants. Take the Dragon Clan, for example. In this universe built upon the fundamental substance of ether, technology is indeed a secondary path, only thoughts endure forever. With this doubt weighing on his mind, Zhang Yi decided to pay a visit to the Dragon Clan to seek their counsel. He contacted the Black Dragon Yuan Jing and made his intentions clear. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, the Black Dragon's eyes betrayed obvious surprise. He could certainly sense the changes in Zhang Yi's abilities. It's been 2.5 years since we last met, and your strength has actually risen to this level. It seems the Yihen tribe's gift has not been wasted on you. Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. You actually know? The baptism he received from the Sea of Spirit, composed of 14.8 billion units of spiritual essence from the Yihen tribe, was a closely guarded secret. He had assumed no one knew, yet Yuan Jing had actually spoken of it. Yuan Jing gave a light snort. I know far more than you could ever imagine. If you hadn't received the Yihen tribe's blessing, your ceiling would likely have been around the level of a few thousand points on the ability index. Otherwise, what makes you think you could have achieved in a mere decade what geniuses from other ancient civilizations, mobilizing the collective strength of their entire tribes, took decades or even centuries to accumulate? Zhang Yi was deeply moved. The Dragon Clan's power truly exceeded his wildest expectations. But knowing how crucial the Yihen tribe's legacy is, why didn't the Dragon Clan participate in that trial back then? Zhang Yi asked in confusion. Yuan Jing, however, looked at him as if he were an idiot. You dared to enter the Tianyu Palace out of the ignorance that comes with fearlessness. When it comes to a mighty god-level civilization, who among us, who know the full extent of their power, would dare to rashly enter their territory? Setting foot on their territory means they hold the power over life and death. It's precisely because you know nothing that you rushed in so recklessly. Zhang Yi flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, if the Yihen tribe had wanted to kill them back then, none of them would have survived. Yuan Jing, however, felt no particular envy toward Zhang Yi's extraordinary encounter. He merely remarked indifferently, "This is your destiny. Cherish this gift." He took Zhang Yi with him to the foot of the Qinling Mountains, where they found the spatial node leading into the Dragon Realm. The familiar expanse of the sky unfolded once more. The Dragon Clan still hovered within a realm that was half real, half illusory. The sky was so deep it was nearly ink-black, in the distance lay floating islands and inverted mountain ranges, while dragon-patterned runes flowed through the air like a starry river. But unlike last time, Fuxi did not appear. Instead, he was greeted by the white dragon, clad in a pure white robe. Standing at the edge of a floating island, his long hair cascading down, his gaze gentle, he looked like a meticulously washed inkwash painting. We meet again. The white dragon looked at Zhang Yi, a strange gleam flickering in his eyes. You seem to have changed somewhat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he suddenly reached out his right hand toward Zhang Yi and grabbed fiercely. The entire space twisted, and Zhang Yi distinctly felt his body being pulled involuntarily toward the white dragon. Only this time, he was no longer bewildered and helpless, nor did he remain clueless. For within the pupil of his right eye, the trajectories of the spatial distortion had appeared. So this was how White Dragon's ability had always been activated. Formless Void Realm. Zhang Yi immediately activated the Formless Void Realm, fighting back to regain control of the space. Zhang Yi, who had already reached White Dragon's side, was instantly flung 5 kilometers away. This scene caused White Dragon Yuan Mo's brows to furrow, and his gaze grew strange. Chapter 2674, Reunion with White Dragon, 2. White Dragon's face remained calm, but for a Dragon Clan genius as expressionless and arrogant as him, the mere shock in his eyes was enough to reveal just how shaken he was inside. Zhang Yi's ability index had risen too rapidly, yet White Dragon paid it no mind. the ability index does not absolutely represent combat strength. Especially as one progresses further, mastery over one's abilities is what matters most. For instance, a 10-kilogram ball of cotton, if not compressed, would cause no harm when thrown at a person, yet a steel needle weighing just a few grams could take a life. In the end, what truly distinguishes the mutant is their understanding of abilities and the ether. So, if they had met 2.5 years ago at the interspecies negotiation conference, even if White Dragon and Zhang Yi had identical ability indices, White Dragon could have relied on his own understanding of space abilities to dominate Zhang Yi in battle. But White Dragon couldn't accept that Zhang Yi had, in just 2.5 years, begun to catch up to him in his understanding of space abilities. Why? Because he wasn't just a genius, he had a legend like Fuxi, who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, constantly guiding him. White Dragon's gaze grew serious. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, having broken free from White Dragon's control for the first time, was filled with elation. What had once seemed an unattainable existence, though he could still sense White Dragon's power, was no longer something he could face without any means of resistance. White Dragon struck again. With him at the center, the entire surrounding space rippled like a canvas. Space possessed elasticity, it could be folded and stretched, and everything within it was like ants on a piece of silk. As long as the silk was stretched or folded, the ants would be forced to change their positions, even if they hadn't moved at all. White Dragon's spatial power was stronger than Zhang Yi's, placing the entire area where he stood within his domain. Zhang Yi knew that White Dragon was testing his abilities. Without hesitation, he activated the temporal power of his left eye, the second hand of time. For 5 seconds, he had complete control over White Dragon's every move. His right eye perceived the vibrations of space, discerning the directions in which it folded and extended. Although he couldn't match White Dragon's power, he could rely on his ability to anticipate the enemy's moves to evade attacks. To an outsider's eye, the two weren't fighting at all. White Dragon simply stood in place, while Zhang Yi flickered like a speck of light, suddenly appearing in one spot and vanishing to another the next moment. After 5 seconds, the standoff finally ended. The coldness in White Dragon's gaze toward Zhang Yi was slowly fading, replaced by a hint of approval. He nodded slowly. Not bad. Zhang Yi immediately clasped his hands in a bow and said, "Thank you, Elder White Dragon, for your guidance." He had witnessed White Dragon's strength. If White Dragon had truly intended to attack him, Zhang Yi would likely have had no choice but to take the beating. But the White Dragon had merely been testing his abilities, stopping just short of a full-scale confrontation. Then, the White Dragon said to Zhang Yi, "Lord Fuxi is unable to see you. I will be receiving you on his behalf this time. His absence actually makes things easier for me." Zhang Yi wasn't disappointed. After all, with someone like Fuxi, it was unlikely he'd be able to see him on his very first visit. Some matters could just as easily be discussed with the White Dragon. Zhang Yi walked side by side with him, watching a silver dragon silhouette sweep across the clouds in the distance. As they spoke, the two entered the Dragon Clan's main hall. There was none of the gilded, ornate decoration he had imagined. Instead, there was a sense of simple yet strictly ordered beauty. Numerous technological devices were ingeniously embedded within the structure itself, with energy conduits and rune arrays interwoven together, giving it an appearance that was both modern and ancient. Zhang Yi casually ran his fingers over the faintly flickering light patterns on a column. "Your technological level is quite impressive." He couldn't help but marvel, whether it's energy utilization, spatial folding, or information encapsulation, you're ahead of us in many areas. Yet you've left behind so many public amenities. He looked at a small tower in the distance used for weather regulation. Technology designed to improve the environment and enhance quality of life is everywhere. But the things actually used for warfare are pitifully few. White Dragon turned to glance at him. "Are you here to assess our defense capabilities?" No. Zhang Yi waved his hand. "I'm just curious. With your technology, building a mechanical legion capable of sweeping across the world should be only a matter of time. But your mechanical lifeforms seem restrained. I saw the spider-masked legion on Earth and assumed they were your combat units, Johnny said with a smile. The first time he'd encountered the human-faced spiders was near the Purple Pyramid at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. Back then, the naive and overconfident mutants from the Huashu Kingdom had come in a group, solely to harvest a piece of the spirit of sacrifice. In the end, they were chased by those human-faced spiders and ended up in a complete mess. From today's perspective, those human-faced spiders had virtually no combat capability, they weren't even equipped with weapons. I later learned that most of those human-faced spider robots were merely industrial models. White Dragon nodded. The Spider Mask Legion is indeed primarily used for industrial and infrastructure maintenance. Combat models are rare, and they come with many restrictions. We certainly don't treat mechanical lifeforms as primary tools of war. He paused, turned, and sat down on a floating jade platform, gesturing for Zhang Yi to take a seat as well. What brings you here today? I've been to Mars. Zhang Yi didn't beat around the bush, he gave a brief overview of his experiences on Mars. The Engineers' Covenant left behind by the Yihen tribe. The remnants and technological fragments of the Sand Raider civilization. How he used these to propel the entire Huashu Kingdom onto the fast track of mechanical civilization. Half a year has passed now. We've tasted the benefits of developing mechanical lifeforms. Our national power is soaring, defensive force fields now extend to our borders, and the combat capabilities of our entire population have surged dramatically. But at the same time, our concerns are growing. He looked at White Dragon. I want to know if I'm on the right path, pushing full steam ahead with the development of mechanical civilization. Your Dragon Clan clearly possesses the ability to build a mechanical legion, yet you've limited yourselves to consumer technology. Have you already walked this path? White Dragon listened quietly, then remained silent for a long time. You ask me if the path you've chosen is the right one. He spoke softly. But the answer has never been with me. The universe has existed for approximately 13.8 billion years. Earth has existed for approximately 4.6 billion years. In this vast span of time, the number of civilizations that have emerged far exceeds anything you can currently imagine. Chapter 2675, The Dragon Clan's Guidance, 1. When it came to the history of the universe and the development of civilizations on Earth throughout the ages, White Dragon spoke with the familiarity of someone recounting a cherished story. After all, he had a living fossil by his side. Moreover, from hundreds of millions of years ago to the present day, the Dragon Clan civilization has not only endured without interruption but has also consistently maintained its strength at the pinnacle of power. Some civilizations have pushed technology to its absolute limits, others have championed spirituality, still others have burned brightly for a brief moment amidst chaos, only to fade away in silence. Every generation of civilization has its own path, and each has met a different fate. But none of these outcomes can ever be simply categorized as right or wrong. He raised his hand and pointed toward the vast, bottomless expanse of the sky above. Even we, the Dragon Clan, dare not claim to have seen all the answers. If you must ask me which path to choose, I can only say, when pushed to their ultimate limits, the civilizations that can truly endure will not be those rooted in technology, but those centered on humanity. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Human-centered? But in my view, humans are far too fragile. Short lifespans, frail bodies, and volatile emotions. Without the aid of civilization and technology, humans wouldn't even measure up to a single advanced mutant in the cosmic ecosystem. You're not wrong. The White Dragon nodded. On a purely material level, humans are utterly defenseless. But the essence of the universe has never been merely material. Matter will perish, stars will fade, and time and space will collapse. The only thing that truly approaches eternity is remembrance. It is the will, thoughts, emotions, and choices of countless lives converging together. It is that directional longing. He gazed at the palm of his hand, as if seeing a light that pierced through his flesh. You could call it the power of thought, telekinesis, or mental imagery, or a field of will. The name doesn't matter. What matters is that this is the true foundation of the universe. Technology is a tool. Machinery is an exoskeleton. They allow you to go farther, see higher, and even stand shoulder to shoulder with the stars. But if one day, the tools turn the tables and become the masters. If a civilization entrusts all its values to cold, impersonal computing power and efficiency, it is tantamount to voluntarily severing its connection to the very essence of the universe. Such a civilization, even if powerful for a time, will ultimately lose its standing in the higher-level struggle. Zhang Yi fell silent. It wasn't the first time he'd heard such words. Similar warnings had been mentioned in certain fragmentary records left behind by the Yihan tribe, though back then he hadn't felt it as deeply as he did now. So that's why your dragon clan intentionally suppresses the development of mechanical life forms? Retaining only those technologies that truly improve life, and leaving warfare to yourselves? That is part of the reason. White Dragon admitted frankly. But another part is because we've witnessed what happens when a mechanized civilization spirals out of control. It's not a sight you'd want to see right now. He didn't elaborate. Yet the shadow that flashed across the depths of his eyes in that instant made Zhang Yi's heart tighten slightly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi changed the subject. Then let me ask a more practical question. Right now, the 5 ancient civilizations surrounding Huashu Kingdom have a very ambiguous attitude toward us. They speak nicely on the surface, but everyone knows full well about their underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes. If one day we really decide to go to war with them, what would happen? Zhang Yi voiced the greatest doubt in his heart. He was almost certain that a war with the 5 surrounding ancient civilizations was inevitable in the future. But he had to consider the consequences. White Dragon did not answer immediately. He looked up into the distance. Deep within the void there, several faint, flickering lights crisscrossed, resembling giant beasts moving slowly from the farthest reaches. Do you think the only ones targeting you right now are those 5 ancient civilizations? He said softly. In truth, they are merely a visible facade. Those truly watching you are not on this earth. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Are you saying there are others behind them? The Dragon Clan, back then, also had enemies. White Dragon neither confirmed nor denied it outright. As the previous era was drawing to a close, we once clashed with certain transcendent, top-tier races. It was a struggle beyond the comprehension of most races in this world. We achieved some victories, but our enemies still exist, and they remain powerful. The wind outside the hall suddenly picked up. The faint sound of a dragon's roar drifted from the distance. Those eyes have never fully turned away. White Dragon looked at Zhang Yi. What you've done on Mars, the mechanical civilization you've established in the Huashu Kingdom, and the new variables you've created on this land, all of these have caused certain ancient powers to turn their gaze back upon us. They cannot act directly. So they will choose proxies who appear reasonable and justified. For example, the 5 ancient civilizations you mentioned. After hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a sense of calm wash over him. Perhaps because the fact that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes didn't come as a surprise to him. So you're telling me not to act impulsively? To play along with them obediently and maintain the status quo? No. White Dragon shook his head. Do whatever you want to do. This path is one you chose yourself. But, it's best to hold the moral high ground. Even among those top-tier civilizations, the superficial harmony must be maintained. Whoever tears apart that superficial righteousness first will pay the price. He paused, his tone growing more serious. You can strike back, you can fight, you can even destroy their kingdoms. But you must ensure that when the dust settles and history is looked back upon, from an observer's perspective, it will appear that they were the ones who made the mistake first, and you acted in response. Even if this sense of justice seems hypocritical and contrived to you. But within the higher-level rules of the game, it does exist, and it is absolutely necessary. As long as you hold on to this reason, even if you turn this continent upside down, the true players will think twice before making their move. Zhang Yi nodded slowly. To put it simply, you can fight. But you must make others believe that you were forced into this. Not that you broke the deadlock and started the war. White Dragon smiled. You grasp things quickly. I'm merely offering advice. But the path you take is ultimately yours to walk. The light within the hall shifted subtly. The ancient timekeeping device of the Dragon Clan cast a slowly moving shadow across the dome. Zhang Yi stood up and bowed slightly to White Dragon. Thank you for your guidance. Although it sounds a bit like expecting me to play by the rules while accomplishing great deeds. But I think I get the gist of it. Chapter 2676, The Dragon Clan's Guidance, 2. White Dragon looked at Zhang Yi. Though his tone remained cool and detached, it now carried a hint of thoughtful guidance. For in his eyes, Zhang Yi was no longer just a troublemaker, but a compliant and exceptionally gifted junior. White Dragon was a genius beyond compare, ranking among the very best in the entire Dragon Clan over the past millennia, so he rarely took anyone seriously. Yet when a genius encounters another genius, a sense of mutual admiration naturally arises. If you were merely following the established path, no one would bother to stop and hinder you. It is precisely because you might change something that people are watching you. May you, in the end, remain true to your own intentions. Zhang Yi repeatedly thanked the White Dragon for his guidance, feeling a greater sense of reassurance. The White Dragon's words were telling him that as long as the Huashu Kingdom could uphold the principle of righteousness, they would have nothing to fear. Even if war broke out, the Dragon Clan would stand as their strong support. It seems, then, that civilization and order do exist, but you must possess sufficient strength to have the right to set the rules. Zhang Yi understood this fully. The situation was not so different from that of Earth before the Ice Age had descended. He bid farewell to White Dragon, turned, and left the Grand Hall, walking along the floating bridge back the way he had come. Beneath his feet lay an endless sea of clouds, with the silhouettes of dragons faintly visible in the distance. He glanced back at that ancient and tranquil Dragon Clan kingdom, his heart filled with boundless emotion. The Black Dragon was waiting for Zhang Yi outside. He had always been carefree by nature and disliked being constrained. Therefore, although he possessed talent comparable to that of the White Dragon, he rarely interfered in Dragon Clan affairs. However, having witnessed the changes in Huashu Kingdom over the past 600 years, he still harbored a special affection for the common folk of this land. It was much like the joy of nurturing and developing a world in a sandbox game. Hey, Zhang Yi. What did you two talk about? Yuan Jing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi answered honestly, the future, specifically, the issues of war and peace between the Huashu Kingdom and those ancient civilizations lurking nearby, waiting to pounce. Yuan Jing raised an eyebrow. 1 against 5, that's a tough nut to crack. Zhang Yi shrugged. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want war. His eyes flashed. But if anyone comes to destroy my homeland and disrupt my peaceful, harmonious life, I will make them pay the price. Clap, clap. The Black Dragon clapped his hands. Good, that's the spirit. I like it. The two left the Dragon Realm. The Black Dragon returned to Xinjiang, while Zhang Yi activated his formless Void Realm to hasten his return. The familiar air and light of Tianhai City washed over him. Immediately, someone approached to report the latest intelligence. Several more diplomatic communications had arrived from the 5 great ancient civilizations. Zhang Yi took the reports, skimmed through them casually, and a slow smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It's all about having the moral high ground, isn't it? He silently repeated the White Dragon's words to himself. Then, starting right now, let's play out this drama to the very end. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 13.8 billion year history of the universe, this span of time wasn't even worth a single punctuation mark, yet for the entire Huashu Kingdom, it had been a period of earth-shattering transformation. Zhang Yi's ability index had quietly climbed to 58,000 points. On the surface, it seemed like only a few thousand points had been added, but those who truly understood what this meant no longer fixated on the specific figure. Because compared to the cold, hard numbers of his ability index, what was truly terrifying was the cheat code he possessed. The White Emperor battlesuit had undergone a complete overhaul over the past 2 years. The materials of the Terminator armor of the End were hammered, piece by piece, into the suit's framework by Lou Caron. After countless fine-tuning sessions and repeated testing, it ultimately took the form of a monstrous creation that resembled both armor and a vessel for a divine essence. The chaos mythology circulating among the people of the Huashu Kingdom has also been wildly embellished over the past 2 years. Some depict him slicing through the starry sky with a single sword stroke, others write of him punching a hole through the world tree, still others simply portray him as the Lord of the Apocalypse emerging from a cosmic rift. A cult of personality requires such exaggerated descriptions to strip him of his humanity, transforming him into an omnipotent, flawless deity. Following the usual script, this would be the time to start building temples, erecting golden statues, and embarking on a civilizational path based on the principle that sincerity brings results. But Zhang Yi nipped all of this in the bud. He did not allow anyone to erect statues of him, nor did he permit the creation of official portraits for worship, and he certainly did not agree to any titles that sounded overly adolescent, such as the Throne of Emperor Zhang. Worship is fine. But don't sculpt statues in my likeness, just worship my battle armor. He issued this command with the utmost seriousness. Ling had once warned him that the power of faith carried significant drawbacks and must never be relied upon. And as far as he knew, the leaders of those top-tier civilizations never used such things either. Though Zhang Yi didn't understand the underlying principles, he knew to learn from the strong. Thus, the story circulating among the people took on a different version. The White Emperor battlesuit was depicted as radiant with light, and the suit itself was imbued with the symbolic meaning of Guardian of Huashu. Countless prayers, beliefs, and feelings of gratitude were gradually channeled and attached to that set of armor. The power of faith quietly took shape. But what it gathered was not people, but objects. When the White Emperor battlesuit was worn by Zhang Yi, the psychic energy attached to the suit would resonate with his own supernatural aura. On the soil of the Huashu Kingdom, as long as there remains a single person who firmly believes that the White Emperor battlesuit is invincible, that power of faith will flow in endlessly. Thus, on his home turf, he can even go head-to-head with an opponent who has just ascended to the Queen tier. But once he left the Huashu Kingdom, with neither the land, the collective will, nor the mythical narratives at his disposal, the power of faith would naturally fade rapidly. Yet it was like a talisman he could carry with him. Even in foreign lands, he could still achieve a staggering surge in combat power for a brief moment. However, everyone knew that such a thing didn't come for free. What I'm borrowing is the fortune of the entire land and the collective willpower of the entire nation. Zhang Yi was well aware of this, which is why he had always exercised extreme restraint in its use, never truly demonstrating its power in public. Growing in tandem with him was the technological advancement and national strength of the entire Huashu Kingdom. Over the past 2 years, Lou Caron had hardly taken any real rest. The engineering manuals left behind by the Yihen tribe and the technological blueprints of the Sand Raider civilization, one by one, they transformed from virtual designs into cold, precise physical objects. She spent year after year immersed in laboratories in the Central Control Workshop, discussing matters with mechanical life-form engineers and calculating the utilization efficiency of every single energy stone with the Energy Department. For 2 full years. The overall national strength of the Huashu Kingdom, especially its technological level, was forcibly elevated to a height that simply didn't seem to belong to this era. Chapter 2677. The 5 Great Clans' Gesture of Goodwill. 1. The rapid development of civilization is particularly evident in Tianhai City. This once coastal city has now been completely transformed into a massive, multi-tiered metropolis. Above ground, towering energy towers pierce the clouds, ring-shaped elevated railways float in the air, and a silvery-white intelligent transportation network weaves through the landscape. At night, the lights converge into a flowing river of stars. Beneath the surface lie intricate underground cities, energy hubs, and bases for mechanical life forms. Among these, what strikes outsiders as most alarming are the 3,000 Sand Raiders. Each one possesses the combat capability to engage in a life-and-death struggle with an Epsilon-level mutant. They are normally buried deep within underground combat readiness warehouses and are only awakened for half an hour during necessary routine calculations and maintenance. The energy consumption is too high. Lou Caron flipped through stack after stack of reports, his head spinning. If you really were to unleash all 3,000 units at full power, a single main energy tower in Tianhai City would be drained dry in a minute. Do you believe that? Consequently, these 3,000 combat-ready disaster zones were placed on the Huashu Kingdom's highest-level combat readiness list. Unless it was a matter of life and death, no one would allow them all to appear on the surface. Over the past 2 years, however, relations between the Huashu Kingdom and the 5 great civilizations had been more harmonious than ever before. The Celestial Clan, the Wolf Fang Clan, the Titan Clan, the Zeepan Marsh Clan, and the Marsh Clan. These ancient races, whose names were once inextricably linked to border conflicts and resource disputes, now seemed as if they had suddenly all attended a collective diplomatic training course. Smiles were more frequent, their language softer, and their attitudes far more reasonable. The 6 parties jointly signed a written agreement titled the Southeast Asia Z6 Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Assistance. Judging by its terms, this was a standard defensive alliance treaty. Mutual aid and support were pledged. Should any party suffer an invasion from a third party, the others were obligated to provide assistance within the agreed time frame. Even more remarkable was that, to demonstrate their sincerity, the 5 major races had not committed a single act of encroachment against the Huashu Kingdom since then. In fact, they even took the initiative to propose trade. A steady stream of rare resources, ancient texts, and specialty medicinal herbs flowed into the Huashu Kingdom through trade. The Celestial Clan's light crystals, the Wolf Fang Clan's genetic serums, the Titan Clan's super heavy metals, the Zeepan Marsh Clan's ancient mechanical parts, and the Marsh Clan contributed a vast collection of artifacts and documents from their underground ruins. When these benefits were tallied up, they formed a thick stack of accounts that were hard to resist. Gradually, a different sentiment began to emerge within the Huashu Kingdom. Some believed that the hostility of the 5 great races had gradually dissipated, that past conflicts were merely historical legacies, and that this was the new order of the era. Life is tough for everyone. The outside world is so chaotic, isn't it better for us to stick together and keep warm? The alert level of the border forces showed no decline in the data reports. But in many people's hearts, that string of tension had already loosened slightly. Only a few knew that Zhang Yi's vigilance toward the 5 great civilizations had never diminished in the slightest. He smiled sincerely when signing documents, raised his glass high at joint ceremonies, and never missed a word when speaking before the news cameras. Yet every meeting recording, every detail of a trade agreement, and every minor movement along the border eventually found its way onto his desk. He simply didn't let that vigilance show on his face. Meanwhile, wars in other parts of the world never ceased. Territorial disputes, resource struggles, claims over ancient ruins, and new rifts to other realms, news kept pouring in from afar. Some wars were fought with great fanfare, others seemed to unfold quietly in the shadows. The Huashu Kingdom was like a great ship that had temporarily sailed into calm waters. No matter how fierce the storms raged outside, they could not reach the ship's hull in the short term. Until one day, a secret report from the Zeepan Kingdom shattered this superficial tranquility. The sender was the supreme ruler of the Zeepan Kingdom, Aim no Minakanushi. He proposed a formal visit to Tianhai City to meet with Zhang Yi. Meeting someone on his own turf posed no psychological pressure for Zhang Yi. Although he remained wary, the moment a white knight-level mutant set foot on this land, Zhang Yi was fully confident he could control the mutant's fate. Yet before approving this visit, he still went through every necessary preparation. The reception route, security deployments, the combat readiness level of the energy towers, and even the mooring positions of the warships had all undergone meticulous calculations and simulations. A few days later, a warship from the Zeepan Kingdom slowly docked at the port of Tianhai City. Compared to 2 years ago, the Tianhai port had now transformed into a massive multi-level spaceport. Multi-tiered landing platforms unfolded like petals, while energy shields layered in the air to form a soft yet sturdy curtain of light, allowing spacecraft of various models to take off and land in an orderly fashion. The warship's hatch opened, and Ain no Minakanushi stepped out. He wore a loose, black robe adorned with ancient patterns and a conical hat. Though fine lines etched by time were visible at the corners of his eyes, he appeared remarkably vigorous, his stride steady. When he stood before Tianhai City for the first time and looked up at the surroundings, a distinct look of awe flashed across his eyes. In just 2 short years, he murmured in admiration. I never imagined Tianhai City would have transformed into such a city of the future. Before him, skyscrapers stood tall, clusters of buildings, with energy pipelines serving as their skeletal framework, soared ever higher. Light track trains streaked through the air, while mechanical lifeforms and humans moved freely among them. And this was merely the facade Tianhai City presented to outsiders. The truly powerful technological infrastructure was largely concealed behind the city's facade. What was on display likely represented only 1/10 of its true capabilities. Concealing his true strength and keeping his cards close to his chest had always been Zhang Yi's modus operandi. He had no interest in flaunting his power or revealing his trump cards. His strength relied entirely on others' imagination, and he welcomed it when his opponents underestimated him. In accordance with protocol, Zhang Yi received Ain no Minakanushi in a multifunctional reception hall. The two exchanged the customary pleasantries, discussing the implementation of treaties, trade relations, and their views on the global situation. Everything seemed calm and normal. That is, until the entourage was dismissed, leaving only a handful of personal bodyguards standing guard in the outer room. Only then did Ain no Minakanushi set down his teacup, his expression growing far more serious than before. Lord Zhang Yi. He lowered his voice. What I am about to say must not be captured by any recording device. Can we temporarily block all signals from the surrounding area? Including your own surveillance equipment. I have a great secret that I need to tell you personally. Zhang Yi looked at him. His gaze was sincere, his tone heavy, as if he were carrying a burden that had weighed on his heart for countless years. He glanced at the teacup and smiled faintly. All right. Chapter 2678, The 5 Great Clans' Gesture of Goodwill, 2. What could possibly compel the supreme ruler of a civilization to pay a personal visit? It must be an extremely important matter, one that could even affect the very survival of the Zipan kingdom. And such a matter would inevitably affect the neighboring Huashu kingdom as well. A smile played on Zhang Yi's face, but his mind began to calculate. Of course. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Ripples barely visible to the naked eye radiated out from his fingertips. The spatial structure of the entire reception hall underwent a slight fold in an instant, blocking external signals behind an invisible membrane. The communication lights on the smart devices dimmed one by one. This space was completely sealed off. There was no need to worry about intelligence being stolen. We're ready now. Zhang Yi picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. You may now reveal your secret. Ain no Minakanushi, the celestial ruler of the center, stared at him for a moment, ensuring he wasn't merely going through the motions. Only then did he speak slowly. This matter concerns the origins of our Zipan clan. You call us the Zipan kingdom. But in even more ancient times, we had another name, the Transformer Rats. He pointed to the corners of his eyes and his cheekbones. Our skeletal structure, sensory systems, and tribal organization are all inherited from a much older archetype. The culture we inherited is called Jaman. And deep within Jaman culture lies a name long forgotten by this world, the Starry Sky Clan. Zhang Yi said nothing, he simply set his teacup back on the table and tapped the saucer lightly. The Starry Sky Clan? Just from the name, one could tell it was a race capable of venturing into the cosmos. Races like the Sand Raiders, those who explored the universe only to vanish without a trace, were by no means few. Ain no Minakanushi continued. Long ago, there existed a race so powerful it defied imagination. At one point, they drove the Drucker people to the brink of extinction. This race did not originate here on its own. They were swords cast into this universe by the Creator, biological weapons specifically designed to counter the Drucker Titans' rampant expansion. Their name is the Starry Sky Clan. Of course, this name is merely how we refer to them, just as you would not call yourselves the sixth generation. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. He had seen this name in certain fragmented archives. He also knew it was a branch of the fourth generation Arc's elite combat system. Yet Aim no Minakanushi, as if fearing he might doubt him, spoke with increasing seriousness. The Starry Sky Clan was not content to remain a weapon in the hands of others. They attempted to break through the Creator's limitations on this universe. And so, during a certain period, they made a reckless decision. The entire clan collectively ventured into the deepest reaches of the cosmos, seeking a way to escape this universe. They wanted to reach a place beyond the Creator's sight. Unfortunately, they failed. The reception hall was so quiet that only the scent of tea lingered. Aim no Minakanushi exhaled slowly. It wasn't until much later that this incident was unearthed in the most secret layers of Jaman culture's records. The records were left by a branch of the Transformer Rats who had provided logistical support to the Starry Sky Clan at the time. That branch was entrusted with a mission by the Starry Sky Clan. Before venturing into the depths of the cosmos, they entrusted us with certain items, including a stone slate. At this point, he reached into a device he carried and retrieved a box protected by multiple seals. The box opened, and he carefully placed a dark, ancient stone slate on the table. The texture of the stone slate was peculiar. It looked like stone yet possessed a faint metallic sheen. Its surface was covered with dense, rope-like engravings, each line exquisitely detailed, with even the marks of its creation clearly visible. It took us a long time to decipher most of what was inscribed here. And the most crucial part is a set of celestial coordinates hidden beneath these engravings. Aim no Minakanushi's voice dropped even lower. Those are the coordinates left behind by the Starry Sky Clan before they departed. That place is their origin, and also their designated point of return. Every 200 million years, a cosmic tide, one we do not yet fully understand, pushes those ruins back into our observable range. And now, it is precisely the moment when the return window, which opens once every 2 billion years, has reopened. Zhang Yi did not rush to touch the stone slate. He glanced at Aim no Minakanushi, then fixed his gaze on the densely packed Jaman inscriptions. So all these years, you've been observing that star system? He said calmly. And waiting for this moment, their return? Yes. Aim no Minakanushi nodded. Our greatest secret undertaking all these years has been continuous observation. We've confirmed the anomalous cycle of that region and verified the accuracy of some of the Jaman inscriptions. Now, the remnants of the Starry Sky Clan have indeed reappeared. If we could obtain the legacy they left behind. His gaze grew intense. Perhaps we could become the new Starry Sky Clan. By then, even if the Drucker Titans were to awaken, we would have a truly effective way to oppose them. Zhang Yi gave a wry smile. That sounds tempting. Too tempting. He finally reached out and pressed his finger against a corner of the stone slate. The smart module inside the White Emperor battle suit activated immediately, and a thin beam of scanning light emanated from his fingertip, silently sweeping across the surface of the slate. Data scrolled rapidly across the invisible interface on his retina. Composition analysis, structural scan, radioactive decay data, time estimation. Soon, a line of prominent data was highlighted, estimated age, approximately 2.6 billion years ago. The artifact was indeed ancient, it wasn't a forgery. With the technology Zhang Yi currently possessed, even the Zeepan Kingdom couldn't produce a fake that would fool him. So, a fourth-generation supercivilization truly did exist. Zhang Yi tapped the tabletop lightly with his finger. 2.6 billion years ago. He repeated it under his breath. That was precisely the era when the fourth-generation Arcs ruled this galaxy. To suppress the rampant Drucker, the Creator fashioned the fourth generation as biological weapons, treating an entire geological era as a single war. The fourth generation once drove the Drucker to the brink of extinction. Until, for some unknown reason, the war came to an abrupt halt. The tide of victory turned, the fourth generation vanished, and the Drucker fell into a deep slumber. This stone slate is a relic left behind from that era. Zhang Yi's fingertips gently traced the Jaman script. No matter where the Starry Sky Clan ultimately went, at least back then, they were so powerful that even the Drucker were beaten to the point of questioning their very existence. Chapter 2679, The Rat's Invitation to Cooperate, 1. No Minakanushi gazed at him, a hint of uncontrollable anticipation flickering in his eyes. You understand this history. Then you should understand what this means for us. But our Zeepan kingdom. He trailed off, offering a slightly awkward, wry smile. Our strengths lie in observation, in documentation, and in interpretation. But when it comes to interstellar travel technology, we're far behind. The window of opportunity in that star system is limited, and the Stargate is unstable. We lack the capability to undertake an expedition on our own, let alone the confidence to face potential hostile forces in such an environment. Therefore, we seek a partnership. The Huashu Kingdom. You possess advanced spatial folding technology, powerful warships, and a mechanical legion capable of withstanding the extreme conditions of a vacuum. And we possess the coordinates to the Starry Sky Clan's ruins, along with observational data on that star system. If we can unite with a few neighboring races to form a joint expeditionary force, perhaps we truly have a chance to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His tone was sincere, even tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Lord Chaos. I hope you will join us on this journey. This is not just for the Zeepan Kingdom, but for all of us. To secure a sliver of hope for ourselves before the Drucker Titan truly awakens. After listening, Zhang Yi simply lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. It sounds like, he said slowly, it sounds like a high-risk, high-reward investment project. Except the risk is on a cosmic scale, and so are the rewards. No Minakanushi forced down the anxiety in his heart, striving to appear calm. You don't believe it? Zhang Yi set down his teacup, his smile undiminished. It's not that I don't believe it. It's just, a legacy of the Starry Sky Clan's caliber. You say we can just grab it or seize it, aren't you afraid there might be a trap waiting for us? No Minakanushi fell silent for a moment. There is indeed a risk, but over 2 billion years have passed. If the Starry Sky Clan still existed, they wouldn't have remained dormant all this time. So we've concluded that they perished in their attempt to transcend the universe. We've already waited hundreds of millions of years. If we miss this opportunity, who knows if any of us will even survive until the next cycle. He looked Zhang Yi straight in the eye. You're no exception. With your current strength, you've reached a bottleneck. Using meditation to tap into your potential can enhance your control and stabilize your foundation. But a true breakthrough requires new etheric power. Either hunt down stronger beings and seize their essences. Or, just as you did in the Yihen tribe's secret realm, encounter a stroke of luck powerful enough to reshape the landscape. The Starry Sky Clan's ruins lie along that path. You can't possibly be completely unmoved by this. Zhang Yi did not deny it. It had indeed been nearly 2 years since he'd experienced that kind of qualitative breakthrough. Meditation brought about a deeper level of self-development, a steady, step-by-step process from the inside out. Yet this steadiness could not replace the leap forward that comes from drawing an entirely new ethereal energy from the outside world to reshape one's own structure. You put it quite bluntly. He rested his hand against his cheek and let out a soft sigh. All right, I admit it, what you're suggesting does tempt me a little. No Minakanushi's eyes lit up. However, Zhang Yi raised a finger, making a pause gesture. Being tempted is one thing, taking action is another. For something of this magnitude, I can't just make a decision right now and then drag everyone onto the ship the next day. He smiled. What you've given me carries significant weight. I need time to fully digest the contents of this stone slate, cross-check your observational data, and reassess the risks in that star sector. And then, figure out how to split the pie with the other civilizations. He glanced at No Minakanushi. You wouldn't want me to make a rash decision and end up offending both sides. No Minakanushi took a deep breath and finally nodded. Of course. This is too big of a matter. I didn't expect you to agree on the spot anyway. I'll await your response. Having said that, he stood up and bowed solemnly to Zhang Yi. Then I'll take my leave for now. I hope that the next time we meet, we can sit down and talk as members of the Expeditionary Alliance. I also hope you can believe that we, the Zeepan Kingdom, are acting in good faith this time. Zhang Yi also stood up and shook his hand politely. I will give it serious consideration. He smiled. Be careful on your way out. Tianhai City has been building so many roads these past 2 years that even the navigation system gets lost sometimes. Aim no Minakanushi paused for a moment, then smiled as well. That means your roads are still constantly expanding. For the world as a whole, that may not be a bad thing. The farewell process proceeded in an orderly fashion. Until the Zeepan warship departed from Tianhai City and vanished from the edge of the surveillance screen. The doors to the operations hall closed. Zhang Yi sat alone at the main control console, placing the stone slate back in front of him. Under the lights, the Jaman patterns resembled miniature trails of starlight. He extended a finger and tapped the tabletop lightly. The ruins of the Starry Sky Clan. A super civilization from 2.6 billion years ago. And now it's been dug up and handed to me, asking me to help explore it. He recalled the words White Dragon had spoken. Do whatever you want to do. But it's best to have a righteous cause. Zhang Yi looked down at the stone slate, a faint smile curving his lips. Then let's first see how much righteousness is hidden within this old stone. And, how many traps lie buried within. Zhang Yi didn't trust the people of Zeepan. He didn't trust anyone, really. 11 years after the apocalypse, it was precisely this attitude that had allowed him to survive this long. Nowadays, there were only a handful of people around him whom he could fully trust. He even maintained a degree of caution towards some of his old comrades in arms from the Huashu Kingdom. Let alone the Zeepan Kingdom, a nation that had engaged in repeated disputes with the Huashu Kingdom and erupted into bloody conflict. So regarding this matter, his first thought wasn't whether the Starry Passage was real or fake, but what scheme Aim no Minakanushi might be plotting. After seeing Aim no Minakanushi off, the high-level reception hall of the Tianhai fortress fell silent once more. Zhang Yi stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the Zeepan warship leave a faint trail of light as it vanished at the edge of the city's protective light barrier. He tapped the communication console casually. Xinxin, come here. Before long, the doors opened, and young Xinxin, dressed in a black gown, walked in. Brother, what was that damn rat's purpose in coming here? Chapter 2680, The Rat's Invitation to Cooperate, 2. Zhang Yi turned around and pointed at the ancient stone slate on the table. Those rats from Zeepan are definitely up to no good. His tone was calm as he recounted the earlier conversation to Yang Xinxin. The Starry Sky Clan? Yang Xinxin blinked, her eyes showing no surprise. Once a civilization reaches a certain level, exploration of the universe is inevitable. However, according to history and Ling's interpretation, only the center of the universe, the Creator's testing ground, the solar system, was safe. Beyond this region, the outer reaches were rife with instability. Black holes, cosmic storms, meteor showers. Any of these could easily wipe out a civilization. Thus, in the end, the vast majority of ancient civilizations, when fleeing apocalyptic crises, chose to hide on the planets of the solar system or beneath the surface of Earth. A people like the Starry Sky Clan, capable of interstellar voyages, must have once possessed an extraordinarily brilliant civilization. Otherwise, how could they dare to undertake such a feat? Zhang Yi said to Yang Xinxin, first, help me verify whether the lost slate is genuine and whether the Starry Sky Clan ruins recorded on it were fabricated to deceive me. Although he had already scanned the stone slate with his instruments, he still felt uneasy. Yang Xinxin immediately leaned in curiously to take a closer look. It looks pretty authentic. Her tone was casual, but her gaze swept over the stone slate like an X-ray machine. They possessed several of these lost slates, all scavenged from the ruins of various ancient civilizations. But whether this thing is real or fake, the facts will speak for themselves. She immediately pulled up her personal terminal, fed the stone slate's data into the Huashu Kingdom's deep space observation system, and send a top-priority dispatch order to Lou Caron's astronomical laboratory. To determine if the records on the stone slate were genuine, the best method was to observe the cosmos and search for the point of return mentioned by Aim-no-Minakanushi, the celestial sovereign. "I'll go get to work then. Brother, wait for my news." She turned and ran off, her footsteps fading into the distance. The answer came even faster than expected. In less than a day, she stormed back into the conference room and slammed a full set of reports down on the table. "I checked it." Her eyes sparkled. "There is indeed a celestial body approaching the solar system's orbit. It's currently 3.2 light-years from Earth." Zhang Yi's eyebrows arched slightly. "What about its speed?" "We can't determine its speed yet." Yang Xingxin shrugged. "It doesn't behave like a natural celestial body, it looks more like some kind of floating node locked into a specific orbit. But its coordinates roughly align with the entrance to the starry passage provided by Zeepin." She opened the virtual star map and pointed to a flickering cursor on it. "If we use our current space travel technology and follow a jump-based navigation plan, 3.2 light-years would take us about half a year to reach. Assuming there are no complications along the way." Planetary engines had long since been developed, and Zhang Yi's team now possessed the basic capabilities for interstellar travel. So although 3.2 light-years is a vast distance, it remains within reach. Zhang Yi stared at the light representing the target. A 6-month journey is nothing to the current Huashu kingdom. The real trouble lies in what they'll see and encounter upon arrival. The cosmos is rife with danger. With all races now awakening and the Drucker divine race potentially stirring at any moment, peril lurks everywhere. By nature, Zhang Yi was not one to travel far and wide. But if this truly was a massive opportunity, it would be a shame to simply let it slip away. After all, in this age of great strife, if you don't advance, you fall behind. If you don't grow stronger, sooner or later you'll be swallowed up by the other ancient civilizations that are watching you with hungry eyes. He tapped the tabletop. The Zeepin clan has come to us seeking cooperation. They've been keeping things under wraps for all these years, and now they suddenly hand over the coordinates to the ruins of the Starry Sky clan. I just can't shake the feeling that they're up to something. What do you think?" Yang Xingxin thought for a moment. "I think," she spoke earnestly, then smiled faintly, a hint of mischief flashing across her face. "Your line about they're up to no good already sums it up." Zhang Yi was momentarily stumped by her remark and couldn't help but chuckle. "We really need to think this through carefully." The two discussed the matter at length, covering everything from technical risks to political risks, and calculating everything from the potential gains of an expedition to the losses in the worst-case scenario. In the end, they reached a single conclusion: we must proceed with caution. We'll hold our ground for now. Since they came to us seeking cooperation, they're the ones who should be anxious. Let's wait it out, until they provide more intelligence or slip up. Zhang Yi made the decision. "You dig up every single piece of information related to the Starry Sky clan. The observatory keeps monitoring that celestial body, and the energy department drafts an expedition contingency plan, but keep it under wraps. For now, let's assume Zeepin is lying and that this is a conspiracy against us. Only then should we consider the possibility that the Starry Sky passage actually exists. In any case, safety comes first. Prepare for both scenarios simultaneously." Yang Xingxin nodded. "All right, I understand. However, gathering intelligence on the Starry Sky clan shouldn't be too difficult. After all, we have a living history book of Earth right here." Yang Xingxin reminded Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead. "Look at me, I forgot about her again. Ling would definitely know about this." Soon after, Zhang Yi summoned Ling. These days, Ling's self-awareness was slowly awakening, and she spent most of her time in Tianhai City. She didn't need to eat, but she could eat just like a human. Perhaps inheriting her original host's memories had made her somewhat indifferent to life itself. Immortals, by nature, felt bored and numb toward everything. So most of the time, she would sit for long periods by the seaside or at the Tianhai City market at night. Is there something you wanted to call me back for? Ling's voice, as always, carried a hint of ethereality. Zhang Yi sat before her and briefly recounted the visit from Ain no Minakanushi and the contents of the stone slate. I need to ask you something. Do you know of a race called the Starry Sky Clan? Zhang Yi paused here, then hurriedly added, of course, perhaps you have another name for them. In any case, take a look at this stone slate, and you should understand what I mean. Zhang Yi handed her the lost slate, which had been preserved for over 2 billion years. Ling placed her hand, so pale it seemed unreal, on top of it, gently stroked it, then withdrew her hand, meeting Zhang Yi's gaze with calm eyes. So it's them. The living history of Earth truly holds no secrets. You call them the Starry Sky Clan. However, in the records of the Yihen tribe, they have another designation. The 4th generation arcs, the Star Gun Sequence. Chapter 2681, The Starry Sky Passage, 1. When Ling mentioned the Starry Sky Clan, a look of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. After all, that civilization had once been incredibly brilliant and glorious. Their existence was once marked in the Arc's database as a super combat civilization on par with the Yihen tribe. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. So, they really did exist. And they were that powerful. Ling nodded. For a full billion years, the Drucker divine race was suppressed within a relatively stable, confined zone. The ones capable of achieving this were the Starry Sky Clan of that era. The logic of their civilization was very simple. Arm themselves to the utmost with technology, and pursue the philosophy of violent aesthetics to the very end. They did not seek to ascend to the ethereal sea, nor did they seek spiritual transcendence. They pursued only one thing: how to maximize the power of military force within the material universe. That was the mission bestowed upon them by the Creator. From the day of their birth, they existed solely to eradicate the Drucker. Until one day, they suddenly decided to break free from this universe. Ling looked at Zhang Yi, her tone pausing slightly. So they attempted to open a cosmic tunnel. To find a new universe better suited for their survival. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. Once their civilization reached its limits, they naturally realized that the universe was a prison. They were born to suppress the Drucker people, yet they refused to accept being controlled by the Creator. They wanted to take control of their own destiny, so the only way was to escape this universe, right? That does sound like them, though it's a shame the outcome appears to have been a failure. Zhang Yi said with a sigh. Ling's voice softened slightly. They actually had a chance of succeeding. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Ling in disbelief. They actually had a chance of succeeding? The Creator is supposed to be all-powerful. Could anyone really escape the Creator's control? It was nothing short of a fairy tale, yet it sent a massive shockwave through Zhang Yi's mind. Escaping the Creator's control meant escaping fate. From a technical standpoint, their plan was feasible. But the problem was, they defied the Creator's will. They sought to circumvent the rules of the game, to crawl off the chessboard. And so, divine retribution fell. The cosmic tunnel collapsed the very instant before it took shape. The main civilizational heart of the Starry Sky Clan was nearly wiped out in that incident. You could call it self-annihilation. The control room fell silent. Only the low hum of the energy source echoed in the distance. Zhang Yi exhaled slowly. So, they didn't lose to the Drucker, nor to any other civilization. But to the Creator. Put that way, the Starry Sky Clan, like the Drucker divine race later on, chose to break free from the fate the Creator had arranged for them. Ling nodded. From this perspective, the Starry Sky Clan's failure is entirely different from that of the Yihen tribe. The Yihen tribe chose to abandon all their achievements in the physical world and voluntarily ascended into the ether realm. Therefore, they left behind no intact technological artifacts. They took everything they could carry with them, and destroyed whatever they couldn't take as thoroughly as possible. But the Starry Sky Clan was different. They were forced to stop abruptly by divine punishment after pushing their technology to its absolute limit and saturating the physical world with weaponized outposts. They didn't have time to wrap things up. So it's highly likely they left behind a vast amount of fragmented yet extremely dangerous technological legacy in this universe. Ling looked at him. If you can find those remains, you'd indeed have a chance to obtain an extremely precious treasure. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Hearing you put it that way, I'm even more tempted. But, he let the smile fade. As you know, I'm currently stuck at a bottleneck in my power progression. Meditation can help me tap into my potential and refine my physical structure further. But to take the next step, refinement alone isn't enough. Either I have to kill stronger foes and seize their ether fragments, or I'd have to, like before, stumble upon a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity capable of completely reshaping my growth curve. The Starry Sky Clan ruins, by any measure, it's the latter. Ling said softly. It's natural for you to be tempted. But you possess something many others lack. You have sufficient caution. Zhang Yi smiled. In this world, whenever something good comes out of nowhere, I always assume it's a trap first. Until I figure out just how dangerous something is, I'll decisively conclude that it must be extremely dangerous. He turned and looked out at the city. So, I'll choose to hold my ground for now. As for the Zeepan Kingdom, we'll leave them be for a while. While we investigate everything about the Starry Sky Clan, we'll wait to see what move Aim no Minakanushi makes next. Ling nodded. I'll grant Yang Xinxin access to some higher-level historical archives. Have her speed up the organization. But be prepared, many records regarding the Starry Sky Clan are just fragments. The more fragmented they are, the more dangerous they are. Zhang Yi gave a soft hum. Dangerous. But that doesn't mean we have to jump into that pit right now. Meanwhile, in a virtual cyberspace far from the Huashu Kingdom, a massive ring-shaped meeting platform floated silently in the darkness. The outer perimeter was protected by dense energy shields and cloaking arrays, while the interior was a simple yet solemn conference hall. 5 figures stood in 5 separate directions. Aim no Minakanushi sat in the main seat to the north, with the emblem of the Zeepan Kingdom floating before him. The representative of the Celestial Clan was the light-winged powerhouse known as Kong. The representative of the Wolf Fang Clan was Kroba, whose entire being exuded a wild, primal aura. Guchuan of the Titan Clan stood as massive as a mountain. Zhu Shan of the Ironclad Clan resembled a moving fortress, his mottled yet sturdy metallic shell gleaming. Representatives of the 5 major races surrounding the Huashu Kingdom had gathered here. Proceed according to the established plan. Aim no Minakanushi broke the silence. I have already informed Chaos of the matter concerning the Starry Sky Clan, including the existence of the Starry Sky Passage. A virtual projection lit up in the center of the hall, revealing a simulated image of a cosmic vortex before everyone's eyes. It was a shadow-like, colossal cosmic vortex, seemingly devouring light in the void. Its size even surpassed that of the solar system, and due to a special energy field, it emitted a pale blue halo. The blue vortex devoured every celestial body in its vicinity, then extended from its end toward an unknown direction. A massive cosmic vortex. Aim no Minakanushi explained. You may also call it the Starry Corridor. Chapter 2682, The Starry Sky Passage, 2. The Starry Sky Passage, it is the greatest relic left behind by the Starry Sky Clan, and also the shattered entrance to the cosmic tunnel they attempted to open. Kong folded his light wings and, with a calm gaze, raised a question. You intend to use this trap to lure Chaos into a snare? But that guy called Chaos is so cunning, will he actually take the bait? Kroba chuckled softly. Any prey will be interested in a bigger prey. Besides, this time we're using the Starry Sky Clan as bait. I believe no one could resist such a temptation. Guchuan grunted softly. The problem is, if this is a fake, and Chaos spots the flaw, all the groundwork we've laid over the past 2 years will be for nothing. We might even end up losing out, making him wary of us. Luring him out again would be much harder after that. As long as Zhang Yi remains in Huashu Kingdom, they'll be powerless against him. In the age of great change, it is always the most powerful mutant who determines a race's limits. However, having a single mutant is a completely different concept from having the backing of an entire vast race. If one were to compare the Empire to a battle tank, then Zhang Yi would be the main gun, while the other entities of Huashu Kingdom would form the tracks, armor, and engine. Zhang Yi, already immensely powerful in his own right, was now bolstered by the resources and military might of the entire Huashu Kingdom, though Tianhai City alone would have sufficed. Even if the 5 great civilizations joined forces, they would likely struggle to defeat him, though, of course, that was merely their own assessment. Naturally, they sought to eradicate the 6th-generation human kingdom within this region, the most powerful and the greatest threat to them. But if it required them to pay too heavy a price, they wouldn't risk it. Zhu Shan spoke, his voice carrying the dull sound of metal grinding. That's true. If Chaos grows suspicious, he might not turn on us outright. But he'll be preparing a counterattack against us behind the scenes. He's the kind of guy who holds a grudge, we've seen that firsthand. The situation will be hard to manage then. Being forced into war is not a good thing for us. After hearing them out, Aim no Minakanushi slowly raised his hand. Who said that was a lie? The legend of the Starry Sky Passage, it is true. The hall fell silent for a moment. Kong's pupils contracted slightly, Kroba sat up straight, Guchuan clenched his fists, and the light in Zhu Shan's eyes grew brighter. Greed quietly spread through the air. They had assumed that the so-called Starry Sky Clan remnants were merely a trap set by Aim no Minakanushi to deceive Zhang Yi. But now he was saying it was real. Everyone knew just how precious the ruins of a mighty god-level civilization were. Back then, it was only after receiving the baptism from the Sea of Ether that Zhang Yi was able to boost his combat power so rapidly. Not to mention, he had also earned Ling's approval, granting him the ultimate weapon, her human form. Are you certain? For the first time, Kong's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable emotion. Have you personally verified this? Has the Zeepin clan truly obtained the coordinates for that corridor? Aim no Minakanushi nodded. We have inherited a portion of the Jaman culture. Through countless generations of interpretation and verification, we have confirmed the approximate star system of the Starry Sky Passages in trance. The most recent observations indicate that region has once again entered our observable range. That is why I am intervening now. Kroba licked his fangs. Does that mean we could also? Before he could finish, Aim no Minakanushi waved him off. Don't get too excited just yet. That is a forbidden land fraught with danger. The reason the Starry Sky Clan was able to suppress the Drucker divine race for 1 billion years was because they were more violent and reckless than the Druckers. Do you really think the ruins left behind by such a civilization would be a safe place? His gaze swept over each of them in turn. Even though we have inherited part of their Jaman culture, we can only determine its coordinates. But as for the structure, the rules, and the traps within, we know almost nothing. If we were to rush in on our own, we'd likely be swept away as trash by the entire corridor before we even laid hands on the weapons they left behind. Guchuan nodded slowly. That is precisely why you need a vanguard. A vanguard who is strong enough, greedy enough, and dangerous enough. Zhu Shan whispered. Chaos. Over the past 2 years, he has become the greatest wild card in the entire Z6 zone of Southeast Asia. All order, all balance, ultimately, everything converges on him. Aim no Minakanushi's gaze grew deep and inscrutable. Precisely because of this, we must use the crisis of the Starry Sky Passage to eliminate him. Since we cannot kill him head-on, then we'll bring in a larger killing ground to assist us. He slowly clenched his fist. At that time, under the guise of a joint expedition, we'll lure him and his fleet into the Starry Sky Passage. We only need to make a calculated mistake at a critical juncture. Let him touch what he should never have touched. The rest will be handled by the forbidden technology left behind by the Starry Sky Clan. The air was thick with cold, calculated scheming. Kong lowered his gaze. Then what about the past 2 years of goodwill we've shown toward the Huashu Kingdom? Kroba bared his fangs in a grin. Naturally, it was to lull our prey into a false sense of security. Guchuan spoke in a subdued tone. Withdrawing troops from the border, granting trade incentives, signing a mutual defense pact. We've made no small sacrifices. Zhu Shan summarized bluntly. All for this very moment. To make chaos believe we're already willing to stand on the same side. To lull him into a false sense of security. Aim no Minakanushi exhaled slowly. As long as he's willing to take that step. As long as he agrees to enter the Starry Sky Passage. Then, regardless of whether we ultimately emerge alive from within it. At least one thing is certain, in this world, there will never again be a variable called chaos brandishing a long sword against us. For a moment, no one spoke in the hall. After a long silence, Kong raised his head and spoke slowly and clearly. Then it all depends on whether he will actually enter this trap we've meticulously prepared for him. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Yi remained undecided about whether to venture into the Starry Sky Passage. Eventually, Zhang Yi made a decisive choice. He contacted White Dragon, directly bringing up the matter of the Starry Sky Clan and asking for his advice. Zhang Yi didn't mind relying on a powerful ally. If the Dragon Clan could get involved, he wouldn't mind being the one to drink the broth while they ate the meat. After all, safety came first. The Dragon Clan had been a great help to him, and they were incredibly powerful. If he could secure their assistance, the chances of success would be very high. Upon hearing the term Starry Sky Clan, White Dragon pondered for a moment before realizing exactly which race Zhang Yi was referring to. Oh, you mean that race from 2 eras ago, the one that once ruled the entire universe and nearly wiped out the Drucker people? They are indeed powerful. At the height of their power, even the Dragon Clan would have to avoid their wrath.